Chapter 38:14. The great emperors were gasping for breath while the great demon god's body was covered in wounds. The battle had reached its most critical juncture. Although the great demon god's eyes were lofty and arrogant, constantly calling them ants, the dozen or so ants in front of him already had the qualifications to threaten his life. After all, he was not at his peak. Even if his plan this time was a complete success and he managed to devour the star boundary's spiritual aura, the only effect he could achieve was a revival. If he wanted to completely recover, he would need a long flowing time great emperor to settle down and cultivate diligently. Not to mention that even his original plan had suffered a setback. Currently, no one knew how much of his strength he could display, but this small amount of strength was enough to force the star boundary to go all out. Loud rumbling sounds rang out, mixed with roars and roars. One figure after another was sent flying back and forth as divine technique after divine technique blossomed. The strength that everyone could display was decreasing. This was the case for the great demon god, and it was also the case for the great emperors. Such an intense battle was a huge burden on anyone. At a certain moment, Zhan Wuhen resolutely stepped forward, his originally weak aura suddenly surging as he shouted, "Break his palm." After fighting for a long time, everyone could see that if it were not for the great demon god's right hand, the strength that the great demon god could display right now would definitely be greatly reduced. However, the might of that right hand was simply too terrifying, causing everyone's attacks to be obstructed. As long as they could cut off that hand, it would be equivalent to removing the great demon god's sharpest attack. At that time, they would definitely be able to change the current situation. As such, Zhan Wuhen's target was the great demon god's right hand. Everyone understood. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill bit the tip of their tongues and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood melted into the void and turned invisible. The primal chaos sacred flame, which had been trapped by the pure demonic qi, suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. It burned the demonic qi around it and coiled around the right hand of the great demonic god like a fire snake. Martial Beast punched, and Ice Feather Flower attacked. Even the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations, who had been in charge of defense, took out an ancient bronze coin. Wrapped in the coin, they turned into a ray of green light and slashed at the great demonic god's right hand. The great emperors of the Serene Soul poured out their soul energy and attacked the great demonic god's sea of consciousness. Blood instantly flowed out of his 7 orifices and his whole body swayed. His face was frighteningly pale. The 2 great elders of the dragon race also joined forces and rushed over. They tangled with each other and turned into 2 streaks of green and white light, carrying with them a resolute determination that would never return. Wukong cackled strangely, "Awesome! Awesome! Wahahaha!" He laughed crazily and attacked even more crazily. The shadow of the universe world behind him had already completely fused with his body, and he used all of his cultivation to point his finger downwards. The great demonic god's expression finally changed. Although he had always been fighting against the strongest forces in the entire star boundary, he had always been confident in his victory. But now, he finally felt a trace of crisis. This round of fierce attacks made even him tremble in fear. The huge Tai Yu pounced down from the sky and smashed his fist down. The great demonic god roared and raised his fist to meet the attack. 2 fists the size of small mountains collided with each other, producing a loud sound that shook the heavens. The great demonic god's feet sank and his whole body sank into the ground. With his feet as the center, the ground collapsed. Tai Yu was sent flying. Terrifying cracks suddenly appeared on his body that was several hundred meters tall. Large chunks of his body fell to the ground and disintegrated after flying a few hundred meters. Yang Kai's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He didn't have the time to carefully check Xiao Zhao's situation. He pointed his spear at the great demonic god's right wrist that he didn't manage to withdraw in time. Blood splattered as the huge black dragon spear directly cut open a huge wound on the great demonic god's wrist, revealing the muscles and bones inside. Scram! The great demonic god roared and spat out a blast of air that swept Yang Kai away. At this time, Zhan Wuhen, Bing Yu, and Hua Ying's attacks arrived. After a few sizzling sounds, more than half of the great demonic god's right hand was broken. Blood flowed out from the wound and demonic qi started to form. The 2 elders of the dragon race also arrived. They stretched out their dragon claws and firmly restrained the great demonic god's movements. They opened their bloody mouths and bit at the wound, tearing off flesh and blood. The great demonic god's right hand smashed down, and the 2 elders of the dragon race let out sorrowful cries as they were smashed into the ground. The primal chaos sacred flame flew over and wrapped around the broken hand. With a sizzling sound, the wound rapidly expanded and even the bones inside were broken. The great demonic god was enraged. He reached out with his other hand and grabbed the primal chaos sacred flame, fiercely pulling it out. Immediately, under the incredulous gazes of everyone present, the great demonic god stuffed it into his mouth and began chewing. From his mouth and nose, flame spurted out, but the great demonic god's expression was fierce as he forced himself to indulge. The wondrous pill great emperor's complexion instantly turned as white as paper and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The primal chaos sacred flame had been refined by him for tens of thousands of years and had long since become one with his soul. Now that the great demonic god had played with it, he had also suffered considerable damage. "Break for me!" Wukong roared as he poured all of his strength into his finger, and pointed at the wound on the great demonic god's right hand. Gotcha. With a crisp sound, the great demonic god's right hand was separated from his left arm and fell to the ground in a spray of blood. Success! Everyone's joint attack, including the full force of their trump cards, had finally yielded results. However, a sense of uneasiness suddenly filled the world. With his right hand cut off, the great demonic god grinned. "All of you, die for this king." As soon as these words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from the falling severed hand and at the same time, it suddenly began to swell. Everyone's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. No one had expected that the great demon god would be able to play such a trick on a mere severed palm. The signs of swelling and the dangerous aura it exuded undoubtedly indicated that the great demon god could cause the severed palm to explode. Although this would cause great damage to his body, the price Star Boundary would have to pay would be even greater. At this time, everyone was an arrow at the end of its flight, and no one had the confidence to survive the explosion of this severed hand. Even whether or not Star Boundary could survive was another matter altogether. As the aura of death enveloped Star Boundary, Zhan Wu Hen's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. He had used all his strength and put his own life on the line, but he had still failed to save this world. Since that was the case, he could only live and die with this world. Instead of retreating, the Iron Blood Great Emperor rushed towards the great demonic god with a calm expression, preparing his final killing move. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air beside the severed hand, grabbed it, and disappeared in a flash. Everyone could clearly see that the figure who had suddenly appeared was none other than Yong Kai. Only he, who cultivated the space principles, could arrive in time at this critical moment. No one else had this ability. At this moment, he had undoubtedly brought the dangerous severed palm into the crack in the void. The next moment, the space where Yong Kai disappeared suddenly shook violently and a black dot appeared there. This black dot rapidly expanded, spreading wildly in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, it had swallowed a large area of the void. Everyone was stunned as they stared blankly at the black void that was still expanding. Even though a powerful enemy was present, they were still dazed. This spreading void was undoubtedly the power produced by the explosion of the severed palm. It directly affected the world of the Star Boundary through the cracks in the void. Such a terrifying power was even more frightening than they had imagined. If it had really exploded in Star Boundary, the entire Star Boundary might have collapsed and ceased to exist. Fortunately, Yong Kai had brought the severed hand into the void at the last moment, saving this world at the most dangerous moment. But what about Yong Kai? The power of the explosion of the severed hand was so great. Could Yong Kai withstand it? He couldn't. No one could come out unscathed from such a terrifying attack. At this moment, Yong Kai had most likely been smashed to pieces. Even though they were unwilling to admit it, the great emperors had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. No! A mournful cry resounded through heaven and earth, like a cuckoo weeping blood. Among the crowd below, Su Yan, Xiaoning Chong, Shanqing Luo, Xueqi, and Zhu Qing were all screaming hysterically. If it weren't for the people beside them stopping them, they would have immediately rushed forward. In a battle between the great emperors, apart from the great emperors, no one could interfere. Not even the false emperors or ordinary divine spirits. Tai Yu and Xiao Xiao were only able to participate because they had completely stimulated their ancestors' source strength in the heavenly punishment palace, restoring the glory of their ancestors in ancient times and gaining strength comparable to the great emperors. However, in such a battle, Tai Yu was constantly pushed back and was now completely dismembered, his life or death unknown. There was no need to mention Su Yan and the others. They had been watching from below in fear all this time. When they saw Yong Kai bleeding and injured, They were extremely nervous, but when they saw the great demon god injured, their hearts were filled with excitement. Who would have thought that they would suddenly witness such a scene? Without the slightest warning, the man who was going to accompany them for the rest of their lives disappeared into the void. Su Yan's tender body trembled violently. She could no longer feel Yang Kai's existence, and even the connection between them that would never disappear was completely severed at this moment. On the other side, Dong Suju's eyes rolled back and she directly fainted on the ground. It had only been a few days since he became one of the great emperors, yet he had died so young. Could it be that he was really the shortest-lived great emperor in the history of the Star Boundary? Zhan Wuhen and the others felt grief in their hearts, but they did not have the time to mourn. Each of them sorted out their emotions as quickly as possible and brazenly attacked with their dying bodies. The great emperors of the void had already fallen, but as long as they could protect this world, they would not be stingy with their lives. Rumbling sounds once again resounded throughout the world. The repeated collisions and clashes were as brilliant as flowers, causing the entire star boundary to tremble. Just as everyone had expected, after the great demon god's right hand was cut off, he immediately became like a tiger without its fangs. Not only did his momentum fall by a large margin, even his attacks were not as fierce as before. It seemed that the loss of his severed hand had caused him great damage. Chapter 38:15. But the same was true for the great emperors. The previous joint attack had almost exhausted all of their mental strength. No one knew how this battle would end until the very end, but judging from the current situation, no matter who won in the end, they would have to pay a huge price. The world fell apart, the world's world energy was in chaos, and the energy was violent. One figure after another rushed towards the great demon god, only to be knocked back, and then rush over again. The cycle repeated itself, dyeing the world red with blood. Floating in the void, Yang Kai fell into a very strange state, as if he had broken free from some kind of invisible shackle. His entire being was filled with a deep sense of tranquility. He no longer felt any pain from before. He wanted to clench his fists, but he found that he was powerless. He wanted to move his head, but he was powerless. Suddenly, he discovered that his body had disappeared. In a daze, he recalled that he had brought the broken palm into the void and then suffered a violent shock, which then led to the current situation. What was this? Had he been smashed to pieces? Yang Kai was a little dazed. No, he didn't want to become the shortest-lived great emperors in the history of the Star Boundary. He had just become one of the great emperors not long ago, and he was still very young. He still had a lot of flowing time great emperors to squander. When he felt the great crisis contained in the broken palm, his mind went blank, and there was only one thought in his mind. Hurry up and take the broken palm away. Otherwise, a great disaster would descend upon the Star Boundary. However, when this result was placed in front of him, Yang Kai almost couldn't accept it. Did he regret it? Honestly speaking, he didn't regret it too much. If he could do it again, even if he knew the result at that time, he would have made the same choice. In that world, there were people who cared about him, and people who regarded him as the most important person in their lives. For those people, what did it matter if his body was smashed to pieces? But if he had really been smashed to pieces, then what was the current situation? His body had been smashed to pieces, but his soul hadn't been destroyed? But his body had been smashed to pieces by the broken palm, so how could his soul remain unscathed? At this moment, Yang Kai clearly sensed that his spirit had not suffered any impact and was still intact. Then, he realized that his spirit wasn't floating in the void crack. Instead, he was hiding in the stamen of a 7-colored lotus flower. The petals wrapped around him, isolating him from all dangers around him. Soul-warming lotus. So that's how it is. It was the soul-warming lotus that protected his soul during that terrifying impact, allowing him to survive. The soul-warming lotus was a treasure of heaven and earth that had unimaginable miraculous effects. Yang Kai had obtained it when he was very weak and stored it in his knowledge sea. After so many years, the soul-warming lotus had constantly nourished his divine soul, allowing him to strengthen his divine soul without doing anything special. The soul-warming lotus was a treasure of heaven and earth for the divine soul, so it was not surprising that it could protect his divine soul at a critical moment. Understanding this point, Kai Yang's heart relaxed. As long as his soul was not destroyed, even if his physical body was smashed to pieces, it wouldn't be too terrible. At worst, he could just find a body to possess like the great demon god and start all over again. However, this was the void crack, and besides him very few people would come here, so there was no way he could possess a body. This was a bit difficult. At this moment, without a physical body, Xueqi couldn't use any of his abilities, so even if he wanted to leave the void crack, he was powerless. What's the situation in the star boundary? The great demon god should be unable to hold on for much longer. I wonder if the remaining people can kill the great demon god and what kind of price they will have to pay. Thinking too much, Xueqi was too lazy to think about it. After losing the shackles of his physical body and only his soul remained, his entire being seemed to become sluggish. Even though he no longer had a physical body, there was still a warm feeling surrounding him, making him feel as if he had returned home, making him feel extremely comfortable. It didn't seem like a bad choice to continue sleeping like this. Thinking so, Xueqi's thoughts gradually came to a halt, as if he was about to fall into an eternal slumber. Suddenly, a tear-stained face flashed before Xueqi's eyes and he woke up abruptly, a great fear enveloping his heart. How are Su Yan and the others now? They should have seen my situation and are probably heartbroken right now. If I can't go back, how sad will they be? I have to go back. Even if I don't have a physical body, I have to go back and tell them that I'm safe. As long as I can go back, I can find the great emperors to refine a flesh incarnation pill for me. Back then, Tianyan also didn't have a physical body and relied on the flesh incarnation pill to shape his body. If Tianyan could do it, so could Xueqi. As for the flesh incarnation fruit needed to refine the flesh incarnation pill, Xueqi didn't have it for the time being, but there was a fruit tree in his sealed world beads medicine garden. Back then, he had planted that fruit tree in his medicine garden, so as long as he waited a few more years, it would eventually blossom and bear fruit. Thinking so, Xueqi was startled again. What about the sealed world bead? For a long time, the sealed world bead had been kept in his body, but now that he had been smashed to pieces, the sealed world bead was probably not in a good condition either. Perhaps it had been shattered along with his physical body. Thinking so, Xueqi panicked and hurriedly checked his surroundings. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Xueqi found that the void was full of minced flesh and broken limbs, as well as a large amount of golden blood. My shattered body is really ugly. Xueqi felt relieved. He didn't see any traces of the sealed world bead's explosion here. The territory inside the sealed world bead was enormous. If it had really been shattered, there would definitely be a large number of remnants of the sealed world bead in this star field. Since he didn't see any, it meant that the sealed world bead should be fine. As long as the sealed world bead was fine, everything was fine. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Relying on the invisible spiritual connection, Xueqi quickly found the sealed world bead in the midst of the chaos. It wasn't too far away from him. Locking onto the sealed world bead with his divine sense, he summoned the sealed world bead into the soul-warming lotus. Transforming into his soul avatar, Xueqi picked up the sealed world bead, kissed it fiercely, and sighed with emotion. However, it was not by luck that the sealed world bead was safe and sound. This thing had been stored inside his body all this time, and when the broken palm exploded, Xueqi's physical body was blown to pieces, so a lot of its power should have been consumed, so there shouldn't be much left of it that could affect the sealed world bead. The soul-warming lotus and the sealed world bead, these two treasures had always accompanied him on his path of growth, so neither of them could be discarded. Xueqi couldn't care less about the situation outside right now, nor did he have the ability to do so, so he simply put everything aside and thought about his future. The most important thing right now was to investigate the situation of the flesh incarnation fruit tree. This thing's growth cycle was really long, and Xueqi didn't want to wait for thousands of years. If there was really no other way, he could only ask the two little wood spirits to find a way to accelerate its ripening. With their abilities, they should be able to do so. With a thought, Xueqi's soul avatar escaped into the sealed world bead and directly appeared in the medicine garden. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu heard his voice and came over, bowing respectfully. Master. They didn't find anything strange about it. Xueqi often entered the medicine garden with his soul avatar, so they were already used to it, so they didn't expect that this time, even if Xueqi wanted to enter with his physical body, he wouldn't be able to do so. Xueqi nodded and said with a heavy expression, "Your master is in trouble, big trouble. As the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Now is the time when I need you too." Mu Zhu and Mu Lu glanced at each other, the former saying, "Master, you've never raised us. It had always been the two of them who were busy in the medicine garden. Unless Xueqi needed them, they basically wouldn't come over. Since the two little wood spirits had followed him, they had been like two laborers. Moreover, whenever Xueqi was injured, it was the two of them who helped heal him. Xueqi's soul avatar didn't blush as he raised his hand and said, "Now, only the two of you can help me with this matter. Whatever Master wants us to do, just tell us." The innocent Mu Lu was excited by Xueqi's words, clenching her small fists and putting on a posture of devotion until her last breath. Mu Zhu stretched out her hand and held her forehead, sighing and shaking her head. "I was beaten to death." Xueqi looked at them with a serious face. Mu Zhu blinked her eyes, but Mu Lu's eyes suddenly reddened. She said nervously, "Ah? Then what do we do? Master, are you all right?" Mu Zhu slapped the back of her head and scolded, "Don't believe everything people say. Grow a brain, okay?" But, Master was beaten to death. Mu Lu's tears flowed down uncontrollably. Mu Zhu was exasperated. "If he was dead, how could he run in here and talk to you?" Mu Lu was a little stunned, but she finally recovered and said excitedly, "Yes, yes." She turned to look at Xueqi. "Master, you're joking, right? I also want to joke with you, but I'm not in the mood right now." Xueqi shrugged. "I'll say it again seriously. I was beaten to death." Mu Zhu frowned and looked him up and down. "Are you serious? How could it be fake? Then this king has the protection of the soul-warming lotus. Although my physical body is destroyed, my divine sense will not die." Xueqi waved his hand and a scene appeared beside him. It was the scene in the void. Seeing the mangled flesh and broken limbs everywhere, the two little wood spirits paled. Only then did they realize that Xueqi was not joking. This guy in front of them had really been smashed to pieces. "Master, does it hurt?" Mu Lu's tears flowed down again. That tragic scene made her heart tremble, not to mention Xueqi who had been in it before. "What do you want us to do?" Mu Zhu's expression also became serious. Having one's physical body destroyed was not a small matter. If it were anyone else, they would have already died. Only Xueqi, with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, was in a relatively good situation. The flesh incarnation fruit. Xueqi looked straight into her eyes. "I need to find someone to help me refine the flesh incarnation pill." Mu Zhu said, "That thing takes 1,000 years to bloom, 1,000 years to bear fruit, and 1,000 years to mature. It hasn't been long since the last fruit was plucked. You have to wait at least 3,000 years. Chapter 38:16. Is there a way to shorten it to a long time? Xueqi frowned. Even though he had guessed that this would happen, he still felt a headache coming on when Mu Zhu said it. "I'll try." After Mu Lu said this, she turned around and flew into the depths of the medicine garden. From the looks of it, she didn't want to waste a single moment and would definitely try her best to shorten the growth period of the flesh incarnation fruit. Mu Zhu glanced back and smiled bitterly. "Even if we try our best, we can only shorten the time by half at most. Then that's 1,500 years. Xueqi couldn't help but grit his teeth. How long was that, the flowing time, great emperor? Even though waiting for 1,500 years wasn't much for his current cultivation, he had only lived for a little over 100 years, not even 200 years. In comparison, 1,500 years was quite terrifying. Who did you meet? A demon saint? Mu Zhu was quite curious about who had killed Xueqi. He's even stronger than a demon saint. Xueqi smiled bitterly. That was the great demon god, and the demon race in the entire demon territory was born because of him. With a single order, the demon saint would involuntarily obey, and some would even be devoured by him without any regard for their own safety. Mu Zhu exclaimed, "There's actually such a person in this world?" Xueqi then replied, "That's right. He's lived for who knows how many years. His situation is quite similar to mine. His physical body was destroyed, but his soul survived. However, that guy didn't have the soul-warming lotus, so how could a mere soul survive for tens of thousands of years? Could it be that his soul is so strong that it can't be destroyed? His tens of thousands of years." Mu Zhu was even more shocked. The soul was a very mysterious thing. Any sentient being would have a soul, but the soul was also very fragile. No matter how strong one was, without the protection of a physical body, once their soul was exposed, It wouldn't take long for their soul to dissipate. Even someone as strong as Tian Yen would first need to reconstruct his physical body if he wanted to leave the divine ascension mirror. Mu Zhu found it hard to imagine how a person without a body could survive for tens of thousands of years just by relying on his soul. Moreover, that person was even more powerful than the demon saint. What kind of existence was he? Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, he saw Yang Kai's eyes burst with light, a thoughtful look on his face, and his mouth seemed to be muttering something. Mu Zhu listened carefully and heard Yang Kai talking to himself. Immortal and indestructible, immortal and indestructible. The light in Yang Kai's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He suddenly laughed out loud. How could I have forgotten about it? What is Master referring to? Mu Zhu was puzzled. She didn't know what Yang Kai was thinking of that made him so happy. Yang Kai looked at Mu Zhu with shining eyes and said solemnly, Immortal and indestructible, immortal and indestructible. Didn't you think of something? Mu Zhu seemed to have grasped something, but before she could react, Yang Kai's soul avatar floated to the side and soon arrived in front of a small tree as tall as a person, staring at it with a burning gaze. Strangely, there wasn't a single leaf on this small tree. It was so bare that it seemed like it could die at any moment, but on the contrary, this small tree was full of vitality. It could be said that the vitality of all the plants in the entire medicine garden combined couldn't compare to even a tiny bit of this small tree's vitality. The immortal tree! Mu Zhu cried out, instantly understanding why Yang Kai was so excited just now. According to legend, as long as one refined the immortal tree, they could achieve an immortal and indestructible body. At that time, they would live as long as the heavens and earth and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. The wood spirit race was a race that had dealt with all kinds of spiritual flowers and plants since ancient times, so they were naturally no stranger to the legend of the immortal tree. However, it was only a legend after all, and no one knew whether it was true or not. It could even be said that before meeting Yang Kai, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu had even doubted whether there was such a thing as the immortal tree in this world. You want to refine it? Mu Zhu looked at Yang Kai. Of course, Yang Kai nodded. Besides this, is there any other way? The flesh incarnation fruit was a way out, but it would take at least 1,500 years. Yang Kai couldn't afford to wait that long. But didn't you try it before? Mu Zhu frowned. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I did try it before, but never in this state. Perhaps this time, there will be an unexpected surprise. Then you must be careful. Yang Kai didn't say anything more. Since he had found another way out, what was there to hesitate about? At worst, he would fail, but it was better than waiting around. His soul avatar turned into a pure mass of divine sense and slowly wrapped around the immortal tree. Soon, the entire immortal tree was wrapped in his soul. The immortal tree was obtained from a strange sealed world in the territory of the lower star field. Yang Kai still remembered that in that sealed world, there was a 7-colored divine bird peacock guarding it. The 7-colored divine bird's body emitted an invincible 7-colored divine light. At that time, Yang Kai only felt that the divine bird peacock was incomparably powerful, but now that he had ascended to the position of the great emperors, even with the eyes of the great emperors, he still felt that the divine bird peacock was invincible. That was definitely not a divine bird that should exist in the territory of the lower star field. But Yang Kai didn't know why it had appeared in that place. After obtaining the immortal tree, Yang Kai had tried many times to refine it, but to no avail. The leaves of the immortal tree had allowed him to save many lives, but the price he had to pay was that the entire immortal tree had become barren, without a single leaf. It was precisely because of his repeated attempts to refine the leaves that Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to the immortal tree, and even threw the legend to the back of his mind. If his body hadn't been destroyed this time and he had fallen into a desperate situation, he likely wouldn't have thought of this matter. The body was not only a protection for the soul, but also a kind of restraint. Immersing himself in it, Yang Kai discarded all distracting thoughts. Losing his body was a great loss, but it also allowed him to view problems from a new perspective. All things in the world were formless, like the moon in the well, like flowers in the water. The heavenly Tao was impermanent, the heavenly Tao was constant, neither created nor destroyed, neither pure nor impure. There was great terror between life and death, but only by placing oneself in a dead end could one be born. Immersing himself in it, Yang Kai gradually felt a sense of enlightenment. In the medicine garden, Mu Zhu watched in amazement. Under her gaze, Yang Kai's soul wrapped around the immortal tree, the power of his soul fusing into the small tree without any resistance, quickly disappearing without a trace. It looked as if the immortal tree had swallowed Yang Kai's soul. Mu Zhu turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Master, master." How could there be any response? In her perception, she couldn't even sense Yang Kai's aura. Mu Zhu really panicked this time. If Yang Kai's body was destroyed, there was at least some hope of rebuilding it, but if even his soul was gone, his soul would truly scatter. She never imagined that refining the immortal tree this time would turn out like this. If she had known earlier, she would have stopped Yang Kai no matter what. The shouts alarmed Mu Zhu in the depths of the medicine garden. Her small figure rushed over, and after asking about the situation, she was also stunned. After a long time, the two sisters looked at each other, hugged each other, and cried bitterly. Mu Lu said, "Master is gone, what should we do now?" Mu Zhu was also crying, and while crying, she comforted, "Don't panic, there should be an accident. It's impossible for him to disappear for no reason." Mu Lu said, "Then we have to find a way to save him quickly." "Yes, think of a way, think of a way." Mu Zhu nodded repeatedly. The two sisters looked at each other, their little heads spinning rapidly. After a long time, Mu Zhu said, "I can't think of a way." The two little ones hugged each other and cried bitterly again. Only when they were tired from crying did they gradually stop. Mu Zhu wiped her red and swollen eyes and said, "If only the patriarch was here, she should know what to do." Mu Lu said sadly, "But master is not here, and we can't leave here. How can we find the patriarch?" The small sealed world was a world of its own, and only Yang Kai and his embodiment could open this world. Although the two of them had stayed here for many years, they didn't have the ability to open it. Then we can only work hard and cultivate. Only when we are strong can we tear open this world and escape from here. When the time comes, we can go find the patriarch. Just as she was talking, Mu Lu suddenly reached out and pulled her. Mu Zhu looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" "Elder sister Mu Zhu, look." Mu Lu pointed in the direction of the immortal tree. Mu Zhu looked over and couldn't help but be surprised because the branches of the immortal tree were gently swaying as if someone was stretching. This scene made people click their tongue in wonder. Mu Zhu's eyes lit up, "Master is fine." There was no wind in the medicine garden at all, and the immortal tree had never moved for so many years. At this time, the branches were dancing. Obviously, it had something to do with Yang Kai's soul merging with it. And under the attention of the two little wood spirits, the bare branches danced more and more violently, as if they were throwing a tantrum, the air crackling. The next moment, a familiar voice sounded in the minds of the two. "Hey, how did I become a tree? What the hell is going on?" This voice was Yang Kai's. "Master?" Mu Zhu's eyes widened as she looked at the immortal tree in front of her in disbelief. "That's right, it's me." The immortal tree replied while its branches danced, its voice full of depression. There was no way it wouldn't be depressed. After Yang Kai's soul merged with the immortal tree, he suddenly felt a kind of restriction, which then led to this scene. Although he wanted to refine the immortal tree and obtain an immortal and indestructible body, he never thought that he would succeed in this way. After transforming into the immortal tree, he was indeed immortal and indestructible, but what could he do with this body? If he encountered danger, would he use the branches to whip people? Not to mention, this small tree didn't even have a single leaf. Yang Kai always felt like he was naked. The feeling of being naked was very uncomfortable. Looking at the funny scene in front of her, even though she knew that this was not the time to laugh, Mu Zhu still couldn't help but laugh. Mu Lu flew over and circled around the immortal tree. Master, are you okay? Do you really think I'm fine?" Yang Kai asked angrily. Chapter 38:17. Mu Lu's head shrank back upon hearing this. Although they were wood spirits and were innately close to plants and trees, if they really were to become a little flower or a little tree, they would still be unable to accept it, let alone a living person like Yang Kai. Mu Zhu comforted him. "Master, don't panic. Now that you have refined the immortal tree and used it as your body, as long as you cultivate diligently, you might be able to take human form in the future. Master should also know about the saying of plants becoming spirits. In this world, there are many flowers and plants that have been cultivated by the great emperor over the long flowing time period to take human form. Moreover, the immortal tree is a treasure of heaven and earth, so it might be a blessing in disguise. Perhaps when Master takes human form one day, Not only will you recover your strength, but you will also be able to advance. That's reasonable. Xueqi wanted to nod, but he could only move the branches of the immortal tree. But you should know that cultivating the plant Tao is much more difficult than cultivating the physical body. No matter how hard I try, if I want to take human form, it will take me at least 1,000 years. Mu Zhu was speechless. Just as she was about to speak again, Xueqi raised the branch and stopped her. There's no need to say any more comforting words. I'll first think of a way to come out. Saying this, the immortal tree fell silent again. The two wood spirits anxiously watched from the side. Not long after, the aura of Xueqi's divine sense came from the immortal tree. Immediately after, a visible divine sense flew out from the immortal tree and transformed back into Xueqi's appearance. However, at this moment, Xueqi still had some lingering fear on his face, as if he was thinking about something. This time, refining and getting rid of the immortal tree had been unexpectedly easy, as if he hadn't encountered any obstacles at all. Unlike before, when he had tried several times without success, he had even thought that the legend was fake. The biggest difference between now and before was that he didn't have a physical body. In other words, if he wanted to refine the immortal tree, he really needed to break it down and rebuild it. Only by completely breaking away from the shackles of a physical body could he truly refine the immortal tree. Before, he had his own body, so he didn't have the qualifications to refine it. With this thought, Xueqi bitterly smiled. Regardless of whether the legend was true or not, even if someone other than him obtained the immortal tree, who would give up their own body to refine it? It was a coincidence that his physical body had been smashed into smithereens, and he had no other choice but to give it a try. In the end, he succeeded easily. If that's the case. Xueqi frowned and fell into deep thought. His eyes gradually brightened. At a certain moment, he seemed to have made up his mind and said, I'm going out for a while. Saying so, Xueqi pushed his divine sense and plunged into the immortal tree before disappearing. A moment later, the immortal tree shook its branches and broke out of the medicine garden, its bare branches twisting as it shot out of the sealed world bead. Inside the void, where the soul-warming lotus was, a small tree the height of a person appeared out of thin air. This was the first time the two supreme treasures of heaven and earth had met in such a way. The soul-warming lotus had always been in Xueqi's knowledge sea, so he had never had such an opportunity before. Stretching out a branch and wrapping the soul-warming lotus, the seven-colored light enveloping the entire tree and protecting Xueqi's soul from being affected by the power of the void. The small tree exuded a surging vitality as it shuttled back and forth through the void. Wherever it passed, it seemed to be attracted by the vitality of the immortal tree. The white hair was the result of his battle with the Wind Monarch in the Flowing Time Temple, where he had been eroded by the principles of time and had lost a great deal of his lifespan. This was a fundamental damage that even Xueqi, who had become the great emperors, could not restore, but this time it had actually disappeared, which was a pleasant surprise. His white hair turning black meant that he had regained his lost lifespan. But on second thought, according to the legends, refining the immortal tree would allow one to obtain an immortal and indestructible body. So did lifespan mean anything to him? Whether he could become immortal or not, Xueqi was not sure, but refining the immortal tree this time had definitely greatly increased his lifespan. Otherwise, such a change would not have occurred. Opening his mouth, Xueqi smiled silently and said, Don't worry, I'm alive again. Inside the small sealed world, inside the medicine garden, the two little wood spirits were waiting nervously, and when these words came out, a scene of Xueqi standing in the void immediately appeared in front of them. The two little ones' eyes widened at once, and in the next moment, Mu Zhu raised her hand and covered Mu Lu's eyes, blushing as she said, Clothes, clothes. Xueqi patted his head and hurriedly cut off the connection with the small sealed world. He took out a set of clothes and put them on. After thinking for a while, he put on a snow-white windbreaker with a high collar that almost covered the back of his neck, and a huge kill character was embroidered on the back, giving off a murderous aura. This was something that Shanqing Luo and the others asked Hou Yu to refine when the GZ army was first established. The materials used were all extremely precious, so it could be considered a good artifact. It had a certain degree of defensive ability, and it could be used in conjunction with Xueqi's dragon transformation secret technique, allowing him to expand or shrink at will. The original intention was for Xueqi to resonate with the kill character banner when he commanded the GZ army to fight against the enemy, increasing his power and prestige. Xueqi thought that it was too flashy, so he never wore it. But now it came in handy. As a newcomer, he had to have a decent style. His divine sense surged and spread out, and soon, Xueqi felt an aura that was connected to his mind. Reaching out, he shouted, "Spear, come!" With a buzzing sound, a stream of light broke through the air and was caught by Xueqi. It was the black dragon spear that he had lost when his body exploded. With the spear in hand, Xueqi's aura suddenly became fierce. Looking forward, it was as if he could see through the barrier of space and into the war-torn world. "Let's fight the second match, Mo wins." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and disappeared. Star Boundary, inside the High Heaven Palace, Shanqing Luo looked at Su Yan with red and swollen eyes. "Big sister, are you sure our husband is not dead?" Su Yan's eyes were also red, and there were still traces of tears on her cheeks. Hearing this, she said firmly, "I'm sure." Xueqi said, "Big sister, don't lie to us, we. Su Yan wiped her face and said, "He is now one of the great emperors. If he had really fallen, there would have been a strange phenomenon. But from half a day ago until now, there hasn't been any strange phenomenon, so he is not dead. Have you all forgotten the situation when Xueqi was killed?" Hearing her say this, the women's spirits were roused. That was indeed the case. When Xueqi was killed, there was indeed a slight anomaly in heaven and earth. Everyone in the entire star realm, no matter how strong they were, knew in that instant that the great emperor had fallen. It seemed that Xueqi was really fine. Otherwise, it was impossible for this world to not have any reaction. But that was a crack in space. If it was blocked by the barrier of heaven and earth, Su Yan said, "Don't forget, there was still the great emperor's Mingyu." The girls were startled, and they all showed a look of realization. The great emperor's Mingyu had fallen in the demon territory. Even his fallen star boundary had a strange phenomenon. If something had really happened to Xueqi, there would have been some signs even in the crack in space. But until now, there was no strange phenomenon in the world. This undoubtedly meant that Xueqi was still alive, but for some reason, he had not returned. If the others had not returned, they might have been worried. But Xueqi was a void great emperor who had reached the peak of the great emperor realm through the use of space principles. No matter how dangerous that void crevice was, it was impossible for anything to happen to him. Xueqi's failure to return was probably because he was in the middle of healing. After all, he had brought his severed hand into the void crevice and had definitely been injured. But Su Yan looked at the battle in the distance with some worry. She secretly prayed that he would come back quickly. If he did not, the star boundary would not be able to hold on. Chapter 38:18. The world buzzed as one figure after another was sent flying. Blood splattered across the sky, and the aftermath of the fierce battle swept across the world. Even the false emperors could not easily approach. Li Wuyi had tried to lend a hand several times, but he was forced to retreat by the terrifying energy. Even he, the strongest person below the great emperors, could not participate in this battle, let alone the other false emperors. Moreover, there were still many half-saint experts eyeing the demon race covetously, so they needed to be on guard. The battle situation was not optimistic. Although the great demon god's right hand had been cut off, which had caused him great damage and was equivalent to pulling out one of his canine teeth, the great emperors had also paid a huge price for this. Everyone's aura was unstable at this moment, and Wukong was in the best situation. The heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique was worthy of being called the #1 evil cultivation technique since ancient times. It could devour the enemy's power and transform it for its own use. Its ability to continue fighting was obvious to all. During the battle of the great emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, if it were not for the battle technique of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Wukong would not have been able to contend against the combined forces of the other 9 great emperors. At that time, Wukong had killed 4 great emperors by himself. Although the current great demon god was powerful and had single-handedly beaten the experts of the star boundary into a sorry state, no one had died yet. Apart from the missing great emperors of the void, everyone else was still alive. From this point of view, Wukong at his peak was not necessarily inferior to the current great demon god. The great emperors had survived the battle of the Shattered Star Sea, but today's situation was difficult. After all, the great demon god's realm had surpassed that of the great emperors. This was a gap that could not be closed. Countless dragon scales fell off from the bodies of the 2 dragon elders. Huge wounds were left on their bodies, and blood was dripping down from their wounds. Thousands of kilograms of dragon blood smashed into the ground, creating huge, deep pits. The iron-blood Great Emperor behind Zhang Wuhen was dim and lifeless. His qi and blood were extremely weak. The ice feather sword was broken, and Flowery Shadow's chest was pierced through. Demonic qi was growing, and Wondrous Dan was gasping for breath, coughing up blood. Heaven's Revelations' hair was disheveled, and his eyes were red. Martial Beast's fists were shaking uncontrollably, and all 10 of his fingers were broken. Taiyu was still around. However, after disintegrating once, Taiyu was only half of his original size. Furthermore, his aura was much weaker than when he was at his peak. It seemed that his strength had been greatly reduced due to the previous disintegration. Zhang Ruoxi, a descendant of Tian Xing, was also covered in blood, but her eyes were blazing with anger, and her murderous intent almost burned through the world. What a tragic battle this was. The universe was wailing, and the world was trembling. The entire star boundary was showing faint signs of disintegration. Huge void cracks covered the entire world, and the world principles were in chaos. It seemed that the world could collapse at any moment. The great emperors couldn't hold on, so how could the world withstand it? The world had already been eroded by the demon intent and had lost all of its vitality. After the great battle, the world force was constantly being mobilized, and the energy of the world was almost exhausted. The great demon god seemed to be an arrow at the end of its flight. His huge body was covered with wounds of various sizes, and in the most serious places, large chunks of flesh were missing, revealing the white bones inside. Facing the fierce counterattack of the great emperors, no matter how strong the great demon god was, he had to pay a huge price. In the end, it's still this king. What's the point of your dying struggles? The great demon god sneered as he gasped for breath. No one responded, which made him look like a clown jumping up and down. The great demon god coldly snorted and raised his giant palm. Let's end this. Although you have done your best, the gap in strength is not something that can be made up for with effort. The giant palm slammed down, blocking the light in front of everyone. At this moment, the aura of death enveloped everyone, causing them to shiver all over. Zhang Wuhen suddenly raised his head and looked up at the void. The great demon god also hurriedly looked back. From the dark void, a cold light bloomed, and a spear shot out like a dragon. A terrifying aura descended from the sky, accompanied by a burst of hearty laughter. I'm back. The great demon god's eyes shrank as he cried out involuntarily. How could you not be dead? No one knew better than him how powerful the explosion of the broken palm was. It was impossible for a mere Yongkai to come out unscathed. Even if he was proficient in space principles, there was no way he could escape from the damage of the broken palm's explosion. The best result would have been for him to be crushed to pieces. But now, this young man who had jumped out from the void did not seem injured at all, and even his previous injuries had been completely healed. His aura was even stronger than before, and the power of this spear actually caused the great demon god to feel a sense of crisis. It was as if he did not block this attack, something extremely bad would happen. The wind howled and his white windbreaker flapped wildly. Yongkai was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, causing the eyes of all the great emperors to light up. The great demon god hurriedly withdrew his giant palm and grabbed at Yongkai. In the next moment, an angry roar came from the great demon god's mouth as his giant palm was pierced through by a violent strength. Yongkai was wrapped in a thick murderous intent, causing blood to spurt out from his body, but he was completely untainted as he leapt above the great demon god's head, gripped the end of his spear, and then smashed it down. With a loud bang, the fierce attack of an ant actually caused the several hundred zhong tall great demon god's body to bend, causing him to almost kneel on the ground. This spear strike caused the great demon god to be somewhat dazed, and his giant body swayed as if he was drunk. How could the great emperors miss such a good opportunity? A dragon roar sounded as the two great elders of the dragon race attacked together. Zhang Wuhen and the others rushed in from all directions, releasing the last of their strength. Hong hong hong. The great demon god's body swayed left and right from the impact. His old injuries had yet to heal, but new wounds were added to them. Blood splattered everywhere, and he unconsciously let out a miserable howl. In just a short 3 breaths, the great demon god had already recovered. His body shook, and a violent demonic qi swept out, blowing everyone away. They fell to the ground and couldn't get up anymore. Hua Ying and Bing Yu fainted, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Tai Yu's giant body once again disintegrated, and a small figure came out from it, plunging into the ground and disappearing. Li Wu Yi's figure flickered, and he quickly rushed to the place where the great emperors had fallen, saving them one by one. Only Yang Kai was left. He shook the black dragon spear, and spear shadows filled the sky, enveloping the great demon god. Blood splattered everywhere, and every spear strike caused holes to appear on the great demon god's body. "I want you dead," the great demon god roared, and he stretched out his hand to grab the small figure in front of him. "You want to talk me to death with your mouth?" Yang Kai sneered, and he didn't even try to dodge the giant hand that was coming at him. Instead he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" Amidst crackling sounds, dragon scales covered his entire body, and dragon horns grew on his forehead. His hands turned into dragon claws, and a dragon tail swayed behind him. A supreme dragon might spread out. After transforming into his half-dragon form, Yang Kai's aura soared, but he was stunned for a moment. Because he found that there was something wrong with his vision. Compared to the previous dragon transformation, his field of vision seemed to be much higher. With a thought, he understood what was going on. After using the dragon transformation secret technique, he had actually grown taller again. And this time, it was a sharp increase. His originally 1,000 zhang long body had now become 2,000 zhang long, more than twice his original height. Such a huge change made it difficult for him to adapt for a while. Refining the immortal tree actually gave him such a benefit? The foundation of the dragon transformation secret technique was to develop the dragon race's source strength in one's body. The more source strength one developed, the larger one's body would become after dragon transformation. Previously, comprehending the true meaning of martial Tao in the ancient battlefield had allowed the dragon race source strength to advance, and after several decades of bitter cultivation, he had grown to 1,000 zhang long body. But this time, after shattering his body, breaking his bones and re-establishing himself, and refining the immortal tree, he had also stimulated the dragon race source strength to a great extent. If not for this, how could he have a 2,000 zhang long half-dragon body? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yang Kai thrust his spear forward. With a whoosh, the blue dragon spear pierced through the great demon god's body and came out. At the same time, the great demon god's palm slammed into Yang Kai's head. An irresistible force passed through Yang Kai's body, causing him to feel as if his head was about to explode. He quickly reacted and confirmed that this wasn't just a feeling, but rather that half of his head had really been shattered. The great demon god grinned. "You overestimate yourself." If Yang Kai hadn't clashed head-on with him, he might have needed to expend a lot of effort to kill him in his current state, but in such a situation, even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, the gap between their realms was impossible to make up for. Although Yang Kai didn't know how Yang Kai had managed to avoid such a calamity before, now that half of his head had been shattered, it was impossible for him to recover. Luck. Yang Kai also grinned, his smile particularly gloomy with only half of his head remaining. Using the world's will to control the blue dragon spear, Yang Kai gripped the shaft of the spear with both hands and fiercely thrust it forward, nailing the great demon god to the ground. Yang Kai raised his head and glared fiercely. "Let's see where you can run now." Using the world's will to bind the blue dragon spear, the great demon god wouldn't be able to escape unless he destroyed the entire star boundary. "You!" The great demon god's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. With all his experience, even after roaming the world for so many years, he had never seen anyone who could still be alive after half of their head was shattered. Immediately, his expression changed greatly. This vitality. From the wound on Yang Kai's head, he actually felt an unimaginable vitality, one that even he couldn't help but stir. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai's wound squirmed and quickly recovered. The great demon god's eyes widened even further. Many of the great emperors who were watching this scene were also shocked. Flesh and bone, the living dead. Su Yan's face went pale, her beautiful eyes filled with lingering fear. The immortal tree. Only the heavens knew how desperate she felt when she saw Yang Kai's head being shattered, but now that she understood that Yang Kai had refined the immortal tree, she finally felt a great weight fall from her heart. The immortal tree. You actually refined the immortal tree. The great demon god also finally reacted. Everything he had just witnessed indicated that this guy who had ruined his plans had refined the legendary supreme treasure of heaven and earth, causing him to feel extremely jealous. Chapter 38:19. If he had possessed the immortal tree in the past, he would have been revived long ago. There would have been no need for tens of thousands of years of painstaking planning or for today's difficult battle. How could you have the immortal tree? The great demon god was about to go crazy from jealousy. His only response was Xueqi's fierce fist, which smashed into his temple, causing his vision to darken and his mind to buzz. Instinctively, great demon god reached out and grabbed Xueqi's arm, tearing off a large chunk of his flesh. However, Xueqi didn't care and simply sent out a barrage of punches towards great demon god, causing a series of explosions to ring out. The great demon god also ignored this and stuffed the torn piece of flesh into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. Since Xueqi had refined the immortal tree, it could be said that his entire being was the immortal tree, his flesh and blood filled with the immortal tree's essence. Surging vitality erupted from his abdomen, causing his tragic injuries to be somewhat suppressed. At the final juncture of the final battle, no one had expected the situation to turn out like this. The great demon god's massive body had been nailed to the ground by Xueqi's black dragon spear, unable to move at all. Xueqi's 2,500-meter-long dragon body was madly attacking while the great demon god waved his hands, constantly tearing off flesh from Xueqi's body and swallowing it whole. As the punches rained down, a series of muffled booms resounded throughout the world. The great demon god's head was almost deformed as countless wounds appeared on it. Xueqi was also not faring any better, his body losing a great deal of flesh and blood, revealing his golden dragon bones. Under the effects of the immortal tree's essence, both of their injuries were quickly repaired, and for a time, they were evenly matched, neither able to do anything to the other. Now, it was time to see who could persevere longer. A figure swayed as he flew over from a short distance away. It was Xueqi, who was chuckling lowly with a crazed look on his face. He only stopped when he was right above the great demon god's head. Then, he quickly formed a series of hand seals and slammed his palm down while shouting, "Heaven-devouring! Battle law!" As this palm descended, although it did not seem to contain much power, it could be seen with the naked eye as a pure energy was extracted from the great demon god's body and fused into Xueqi's. Xueqi's face filled with ecstasy, as if he had just eaten the most delicious food in the world, his laughter becoming even crazier. "Bastard!" The great demon god glared at the ant above his head. Xueqi stared back at him, his eyes filled with ridicule as he taunted, "If you have the ability, then glare at this king to death." If it were any other time, the great demon god would not have placed Xueqi in his eyes. Before, when he had fought against the great emperors of the star boundary by himself, Xueqi had also used this heaven-devouring great emperor battle technique to devour his strength many times, but to no avail. However, at this moment, the great demon god was like a wooden crossbow, his body impaled by the blue dragon spear. Xueqi's attacks rained down like a storm, and when Xueqi tried to devour him again, the great demon god was unable to resist. His strength was rapidly draining away, disappearing into thin air, and even the essence of the immortal tree was unable to replenish it. Panic rose in his heart as the great demon god's complexion changed greatly. He raised his hand in an attempt to grab Xueqi, but was caught off guard by a dragon tail that suddenly swept over and restrained one of his arms with a tremendous force. He struggled a few times but was unable to move at all. The great demon god roared as he used his other hand to slap Xueqi's chest. Halfway there, he used his palm as a knife and stabbed it into Xueqi's chest, grabbing hold of his beating heart. However, before the great demon god could exert any strength, Xueqi grinned and grabbed the great demon god's giant hand, gripping it tightly as he spat out a single word, "Explode." Space principles fluctuated wildly as the space force around the great demon god's arm exploded. Blood splashed everywhere as the great demon god's arm was directly severed, causing a miserable howl to ring out. Xueqi casually tossed the giant arm behind his back before unleashing a barrage of attacks on the great demon god once more. Demonic chi began to grow around the great demon god's severed arm as his flesh and blood began to wriggle, as if a new arm would soon grow back, but under the influence of Xueqi's heaven-devouring great emperor battle technique, the blood and pure energy that flowed out from the severed arm were constantly being devoured, causing the wound to show no signs of healing, let alone regrowing it. With a series of rumbling sounds, the great demon god's monstrous aura continued to fall, and so did Xueqi's. Even though he had completely recovered after refining the immortal tree and had fought a second battle, he was still unable to withstand such a direct confrontation. Scram! Like a dying flash of light, the originally weakened great demon god suddenly launched an attack, opening his mouth and roaring as a violent force poured out, transforming into a deadly attack that slammed into Yang Kai's body. The 2,500-meter-long body of the great demon god didn't pause in the slightest as he was sent flying. Mid-air, the sound of bones cracking could be heard as a series of wounds burst open on his chest, causing golden blood to spray out. Falling heavily to the ground, Yang Kai quickly got up, but before he could fully stand up, he staggered and fell to his knees, gasping for breath. His vision was blurred by blood and the entire world was covered in a golden hue. It's time. Wu Kuang, who had been hovering above the great demon god's head and constantly devouring his strength, suddenly whispered. Immediately after, he shook his arms and shouted, "Junior, if the situation doesn't seem right, don't hesitate to tear him into 1,000 pieces. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble." As soon as these words fell, Wukong's figure fell from the sky and thrust his palm into one of the wounds on the great demon god's forehead. Immediately after, Wukong's body trembled and his eyes dimmed for a moment before quickly brightening. Wukong hurriedly withdrew his hand, retreated from the great demon god's body, and flew to Yang Kai's side, staring forward with a dignified expression. This action didn't cause any damage at all, but after Wukong's attack, the great demon god, who had been nailed to the ground and was facing the sky, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes bulging as he shouted angrily, "Ignorant scoundrel, how dare you! Scram for this king!" As soon as these words fell, his weak aura suddenly fluctuated, and demonic chi also fluctuated inside his huge body, as if he was going through a difficult struggle. Yang Kai gasped for breath as he observed. At first, he didn't understand what was going on, but soon he thought of something and turned his head to the side, frowning as he asked, "Master Hongchen?" Duan Hongchen gently nodded and said solemnly, "Get ready, if the situation is not right, immediately join forces with this old master to kill him." Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. Wukong is trying to possess this body? Since the most recent opening of the Shattered Star Sea, Duan Hongchen and Wukong's souls had become one. Under normal circumstances, it was Wukong who took the lead, so now that the one standing in front of him was Duan Hongchen, it wasn't difficult to guess where Wukong had gone. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling horrified by Wukong's audacity. This was the great demon god. How could he think of possessing his body? However, on second thought, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The great emperors of Hongchen and the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor couldn't always be like this. Now that there was such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity before him, if he were Wukong, he would never miss it. Even if he had to take a huge risk, compared with the gains after success, it was undoubtedly worth it. Duan Hongchen slowly shook his head. "It's not possession, it's devouring." Yang Kai understood. Possession was different from devouring. The latter was Wukong's specialty. At this moment, the great demon god was almost exhausted from fighting, and Wukong had the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle style, so he really had a chance to succeed. "What are the odds?" Yang Kai asked. "Less than 30%. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. Wukong actually dared to take a risk with less than 30% chance? He really didn't take his life seriously. Duan Hongchen had shared a body with him for many years, so no one understood the characteristics of Wukong's heaven-devouring great emperor's battle style better than him. If he said it was less than 30%, then it was absolutely true. "Do we need to guard against Wukong?" Yang Kai asked again. If Wukong failed, needless to say, he would simply have to fight the great demon god a third time and sacrifice his life to kill him. But if Wukong succeeded, how to deal with him would be a problem. Previously, with Duan Hongchen restraining him, Wukong had no way to act recklessly and stir up trouble. But now that he had broken free from Duan Hongchen's body and obtained the great demon god's new body, if he really wanted to do evil, the great demon god's battle style would be even more dangerous. Star Boundary could no longer withstand any more torment. Yang Kai, as one of the great emperors of the void, had the world's will supporting him, so he could feel it more clearly than the average person. This battle would cause endless trouble for the entire Star Boundary. No need. Duan Hongchen slowly shook his head. If he succeeds, there will be nothing left for him to care about here. His pursuit of the martial Tao has always been firm. It was fine if he didn't know this before, but now that he knows that there is always someone better than him, do you think he will still stay here? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's true, then let's hope he succeeds. Although Yang Kai did not fear a third battle with the great demon god and had refined the immortal tree, his restorative abilities were simply terrifying. Most of the wounds he had suffered just now had already been healed, so it wouldn't be long before he fully recovered. Even if the great demon god had swallowed a lot of his flesh and blood, how much could he recover? The second battle had resulted in both sides suffering heavy losses, so if a third battle were to take place, Xueqi was confident that he could kill the great demon god here on his own. Calming his heart, Xueqi began restoring his strength as much as possible while simultaneously paying attention to the great demon god's movements. After Wukong's soul broke in, the great demon god had constantly struggled and roared, but the blue dragon spear had pierced through his body, so even if he wanted to escape, he was powerless. Inside his huge body, Xueqi could clearly feel two different auras colliding, entangling and fusing with each other, making it impossible to distinguish which was which. Inside his body, an earth-shattering strength swept out in all directions as a shockwave spread out from the great demon god. A number of figures flew up into the sky and surrounded the great demon god. These were the great emperors who had been exhausted from the previous battle. While Xueqi was fighting the great demon god alone, all of them had been doing their best to restore their strength, and now they finally had some ability to move. Even the previously unconscious Hua Ying and Bing Yu had woken up. Xueqi raised his head and swept his eyes over these familiar faces, a knowing smile appearing on his face as he withdrew his dragon transformation and flew up together with Duan Hongchen. 9 figures, 9 great emperors, all of their auras linked together, the strength of the entire world of heaven and earth circulating between them as they quietly looked down. Accumulating strength, ready to act. Chapter 38:20. The passage of time had never been so long, and every moment of waiting was a torment to them. 9 figures stood in the void and quietly watched as the 2 Qis inside the great demon god's body, which was still pinned down by the blue dragon spear, continued to fiercely clash. Gradually, the confrontation weakened and then calmed down. After an unknown period of time, the great demon god closed his eyes and lay there quietly, as if he had really died. However, under the supervision of Xueqi and the others' divine senses, they could still feel a faint vitality from the great demon god's body. The great demon god was not dead, but he had truly reached the end of his life. The current great demon god no longer had the high spirits he had when he had just been resurrected. Instead, his appearance was incomparably miserable. At a certain moment, the great demon god suddenly opened his eyes, and although his appearance was miserable, his eyes were still shining brightly. The corners of his mouth curled up as he let out a low chuckle. At first, the sound was not too loud, but it gradually grew louder and louder until it became a hearty laughter, as if he had encountered something that made him extremely happy and could not stop. The great emperors watched on coldly. Xueqi turned his head and glanced at Duan Hongchen, but the latter's expression was as calm as an ancient well, obviously unable to determine who was controlling the great demon god's body at this moment. "Emo Shang!" Xueqi coldly shouted. The great demon god stopped laughing and looked up. "What do you think?" Then with a hiss, he angrily shouted, "Junior, hurry up and pull out this damn spear for this king." Xueqi turned his head again to look at Duan Hongchen. He really had no way of determining whether Wukong's devouring had succeeded or not. The only one who could make an accurate judgment now was Duan Hongchen, who had lived with Wukong for many years. Everyone else also looked at Duan Hongchen. Duan Hongchen shook his head and said, "I can't tell." Xueqi grinned, "Then that's easy. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let him go." In any case, the Wukong wasn't a good person. Back then, when they were roaming the astral territory, they had tormented countless lower planes territory. They were simply taking revenge for the creatures that had died in those lower planes territory. The great demonic god was enraged. "Old ghost red dust, you have to be responsible for what you say. Do you believe that I won't reveal your secret?" He turned to look at the great emperors of Flowery Shadow. "Hua Linglong, do you still remember that one year when you were at the Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory?" "Shut up." Duan Hongchen's countenance changed. He raised his hand to stop her. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, some cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. The great emperors of Flower Shadow frowned. Her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion. "What do you mean?" Great demon god raised his brow and smiled at Duan Hongchen. Duan Hongchen glared fiercely at him. Then he swept his gaze over the others and said with certainty, "He is Wukong." "What about Emo Sheng?" Xueqi asked. Wukong grinned fiercely. "This king is still alive. What do you think his fate will be? Yong Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He hadn't expected that Wukong would really succeed in this matter. In this defeat, not only had his resurrected body been taken away, even his soul had been devoured. No matter how powerful Mo Shang was, he wouldn't be able to stir up trouble again. Relieved, an indescribable exhaustion swept through his body and mind. Yong Kai let out a long sigh as his body fell straight down. Not only him, but the great emperors floating in the sky, the two elders of the dragon race, and the heaven's punishment descendant Zhang Ruoxi, all of them fell to the ground like dumplings. This earth-shattering battle didn't last too long. It had only been a few days since Great Demon God appeared. The great emperors had dominated the star boundary for many years and had fought countless life and death battles. Let alone a battle of a few days. There had even been battles that lasted for months or even years. But there had never been a battle that was as difficult as this one, that made them feel so tired. The moment they confirmed that Mo Shang was dead and their side had won, the taut strings in their hearts loosened and the great emperors even lost their composure. But for better or for worse, with their cultivation, they didn't really fall flat on their faces. They all staggered as they fell, their footsteps weak. Yong Kai's situation was the best. He had refined the immortal tree and possessed the dragon race's source, so his restorative ability was far superior to the others. At the very least, he still had some strength left. With a sweep of his divine sense, everything in the world was imprinted in his mind. Feeling the pairs of eyes looking in his direction and the apprehension in the hearts of the people in the star boundary, Yong Kai exhaled and said, "Mo Shang is dead, we won." His voice wasn't loud, but with the support of world energy, it spread to every corner of the star boundary and reached the ears of everyone who was still alive. After a brief moment of silence, earth-shattering cheers rang out. The inside and outside of the High Heaven Palace were boiling with joy, as if the clouds had cleared and the moon could be seen again. Yong Kai grinned and directly lay down on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, looking up at the sky. The sky was still hazy and the demonic chi was tumbling, but Yong Kai mustered up all his strength and exhaled, instantly opening a huge hole in the demonic chi that covered the world. Dazzling sunlight shone down, dispelling the darkness and making everyone feel warm. Figures rushed out from the High Heaven Palace, one after another. Their delicate bodies rushed into Yong Kai's arms as sobbing sounds rang out incessantly. The little senior sister cried the most fiercely, her eyes swollen like peaches. Xueqi was also weeping like a pear blossom in the rain. Although Shan Qing Luo was restraining herself, she still couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Zhu Qing and Su Yan were better off, but their beautiful eyes were filled with lingering fear. When Yong Kai rushed into the void with the broken palm wrapped around him, the void exploded, and so did their hearts. At that moment, Su Yan and the others felt as if the sky had collapsed. Fortunately, half a day later, Yong Kai came back again, full of energy. Even thinking about it now, the feeling was like a nightmare to them. Yong Kai hugged them left and right, comforting them for a while, but it didn't have much effect. In the end, it was Su Yan who reprimanded them with a straight face, making them stop crying. "Hey, Junior, if you're done, can you come and see this king? This king is still nailed here. If you don't come, this king will die." A dissatisfied voice came from nearby. Yong Kai didn't even look at this voice. "What's the hurry? I won't die anytime soon. Just let me catch my breath." He was exhausted. He was really exhausted. Even though he had refined the immortal tree and was rapidly repairing his injuries, at this moment, his body was in perfect condition, but the consumption of his strength could not be replenished. This time, if he didn't rest for 10 days or half a month, he would not have the strength to fight again. However, although Mo Shang was dead, the star boundary had become a huge mess now, so he still needed to clean it up. Things were far from over. After cuddling for a while, Yong Kai asked Su Yan to take the women away. Then, he stood up and walked towards Great Demon God's huge body step by step. When he got close, he flew into the air and hugged the blue dragon spear's tail. With a thought, the blue dragon spear quickly shrank to a length of 10 meters and was pulled out by Yong Kai. Wukong grunted as blood spurted from his chest and abdomen, but after getting rid of the blue dragon spear, he was finally able to sit up. Looking down, he also gasped. "How is it?" Yong Kai squinted at him. Wukong grumpily said, "I won't dive." "I'm asking you how your new body is," Yong Kai snorted. Wukong silently sensed his new body and grinned. "Excellent. It's thousands of times better than old ghost Hong Chen's rotten body. It's a good deal for you. With this body, as long as he could recover, Wukong could immediately become a heaven-opening realm master. Since he had swallowed Mo Shang's soul, he could naturally inherit Mo Shang's body. Although this would definitely have some hidden dangers, and it would not be as good as cultivating step by step, for the current Wukong, the advantages still outweigh the disadvantages. Otherwise, he would have to fuse with Duan Hong Chen's soul, which was something neither he nor Duan Hong Chen could tolerate. Over the years, he had not tried to seize another person's body. Firstly, he could not find a suitable one. After all, he was one of the great emperors, so how could he be interested in an ordinary person's body? Secondly, Duan Hong Chen did not dare let him go easily. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Duan Hong Chen could not stop him. As the two of them were talking, an unusual aura suddenly emerged from the ground in the distance. This aura was so strong that only the great emperors and demon saint could compare to it, and from the characteristics of this aura, it was obvious that it belonged to a demon saint. All the great emperors were shocked. At this time, none of them had the strength to act. If a demon saint really attacked, none of them would be able to resist. Yang Kai looked up and immediately saw a streak of light flying over, and he could not help but laugh. This woman had woken up at the perfect time, perfectly avoiding a fatal disaster. Under everyone's gazes, the streak of light stopped in mid-air, revealing Bai Li Mo's figure. Her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd below, taking in the situation of all the masters, and her gaze quickly settled on Yang Kai and Wukong, a look of surprise in her eyes. What was going on? She actually saw Yang Kai and the great demon god chatting and laughing together, and they were less than 300 meters apart. Yang Kai held the black dragon spear without any hostility, and the great demon god sat on the ground without any killing intent. The demon saint was nowhere to be seen, and the great emperors of the star boundary were all exhausted, their auras weak. What had happened while she was unconscious? Could it be that the star boundary and the demon territory had made peace? But how was that possible? Bai Moli felt dizzy, as if she was dreaming. You're in luck. Yang Kai nodded slightly at her, causing Bai Li Mo to be even more confused. Her memories were still stuck at the moment when she was knocked out by Yang Kai. Although she was under the great demon god's control at that time, her mind was still clear. She, Yu Rumeng, and Chong Tian had walked out of that mysterious space, and before they could do anything, the soul brand that Yang Kai had planted in her knowledge had taken effect, and she had instantly fallen unconscious. Even now, her head felt as if it had split open. Bai Li Mo guessed that her soul had suffered some damage. At that time, Yang Kai had been so anxious that he had no time to control the strength of the soul brand. He had only wanted to make Bai Li Mo fall unconscious. After that, the great demon god was outnumbered and had no choice but to merge with many demon saint. Bai Li Mo's unconscious body did not accept the conscription, and she had safely survived. Otherwise, she would have been like Xueqi and the others, turned into a powerful asset for the great demon god. If that had been the case, there would be no Bai Li Mo. Chapter 38-21. Seeing the doubt in her eyes, Yang Kai said, Mo Shang is dead. Bai Li Mo blinked, almost thinking she had heard wrong, turning her head to look at the giant body. The great demon god was clearly in front of her. So why did Yang Kai say he was dead? But soon, Bai Li Mo's expression changed as she stared at Wukong and said, You are not the great demon god master. Although the giant body in front of her was still the great demon god's, the aura it exuded was completely different from before. A chuckle rang out. This king is Wukong. Bai Li Mo's beautiful eyes shrank to the size of a needle tip as she asked in horror, You possessed him? She was not an idiot. On the contrary, as a demon saint, how much experience did she have? So as soon as she realized that Wukong's soul was inside the great demon god's body, she immediately thought of the key point. More or less, Wukong responded indifferently, too lazy to explain anything. Bai Li Mo sucked in a breath of cold air as she looked at Wukong, then at Yang Kai, then at the great emperors around her, and couldn't help but fall into a daze. The great demon god was actually dead, and not only was he dead, but he was also possessed by Wukong. Even if she didn't dare believe it, the facts were right in front of her eyes, and she had no choice but to believe it. She hadn't participated in the previous battle, but judging from the aftermath of the battle and the situation of the great emperors in Star Boundary, It was definitely an extremely tragic battle. The final result was actually like this. Demon territory was won, star boundary won, but it was also a Pyrrhic victory. Heaven and earth were almost shattered, and Yuan Qi was greatly injured. As a demon saint, Bailey Mo didn't feel much sadness. After all, she had relied on star boundary because of the soul brand, drawing a clear line between herself and the other demon saints. Moreover, the feeling of being controlled by the great demon god was terrible. She was actually a little happy that the great demon god had been killed. Although Yang Kai's soul brand could control her, it wouldn't be as thorough as the great demon god's. So that's how it is. Bailey Mo gently nodded. What about the others? Looking around, she was the only one left among the great emperors and demon saint level powerhouses. She couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Long day is like a dream. The other demon saint have all fallen. Bailey Mo nodded slightly. This kind of ending was acceptable. She smiled and said, "Congratulations." Yang Kai sneered. This battle was so tragic. What was there to congratulate? He waved his hand and said, "There are still many people at the demon race. You go and take care of them." Bailey Mo nodded and flew out. In this final battle, the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint was tragic, but how could the other battles not be the same? Especially the half-saint fake emperors. There were many casualties. After the appearance of the great demon god, the half-saint who originally sought refuge with the star boundary changed sides. Now that the great demon god was dead, they were free from his control. As for the remaining demon race members, seeing that the situation was hopeless, they had long given up resistance. At this moment, they gathered together. Their eyes were full of confusion about the future. It was best to leave it to Bailey Mo to deal with. The star boundary also suffered huge losses. Almost all the spirit peaks of the High Heaven Palace were razed, and the originally beautiful Spirit Land was a mess. Counting the casualties and treating the wounded, the star boundary was bustling with activity after the battle. One day later, Yang Kai was the first to recover. He released Chang Tian and Yu Ru Meng from the small sealed world. Yu Ru Meng was fine, but Chang Tian and Bailey Mo were the same. The survivors of the star boundary were now stationed outside the High Heaven Palace. Some were recuperating, and some were looking forward to the future. The only thing that made it difficult for him was how to deal with the demon race that was still alive. The demon race, such as the half-saint Bai Zhua and Bai Ye who were under the control of the great demon god, could not be blamed for their betrayal. However, the army of the demon race had killed many people of the star boundary. Now that the demon race had lost its momentum, it was really difficult to decide whether to kill the surviving members of the demon race or not. If they were to be killed, they would have absolutely no power to resist. Now that most of the demon saint were dead, and the remaining 3 had already defected to the star boundary, they would not stop the great emperors if they really wanted to kill them. The key was that there were a lot of them, more than 10 million of them. If they were to be killed, who would bear the responsibility? If they did not kill them, how would they explain it to the people of the star boundary who had died? Li Wuyi could not make the decision, so he could only come and ask the great emperors. In the main hall, the great emperor's divine senses surged as they silently communicated with each other. After a while, Zhan Wuhen said, "When 2 armies fight, each side has its own master, so casualties are inevitable. Now that the overall situation has been decided, let them live. However, the star boundary will not take them in. The Void Master will deal with this matter." "Yes." Li Wuyi bowed, understanding in his heart. Previously, Yang Kai had used the sealed world bead to devour the entire demon territory, and in the territory of the sealed world bead, many members of the demon race had been kept. Now, letting Yang Kai take the 10 million captives into the sealed world bead was understandable. It could be considered a way out. Li Wuyi withdrew and conveyed the decision here to Yu Ru Meng and the others, and began to arrange a way out for the demon race. In the main hall, Zhan Wuhen continued, "Yang Kai, I will have to trouble you with the demon race." Yang Kai nodded, "Iron Blood Master. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter." Zhan Wuhen said, "The demon race is a small matter. Now, what we need to deal with is the mess of the star boundary. I believe I don't need to say it, as all of you have felt it during this time. The star boundary will not exist for long. Sooner or later, it will collapse and be destroyed. We need to find a way out for the humans of the star boundary first. Mo Huang said, since young boy can refine the second demon territory, why can't he refine the second star boundary? The situation of the demon territory was a lesson for the current star boundary. Yang Kai used the sealed world bead to devour the continents of the demon territory. Now, the third territory of the sealed world bead could be said to be the second demon territory. If he imitated the previous method and used the sealed world bead to devour the entire star boundary, he could naturally create a second star boundary. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. It's possible, but unless there is no other choice, it's better not to do so. Why? Mo Huang was puzzled. Although the second demon territory has been formed, it is trapped in the small sealed world. I haven't thought of a good way to separate it. If we devour the star boundary, I'm afraid it will cause unexpected consequences. Moreover, the feeling that the second demon area gives me is somewhat different from the original demon area. Heaven and earth have just been born, and the Dharma is not perfect. It may take a very long time to restore itself to its original state. That is a very long time. Zhang Wuhen heard this and said, let's leave this method as a last resort. If we really can't find a way out, this is the only way. Master, forgive me for saying too much, but the star boundary should still be salvageable, Zhang Ruoshi suddenly said. Everyone turned their heads to look at her, and their expressions all brightened. Zhang Wuhen asked, young lady, do you have a way to save it? Although Zhang Ruoshi was not one of the great emperors, she had the strength of great emperors. What's more, she had inherited Tian Xing's memories and inheritance, so she had knowledge and vision beyond the universe. Since she said so at this moment, it was certainly not without reason. I can't guarantee it, but there is indeed a way in my memories. There's no harm in saying it. The current situation of the star boundary is not bad. If there is really a way to save the star boundary, then young lady will be this world's benefactor. Zhang Ruoshi smiled and said, Master, you are too serious. I was born and raised in this world, so it is my duty to contribute to the star boundary. After a pause, she continued, the current situation of the star boundary is caused by the aftermath of the previous battle, and the loss of spirit auspiciousness. In fact, the main reason is the latter. When a world principle loses its spirit auspiciousness, it will lose its vitality, and the world principles will be broken, so it will lose its ability to repair itself. On the other hand, if the world principle can be restored to its vitality and spirit auspiciousness reappears, it will be able to repair itself. No matter how broken the world principle is, it will be restored to its original state. Chapter 38-22. So the key is how to restore the vitality of this world? The flowery great emperor's eyes lit up. Zhang Ruoshi nodded exactly. After a short pause, she continued, I don't know if Master has ever thought about this. Mo Shang once devoured the auspicious spirit of the demon territory. At that time, the demon territory was powerless to resist. In other words, he succeeded at that time. The situation in the demon territory should have been more serious than the star boundary today, but why did the demon territory still exist in the end? Yang Kai crossed his arms and smiled. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Zhang Ruoshi stuck out her tongue. It's because of living beings. Living beings? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The auspicious spirit of the demon territory was once devoured, but the living beings in the demon territory did not go extinct. As long as living beings exist, the vitality of the demon territory is still there, and the lost auspicious spirit can slowly be restored. The only thing I don't understand is, since the demon territory still has auspicious spirit, why did Mo Shang come to the star boundary? Yang Kai explained, you haven't been to the demon territory, so you don't understand the situation in the demon territory. The demon territory has already fallen apart because of the battle between Mo Shang and the Flowing Time Great Emperor Great Emperors. The entire universe world has turned into many continents, and some of them have even lost their vitality and were devoured by the void. So that's how it is. Zhang Ruoshi understood. Then it's not difficult to explain why he went so far away. Zhang Wuhen forgot about Zhang Ruoshi. According to what you said, as long as there are enough living beings in the star boundary, then this world will have a chance to recover? That should be right. Zhang Ruoshi nodded. Zhang Wuhen turned to Yang Kai. Yang Kai, I remember that your sealed world bead once contained many people from the star boundary, right? Yang Kai said, "I'll do it right away." During the War of the Two Realms, he had indeed taken in many homeless people from the star boundary. Now, the first frontier territory of the small sealed world was already overcrowded with people. Not only him, but the one realm bead of the various commanders had also taken in many people. These people weren't very strong and couldn't be of much use in the War of the Two Realms. They couldn't be left alone to be tormented by the demon race, so they had managed to survive until now after being absorbed into the sealed world bead or the one realm bead. He didn't expect that he would have to rely on their strength to rebuild the astral boundary. "I'm going to talk to Wukong. If you want people, you can have as many as you want in Wukong," Duan Hongchen said as he stood up and strode out. Wukong had used the ancestral territory as its core to refine and integrate all the territory of the lower plane stars. In those lower plane stars' territory, there were countless creatures. Now that the star boundary was empty, it was a good opportunity for him to get some people to replenish it. Presumably, he wouldn't refuse. Zhang Ruoxi said, "But even if this is a solution, it won't be effective in a short time. It may take a long time. Master, please be mentally prepared." Zhan Wuhen said, "It doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as there is still hope." Yang Kai got up and said, "I'm also going to settle the people in the sealed world bead. There's still the demon race to deal with, so I'll take my leave first." "Go." Zhan Wuhen waved his hand. Yang Kai got up, and with a thought, disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in a simple palace. This palace was 1,000 miles away from the High Heaven Palace. Beside him was Yu Ru Meng. Not far away, Chong Tian and Bai Liemo were also looking over. "Husband!" Yu Ru Meng shouted. "What did the great emperors say?" Yang Kai patted her head and smiled. "I'll deal with the demon race." Yu Ru Meng immediately breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. She was also a member of the demon race. Although many of her clansmen who were still alive were enemies of the star boundary, they were basically just following orders and couldn't make their own decisions. Now that the star boundary had won and the demon territory had suffered a crushing defeat, it was understandable if the star boundary wanted to kill them all. But if that was really the case, as a demon saint, she couldn't help but feel sad. Since it was handed over to Yang Kai to deal with, it meant that the result wouldn't be too pessimistic. Sure enough, under the gaze of Bai Liemo and Chong Tian, Yang Kai said, "All members of the demon race will be taken into the small sealed world by me. They will not be allowed to take half a step into the star boundary." Chong Tian nodded. That would be for the best. Bai Liemo also breathed a sigh of relief. Accompanied by the three demon saint, Yang Kai took the surviving members of the demon race into the small sealed world and settled them in the third territory. An army of 10 million was thrown into the vast the third territory, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea, without the slightest ripple. Half a day had passed since he finished this. Afterwards, Yang Kai continued to rush to various parts of the star boundary, choosing places that were not too affected by the War of the Two Realms and releasing the natives of the star boundary. He had taken into the small sealed world in batches, not hesitating to use his own strength to create a suitable environment for these humans to live and reproduce in. After more than 10 days of this, Yang Kai's footsteps traveled to all parts of the star boundary's territory. The sparks of fire had already been scattered. It was just unknown when it would become a prairie fire. However, this trip made Yang Kai more and more aware of the dilapidated state of the star boundary. When the War of the Two Realms had just begun, the reason why the great emperors and the demon saint had agreed not to take action was because they were afraid that if they fought too fiercely, it would cause irreparable damage to the star boundary. However, as the War of the Two Realms progressed and the great demon god returned, everything went out of control. More than half of the world's spirit was swallowed up, its world principles were broken, the heavens and earth were falling apart, and the end of the world was everywhere. The beautiful mountains and rivers of the past had all changed. The impact of the final battle with the great demon god could not be remedied without at least 10,000 years. Hopefully, Zhang Ruoxi's method would work. Although 10,000 years was a long time, it was still enough for a universe world. More than 10 days later, Yang Kai returned to the High Heaven Palace. As soon as he returned, he saw Wukong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, smiling and waving at him. Wukong was still a few thousand meters tall. He had just swallowed the great demon god's soul, so he probably had not fully digested what he had gained, so he could not shrink his body for the time being. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but still flew over and hovered in front of him. "What's the matter?" "This king is leaving." Wukong grinned. "Leaving?" Yongkai frowned. "Where are you going?" After asking, he reacted and asked in surprise. "Outside the universe?" Wukong nodded. "Do you want to know why this king continued to devour strength even though he was already the strongest master in the star boundary?" Without waiting for Yongkai to answer, he continued, "Because the title of Great Emperors was undeserved. Because this king felt that there was a higher martial Tao. Because this king wanted to become stronger." The flowing time Great Emperor was not the only one who comprehended the mysteries of the universe. Yongkai gently nodded. Before he became a great emperor, he thought that the great emperors were a higher realm, the pinnacle of martial Tao, but now that he was in this position, he knew that Wukong was not lying. The great demon god was right. The so-called great emperors were just a title, not a realm. At the peak of the emperor realm, those who were qualified to touch upon the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm were the false emperors. And among the false emperors, there were very few who were recognized by the heavens and had the qualifications to use the power of the heavens and earth. They were the great emperors. The current him, including Zhan Wuhen and the others, were such a group of existences. And Wukong, perhaps tens of thousands of years ago, had pushed open the door to the heaven-opening realm by himself, walking in front of everyone. Yongkai even suspected that the flowing time great emperor had already reached the heaven-opening realm. Otherwise, how could he have crushed the great demon god? "In the past, I was ignorant and didn't know that there was a heavens beyond the universe, but now that I know that there are so many wonderful things outside the universe, how can this king not appreciate them? Although the star boundary is big, it is only a corner of the vast universe. It can't trap dragons like you and me." Yongkai was flattered and repeatedly waved his hand. "I don't dare to walk side by side with your highness." Wukong said, "It's not that you don't dare, it's that you don't want to." He also knew that his reputation wasn't very good, so he sneered. "This king pursues the martial Tao. The so-called secret arts are nothing more than methods. As long as they are useful, I don't care what methods they are. The others are just a bunch of old bastards, so this king doesn't care about them. But you, Junior, are a bit interesting. Your aptitude isn't the best, but you were able to become one of the great emperors at such a young age. I'm afraid your future is limitless. Although this king has now swallowed that Mo Shang and has a higher cultivation level than you, in time, I really don't have the confidence to walk ahead of you." "You also have times when you don't have confidence?" Yongkai was surprised. "There are always monsters in this world." Wukong chuckled and pointed at him with a huge finger. "You are one of them." "I'll take that as a compliment." Yongkai shrugged, thinking to himself that a proud and arrogant person like Wukong had probably never praised others before. "I'll wait for you outside Chenkuan. I hope we can meet again one day." As he spoke, Wukong stood up. His several hundred feet tall body blocked the sun above Yongkai's head. "It's a lot weaker," Mo Huang couldn't help but sigh. "Is this also the result of the world's principles being broken?" "It should be." Zhan Wuhen nodded. The great emperors had dominated the star boundary for so many years. How could they not have tried to go out of heaven and earth and see the outside world? Not only had they tried but more than once. They couldn't be more familiar with this kind of invisible resistance. Every time they wanted to leave the star boundary, they would encounter it. However, this time was different from before. The resistance was clearly much weaker. This resistance was undoubtedly the shackles of heaven and earth. Those who were not strong enough could not break free from this shackle and jump out of heaven and earth. The great emperors all had this ability, but if they jumped out of heaven and earth, they would lose the support of heaven and earth, and the great emperors would no longer be great emperors. The world outside heaven and earth was incomparably dangerous, and they wouldn't be able to persist for long before they had to return. Therefore, before the arrival of the great demon god, the great emperors knew nothing about the world outside heaven and earth. After a dozen or so breaths of time, everyone felt their bodies relax, and the invisible pressure disappeared. At the same time, the connection with heaven and earth became very weak. But at this moment, a muffled thunderous sound entered everyone's ears, causing their faces to pale. In the next instant, a strong gust of wind blew towards them. The gust of wind was so strong that even the great emperors couldn't keep their balance. They were blown all over the place. After a long time, the gust of wind subsided, and everyone couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what had happened. Wukong lowered his head and led the way, not explaining anything. After a while, Wu Kuang suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Be careful." As soon as his words fell, an extremely strong suction force came from the front, pulling everyone's figures involuntarily in that direction. The great emperor's expressions suddenly became brilliant. Although they were now unable to use heaven and earth force without the support of heaven and earth, their respective foundations were still there. What kind of suction force was it that made them unable to escape? Fortunately, this suction force was the same as the gust of wind just now. It came strangely and left quickly, stopping after a while. However, before they could relax, the muffled thunderous sound came again, followed by another gust of wind. Yang Kai's expression was strange, feeling that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. "Hehe, we're here." Wukong suddenly chuckled, and then stepped aside to reveal the scene in front of them. What they saw stunned everyone, and even Yang Kai was dumbfounded. In the void in front of them, an incomparably huge figure was lying horizontally, like a rolling mountain range. Wukong, who was now thousands of meters tall, still looked like a child in front of this figure. This was an incomparably terrifying giant. In front of everyone's eyes, the giant breathed in and out. When he exhaled, the astral wind gushing out from his mouth and nose turned into sharp blades that swept through the void, and when he breathed in, everything within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers was affected. The muffled thunderous sound was actually the giant snoring. And from the giant's body, an incredible aura, one so powerful that even the great emperors felt despair, one that was countless times stronger than the great demon god at his peak, spread out. In front of this aura, even the two elders of the dragon race felt like two insects. "What is this?" The great emperor's Hua Ying couldn't help but gulp as her pretty face turned pale. Even when facing the great demon god, she didn't feel so powerless, but this giant lying horizontally in front of her could easily crush her with a single finger. Zhang Wu Hen's face was also extremely solemn, and the expressions of the other great emperors weren't much better. No matter what kind of existence this sleeping giant was, the current astral boundary could no longer withstand any more torment. Furthermore, the place where he was sleeping was so close to the astral boundary that everyone even suspected that if he breathed out even more fiercely, the astral boundary would be blown away by him. Only Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He never expected to see this guy again so soon. It hadn't been long since he last saw this guy, and Yang Kai remembered that after bidding farewell to him at that time, he ran off into the distance. How could he still be here? A descendant of Tian Xing. You should recognize him, right? Wukong turned his head to look at Zhang Ruoxi and chuckled. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look at her. Zhang Wu Hen frowned and asked, "Miss Ruoxi, what is this?" Before seeing it with his own eyes, Zhang Wu Hen had never thought that such a huge creature would exist in this world. Giant god spirits. Zhang Ruoxi's voice was hoarse as she smiled bitterly. The star boundary is really in trouble this time. What do you mean? Zhang Wu Hen frowned and lowered his voice, fearing that he would wake up the giant god spirit. Zhang Ruoxi explained, in the world outside the universe, the giant god spirits are a very strange race. They are innately powerful and almost stand at the top of the entire universe. Except for a few equally powerful existences, no one is their opponent. How does the great demon god compare? Zhang Ruoxi smiled bitterly. Even when the great demon god was at his peak, the giant god spirits could kill him with a single palm. Zhang Wu Hen's face sank when he heard this. The information Zhang Ruoxi knew undoubtedly came from Tian Xing's memories. Since the giant god spirits were so powerful, how could the star boundary be their opponent? Just the resurrection of the great demon god almost shattered the star boundary, and the great demon god wasn't even at his peak at that time. The fact that this giant god spirit could kill the great demon god at his peak with a single palm meant that its strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Should we make the first move? Mo Huang was eager to try. The giant in front of them was still sleeping. If everyone attacked with all their strength, they might have a chance. Don't! Zhang Ruoxi hurriedly stopped him. Although the giant divine spirit clan is powerful, they are naturally kind and never fight with others under normal circumstances. Moreover, although they are powerful, there seems to be a bit of a problem here. They have always been relatively simple. While speaking, Zhang Ruoxi nodded her head. Then why did he come to my star boundary? Zhang Wu Hen was puzzled. Zhang Ruoxi explained, the giant god spirit race has no fixed abode. Chapter 38-24. Everyone gasped when they heard this because such an inconceivable matter was simply unheard of and unseen. Exactly what sort of living being is this? It's actually capable of feeding on a world that has already perished. Now that this guy had appeared here, didn't it mean that he had smelled the dying aura of the star boundary? Everyone was horrified, but young Kai remembered something. The last time he met this big guy in this vast universe, it was also sleeping. In the end, after he used the sealed world bead to devour the demon territory, he was almost sucked into its stomach as soon as he came out. He still remembered that this guy looked at the void where the demon territory had disappeared with a melancholy look. He still remembered that this guy was eating the one realm bead happily. He didn't quite understand why before, but now that he heard Zhang Ruoxi's explanation, Yang Kai suddenly understood. The demon territory was also in a state of dying at that time. He must have smelled the unique aura, so he rushed to the vicinity of the demon territory and fell into a deep sleep to wait. As a result, he was plucked by Yang Kai. After he woke up, he looked at the original location of the demon territory and said, "It's gone. Why is it gone?" The reason why he came back and stayed near the star boundary should be that the previous battle had caused the star boundary to become unstable and show signs of falling apart. He was waiting here, waiting to feed on the dead star boundary. If what you said is true, isn't this guy invincible? Is it possible to drive him away? Zhang Wuhen frowned. He and the others were trying to rebuild the star boundary and restore its vitality and spirit, but there was a giant god spirit here, eyeing them covetously. No one would be too relieved. What if this guy didn't play by the rules and woke up to devour the star boundary? At that time, the star boundary wouldn't even have the power to resist. Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head. That's impossible. The giant god spirit's thinking is simple. His life's pursuit is the dead universe worlds. No one can do anything about it. Then what should we do? We can't beat him, and we can't drive him away. Are we going to wait for death here? Mo Huang glared. Zhang Ruoxi said, "The only thing we can do now is to restore the vitality of the star boundary as soon as possible. As long as the star boundary is still alive, the giant god spirit won't do anything. Don't be fooled by his appearance. In fact, this race really doesn't like fighting. Of course, the premise is that they don't provoke him." Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head. The giant divine spirit clan is extremely rare. Even outside the universe, it is very difficult to encounter one. My ancestor had only seen him once from a distance and had never come into close contact with him. However, with his huge size and powerful strength, it is common for him to sleep for hundreds or thousands of years or even longer. That said, it is not impossible for him to suddenly wake up. Hundreds or thousands of years. Zhang Wuhen nodded slightly. Then let's do this first. Everyone, don't disturb him. Before he wakes up, let's do our best to restore the vitality of the star boundary. If he wakes up and finds that the star boundary is still alive, he will probably stop eyeing it. But hundreds or thousands of years. How much could the star boundary recover? Based on the current mess of the star boundary, it would take at least 10,000 years to restore some yuan qi. Everyone nodded. In the face of such a behemoth and terrifying existence, no one dared to take the initiative to provoke him. They hoped that this guy would sleep here until the end of time. Except for one person. As Zhang Wuhen spoke, he flew straight towards the giant god spirit. Everyone turned their heads to look, not knowing what Yang Kai was going to do. A voice in his heart kept reminding him to escape from this place. The sooner the better, but his curiosity made him stop and watch. The great emperors, the two elders of the dragon race, and even Zhang Ruoxi, all had different expressions on their faces. At this moment, no one knew what to say. Yang Kai was determined to wake the giant god spirit up. Obviously, he had something to rely on, so everyone could only wait and see. The giant god spirit finally opened his eyes. His two huge eyes were like two small suns, piercing people's souls to the point of trembling. His gaze was also extremely fierce. He had been awakened from a deep sleep, and there was even more monstrous anger that seemed to be able to burn the void. The huge body slowly sat up straight, staring fiercely at Yang Kai in front of him, then raised his hand to grab him. Yang Kai did not dodge and was caught, but with a grin on his face he shouted, "Ada! It's me!" Ada's expression was still a little dazed, as if he had not completely woken up. Hearing the voice, his huge ears twitched. Then he took Yang Kai in front of his eyes and looked at him carefully. After a while, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Then the corners of his mouth split open, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Ada recognizes you. It's me, it's me. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. While speaking, he knocked the back of Ada's hand with the blue dragon spear, reminding him that this spear was given to him by him. Ha ha ha, Ada recognizes you. Ada laughed even more happily. It's good that you recognize me. Yang Kai jumped out of his palm and stood on his wrist. Putting the blue dragon spear on his shoulder, he raised his head and asked, Why are you back? Didn't you leave already? Ada was stunned for a moment, then with a bitter face, he touched his stomach with his other hand. I'm hungry. Ada is hungry. Are you looking for food? Yang Kai asked. Ada nodded. Ada is looking for food. You want to eat that? Yang Kai pointed behind him. It was the direction of the astral world. Even without the divine technique of the giant god clan, Yang Kai could feel the lifeless and broken world of that world. Ada nodded again. He was very happy. Eat that. As he spoke, his saliva almost flowed out, and his mouth made a slurping sound. Yang Kai put on a straight face. You can't eat that. Ada frowned slightly. He seemed to be a little angry. The giant god clan stood aloof from worldly affairs and wandered in the world outside of the universe all their lives. What they pursued was the dead universe of the universe. Even if they were not very smart, when they suddenly heard Yang Kai say that, they were not very happy. They said in a muffled voice, Ada wants to eat. You can't eat. Ada wants to eat. Ada glared. If I say you can't eat, you can't eat. Ada wants to eat. Seeing Yang Kai quarreling with this guy like a child, everyone was horrified, but they also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Ruoshi had said before that the giant divine spirit clan's thinking was relatively simple, so no one had any direct experience of it. Now that they saw this big guy's performance, they realized that Zhang Ruoshi was right. This guy in front of them was more than simple. He was just like a child. Hua Linglong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Kai knew him before? How did they know each other? It was hard to imagine that Yang Kai had the guts to quarrel with such a terrifying existence. What made her more concerned was when Yang Kai became acquainted with this giant god clan, and it seemed that he even knew the other party's name. No one could answer this question. Zhan Wuhen suddenly turned his head and glanced at Zhang Ruoshi. Are you nervous? Since Yang Kai knows this Ada, he shouldn't be in any danger, right? Zhang Ruoshi shook her head slowly. It's true that the giant god clan's mind is simple, just like a child. But master, you should also know about children. A child's face, like the weather in March, can change at will. Chapter 38-25. The giant god spirit Ada's face didn't change, but the faces of the great emperors changed first. Zhang Ruoshi was right. The giant god spirit's mind was as simple as a child, but in other words, he was temperamental. Yang Kai was recklessly arguing with him, and if he was provoked, how could he end up well? Zhang Ruoshi was nervous, but at this time, no one dared to intervene. Yang Kai knew the giant god spirit Ada, so it was best to leave this matter to him. No matter what the final result was, the star boundary could only passively accept it. If others rashly intervened, it was very likely to cause problems. I can't get through to you on the other side. Yang Kai and Ada quarreled for a long time. Ada stretched out his hand to scratch his face and turned his head to the side, pretending to look at them as if nothing had happened, but when he found that Yang Kai was staring at him, he quickly looked away, seemingly a little guilty. Yang Kai said helplessly, Ada, that's my home. If you eat it, I won't have a home anymore, do you understand? Ada touched his stomach. I'm hungry. Yang Kai couldn't wait to stab this guy to death. After a while of anger, he paced on Ada's arm, stopped, and tilted his head. You won't be hungry if there's food, right? Food. Ada's eyes lit up, and he lowered his head at once, looking at Yang Kai eagerly. Just you wait. After leaving this sentence, Yang Kai turned around and flew back the way he came. After a while, he returned to everyone and said with a speechless face, It's a little troublesome. Zhan Wuhen said, If he wants to eat, where are you going to find it for him? They all saw the exchange between Yang Kai and Ada just now, and they all knew what Yang Kai was planning, But where could they find something like a dead world? It's not difficult to find something for him to eat, but it can only appease him for a while. If we don't find a way to solve the problem of the star boundary, I'm afraid we won't be able to send this guy away. It's fine if we can pacify him for the time being. At worst, we can slowly think of a way in the future. Yongkai nodded. That's the only way. This guy has a one-track mind. As he spoke, he looked at Duan Hongchen and said, if we want to appease him, we can only rely on Master Hongchen. Me. Duan Hongchen was stunned. Death Star. Yongkai explained, the last time I met him, I gave him some one-realm bead, and he liked it very much. I refined the one-realm bead using meteorites and dead stars from the lower realm. Since he ate the one-realm bead, he definitely wouldn't dislike those dead stars. Or rather, those dead stars were exactly what he wanted. Hearing Yongkai's explanation, Duan Hongchen suddenly understood. Wait a moment. Now that all the territory of the lower realms had been refined by Wukong, he had originally planned to use this method to take a peek at the door to a higher level of martial arts. Now that he had obtained the great demonic god's body, he didn't need to waste time on this. Moreover, he had refined Duan Hongchen's body with the help of Duan Hongchen's body, and now he had left the refined universe world to Duan Hongchen. There were countless dead stars in the lower realms territory, and Duan Hongchen could easily find a few of them. Moreover, even if they didn't have these dead stars, it wouldn't affect the territory of the other major realms. Not long after, more than a dozen chess pieces appeared in Duan Hongchen's hands. They were all refined from dead stars. Wukong could use the star field as a board and the stars as chess pieces. Duan Hongchen had experienced all this with him, so he could naturally do the same. Give me more. Yongkai took them. Duan Hongchen lowered his head and busied himself again. After a while, Yongkai turned around and flew toward Ada. Ada looked at Yongkai expectantly, and his face was full of excitement. Open your mouth. Yongkai flew in front of him and ordered. Ada immediately opened his mouth, which looked like a huge black hole. Zhan Wuhen and the others were frightened. Raising his hand, Ada placed a chess piece into his mouth. Ada's eyes suddenly brightened, and he chewed with a crunch sound. His face was full of exultation, and even his bald head seemed to become brighter. Not long after, a dead star entered his stomach, but Ada still looked unsatisfied. Yongkai didn't know what he was thinking, and immediately placed another chess piece. In the void, the gigantic giant god spirit was munching on one dead star after another. The sound made the great emperor's hair stand on end. Time passed, and the chess pieces in Yongkai's hands decreased one by one. Sensing that the time was right, Yongkai said, Ada, we're friends, right? Friends? Ada was stunned. He blinked his eyes and looked at Yongkai. He obviously didn't understand this word. Since you've eaten my things, then you're my friend. Yongkai tempted him, and raised the black dragon spear again. You gave me the spear, so I'm your friend too. Ada thought seriously for a while, and grinned. Friend. Yongkai threw a chess piece into his mouth and nodded. Since we're friends, then it's easy. Look over there. He pointed at the direction of the astral world. That's my home, and you're my friend, so that's your home. A home is a place to rest when you're tired outside. Without a home, you won't have a place to return to, so you can't eat in that place. Do you understand? Ada shook his head like a rattledrum. Yongkai gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Anyway, remember that it's not your food. It's very important to me and you, so you have to protect it well. Seeing that Ada still wanted to shake his head, Yongkai was furious. Do you still want to eat? Ada's huge body suddenly froze, and he blurted out, yes. That's right. If you want to eat in the future, I'll send it to you, but you can't eat in that place. Yongkai held a chess piece in his hand and waved it in front of Ada, and said, Do you remember now? Ada's eyes followed the chess piece, and he nodded heavily. Yes. Yongkai nodded with satisfaction. Good boy. Yongkai threw out the last chess piece in his hand, and clapped his hands. That's all. Ada suddenly looked disappointed, and he touched his belly. Obviously, he wasn't full. Go and rest first. I'll bring you delicious food another day. Oh! Ada smacked his lips, and he was very obedient. He lay down at once, and almost the moment he lay down, he started snoring. Yang Kai flew back with cold sweat on his forehead, and soon met up with the others. Without stopping, they went straight to the astral world. After a while, they returned to the flowing time temple. Standing in front of the temple and looking up, they still felt that it was unreal. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there was a huge giant lying in the void outside of the universe, waiting for the astral world to die out so that he could eat it. Yang Kai sighed. For the time being, we've calmed him down, but what should we do in the future? Master, please come up with an idea as soon as possible. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill frowned. I've observed Ada's nature. Although we've calmed him down and made a promise, we don't know if he'll go back on his word in the future. Yang Kai said, I'm worried about this. If he goes back on his word, we can't do anything to him. But since it's a child's nature, as long as we guide him and let him know that he can't eat the astral world, it's possible to avoid future troubles. How do we guide him? The great emperors of Serene Soul asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, if he likes to eat, then feed him. When he eats, guide him. Just like what I did just now, if we do it a few more times, he should be able to remember it. Zhan Wu Hen said in a deep voice, but this method is pinning our hopes on others. Although it's a plan, it's not a long-term one. It's best to let the astral world recover its vitality as soon as possible. Miss Ruashi also said that the giant divine spirit clan is only interested in those dead worlds. The reason why Ada came here should be because he smelled the scent of the astral world's destruction. As long as we can bring the astral world back to life, he will naturally leave. Mo Huang laughed and said, restoring the vitality of the astral world is not something that can be done in a short time. Although the creatures in the astral world have been greatly replenished, it will take time for the world principles to be perfected and self-repair. Moreover, whether this matter can be done or not, it will take time to verify. While everyone was discussing, a voice came from the sky. The giant divine spirit clan feeds on dead worlds. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, no one knows the life and death of worlds better than them. If you want to quickly restore the astral world, you might as well ask that blockhead. He might know something. Yang Kai looked up at the sky. Wukong, you haven't left yet? Wukong chuckled, I'm leaving now. I hope we can meet again in the 3,000 worlds in the future. As he spoke, the powerful aura quickly disappeared. This time, he really left. The biggest scourge in the history of the astral world had left, but now an even bigger uninvited guest had arrived. However, Wukong's words before he left reminded everyone. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zhang Ruoxi. Ruoxi, do you know how to quickly restore the vitality of the astral world? Zhang Ruoxi smiled bitterly and shook her head. If I knew, I would definitely tell sir. However, what Wukong said just now is worth a try. I'll go ask. Yang Kai said and was about to leave. Zhan Wu Hen raised his hand and stopped him. Don't be in such a hurry. The giant divine spirit has just fallen asleep. If you disturb him again, it will be bad if he gets angry. Let's wait a little longer. There are still many things to deal with in the astral world. He turned his head to Duan Hongchen. Old Duan, transfer some creatures from the lower star territory first. We will work together to fill up all the places in the astral world that are still suitable for living. He then looked at Yang Kai and said, Yang Kai, I'll leave the space arrays and the like to you. The astral world's yuan qi has been greatly damaged. If we want to quickly restore its vitality, we have to rely on the surviving human race. Communication between them is very necessary. If there are enough space arrays to support it, I believe the astral world will recover faster. Yang Kai nodded and said, that's not a problem. He was now one of the great emperors of the void. Even if the astral world was broken and unstable, he could go anywhere he wanted. If he arranged a space array, he could connect the entire astral world in a very short time by himself. At that time, the people living in various parts of the astral world would be able to quickly travel back and forth. Chapter 38-26. After nearly 2 months of hard work, almost all the forces of the entire star boundary were mobilized. Even the masters of the great emperors were not idle and finally finished some miscellaneous tasks. Duan Hongchen had moved countless creatures from the lower star boundary's territory. Now, in the 4 territories of the star boundary, all the places suitable for living were filled with vitality. Xueqi had also set up space arrays in these places where living creatures gathered. The 55 star boundary armies had been scattered, and they were free to choose where to settle down according to their respective sex and families. Xueqi cast a spell to rebuild the High Heaven Palace. Although 70 to 80% of the original appearance of the High Heaven Palace was restored, it was still far inferior to the original. This was not something that could be seen in a short time. Just like the restoration of the star boundary, it would take a long time to accumulate and settle down. Lan soon returned to the Southern Territory with the surviving members of the Star Soul Palace and began to rebuild the Star Soul Palace. Before leaving, she specially came to visit and expressed her gratitude. Xueqi followed beside her with a face full of shame. Previously, he was bewitched by the great demon god, and the demonic thoughts in his heart were churning. At the critical moment of the final battle, he and Li Xueqi launched a sneak attack on Xueqi and almost made a big mistake. In the end, he was injured by Xueqi. Although the sneak attack was not his original intention, if he had a clear mind, how could he have been corrupted by the demonic thoughts? After that experience, Xueqi seemed to have matured a lot. He was no longer as arrogant as he used to be. Some of his edges seemed to have been ground away. It was unknown whether this was a blessing or a curse. The injuries he suffered had not healed yet, but there were no hidden dangers left. As long as he recuperated well in the future, there would be a day when he would recover. Armies and groups of people evacuated from the High Heaven Palace and scattered to various parts of the star boundary. 2 months later, only the original disciples remained in the High Heaven Palace. After such a disaster, the High Heaven Palace's 100,000 disciples were now left with less than 60,000. And this was because the High Heaven Palace's disciples had not cultivated for a long time and were not strong enough. Many of them were taken into the sealed world bead by Xueqi in advance to avoid the disaster. If the High Heaven Palace was like this, one could imagine the situation of the other sects. 9 out of 10 rooms in the entire astral boundary were empty. This was a real situation. The peace after the great battle made the people who had survived the purgatory of blood and fire feel unreal, but they also cherished the current peace. In the void, the gigantic giant divine spirit was munching on food. Xueqi had transformed into his 2,000 feet long dragon form. He sat cross-legged in front of the giant divine spirit, holding a giant water sack and drinking from it. The fragrance of wine permeated the air. After drinking for a while, Xueqi turned his head and looked at the giant god spirit. His breath reeked of alcohol, which made Ada frown. The giant god spirit seemed to not eat anything other than those dead worlds. Xueqi had tried to get him to drink some wine before, but Ada had mercilessly rejected him. He was also very repulsed by the fragrance of the wine. Ada, have you thought of any good solutions for my family situation? This was the 3rd time that Xueqi had come to ask. The first time, Ada didn't respond at all. The second time, he seemed to understand what Xueqi was asking. He didn't give an answer, only saying that he needed to think about it. This was the 3rd time. Hearing Xueqi's question, Ada chuckled and chewed non-stop. Don't just eat, at least think of something for me. Xueqi looked at him speechlessly. Ha! The corner of Xueqi's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse. It's rare to see someone as carefree as you all day long. Tell me, do you have any other brothers or sisters? Ruashi said that you giant gods are a race. Since it's a race, you can't be the only one, right? Ada blinked, then raised his mountain-like fingers, frowned, and began to count with a serious face. After counting for a long time, he didn't come up with anything. Xueqi also didn't see anything. Xueqi reached out and held his forehead. Forget it, you count slowly, think slowly, and tell me when I come next time. With that said, he stood up and looked in the direction of the astral plane and grinned. There's still a happy event waiting for me over there. It's not good to be late, so I'll go first. With that said, he strode towards the astral plane. World Tree. Suddenly, a muffled voice came from behind. Xueqi's body suddenly paused, and he turned his head to look back. What did you say? However, as far as the eye could see, Abda was still frowning. He was counting his fingers one by one enthusiastically, and did not look like he had spoken at all. Xueqi almost thought that he was hallucinating. But the voice just now was clearly Ada's. There was no mistake about it. After looking at him seriously for a while, Yang Kai gave up the intention to get to the bottom of it. He silently memorized the words World Tree, turned around, waved, and continued to move forward. Southern Territory. Azure Sun Temple. Like the High Heaven Palace, the Azure Sun Temple was in ruins. It used to be a battlefield. The demon race army invaded, the spirit peaks collapsed, and the demonic will eroded. However, the situation here was much better than the High Heaven Palace. After all, near the High Heaven Palace was the site of the final battle. The terrifying power swept through, causing the void within 1,000,000 miles to become unstable, and there were countless cracks. This place was a little dilapidated, but the overall structure was preserved. After being repaired by the great emperors of the secular world personally, the Azure Sun Temple could be said to have almost recovered, but the heaven and earth spirit chi was not as rich as before. This was something that couldn't be helped. The heaven and earth spirit chi was greatly affected, and this effect could never be recovered before the heaven and earth spirit chi was replenished. At this moment, the entire Azure Sun Temple was decorated with lanterns and streamers everywhere, and the sound of gongs and drums was continuous. It was very lively, and the spirit peaks were decorated with red colors into a festive color. Today was the wedding day of the Azure Sun Temple's temple master, Wen Zishan. Before the War of the Two Realms, Wen Zishan was the temple master of the Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. His status was respected, his strength was good, and he had friends all over the world. After the War of the Two Realms, he became a legion commander and made more friends. In addition, this was the first joyous event after the war, so the Azure Sun Temple was full of guests today. Almost all the famous people in the Star Boundary were present, and no one was left out. Even the great emperors were present. The Star Boundary needed such a joyous event to inspire people. The world that had been ravaged by war needed this grand event to wash away the haze of the past. So today, Wen Zishan's wedding was wantonly organized by the entire Star Boundary. It could almost be said to be the biggest event in the history of the Star Boundary. When Yang Kai arrived at the Azure Sun Temple, the temple's disciples were busy outside the mountain gate, constantly welcoming and sending off guests, leading them into the temple one by one, and arranging them in a suitable position to wait for the banquet to begin. Yang Kai instantly felt the aura of several great emperors hidden on a mountain peak. Across the void, Yang Kai glanced over and clearly noticed that those people were also looking at him. Zhan Wuhen immediately asked in his ear, "How was it? Did you get anything out of them?" "The World Tree, I don't know anything else," Yang Kai replied. "The World Tree." In the mountain hall, Zhan Wuhen frowned and looked around. Duan Hongchan and Mo Huang both slowly shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. "I'll ask Ruoshi later. Maybe she knows something," Yang Kai said. Zhan Wuhen nodded. "That's all we can do." However, this time was better than the previous 2 times. The first 2 times Yang Kai went to inquire, he got nothing. This time at least he knew about the World Tree. This thing is very likely to be the key to restoring the astral boundary. But judging from the name, it seems to be a tree. Where should I start looking for it? After a brief exchange with Zhan Wuhen, Yang Kai didn't go through the mountain gate. Now that his identity was here, going through the mountain gate would definitely cause some unnecessary disturbances. Anyway, the Azure Sun Temple was half his home, so he didn't need to inform anyone if he wanted to go home. Turning his head to look to the side, he saw a spirit peak filled with purple chi. Purple bamboos covered the mountain, and the bamboo was covered with red silk. In front of the porch, under the eaves, there was a continuous stretch of red lanterns. The ground was covered with red carpet. On the spirit peak, a group of people were busy going in and out. Purple Bamboo Peak. Gao Xueting's Spirit Peak. Yang Kai's figure flickered and flashed directly into the mountain peak. Arriving in front of a loft, he smiled and cupped his hands. "Senior Sister Gao, junior brother has come to congratulate you." The clamor inside suddenly subsided, and it became quiet. Even the busy womenfolk outside stopped and raised their heads in unison. In the next moment, a group of women rushed out of the loft. Yang Kai knew some, and some he had never seen before. They all bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Void Master." Yang Kai nodded and raised his hand. A gentle force rolled out and helped everyone up. Then he strode inside. "What are you doing?" A beautiful figure blocked in front of him. Yu Ru Meng's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she looked up and down at Yang Kai with a vigilant expression. Giving a gift. Yang Kai blinked. Ru Meng, why are you stopping me? Ru Meng snorted, grow a brain. Even if I was born in the demon territory, I know that the bride will not see any male guests before the wedding ceremony. What do you want to do here? Yang Kai smiled and said, I am from the bride's family. Can't I give a gift in the bride? No. Ru Meng reached out and blocked Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai said, you are a female devil. Why are you so particular? Get out of the way, get out of the way. I haven't seen how the bride is dressed yet. This time, I am here to broaden my horizons. Ru Meng did not let him go. You will see them when they get married later. Now is not the time. While speaking, she called Su Yan and the others. Su Yan, Ah Luo, and the others naturally responded. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was surrounded by several wives. Su Yan said, Husband, senior sister Gao will not see you at this time. If you have any congratulatory gifts, our brother-in-law can pass them on. You're rebelling. Kai Yang chuckled. Shan Qing Luo said, It is easy to see how the bride is dressed. After we go back, we sisters will dress up and let you see one by one. I just don't know if husband has the mood. Xia Ning Chong and Shui Yu's eyes lit up as they listened, full of expectation. After sending her into the bridal sedan chair, they went all the way to the main hall of Azure Sun Temple. Seeing this, Duan Hongchen straightened his clothes and said, This old man is going. Today was Wen Zishan's wedding, so as a senior, he naturally had to appear and accept the kneeling ceremony. For this, he specially dressed up. Compared to his usual sloppy and casual appearance, he looked brand new. As he spoke, he turned into a rainbow and flew down. Zhan Wuhen said, Yang Kai, we will also go back first. I'll leave the matters of the star boundary to you. If there is anything we can help with, don't hesitate to come to us. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said solemnly, See you later. With a sway of their bodies, the great emperors disappeared one by one. Down below, Yang Kai saw a group of figures rushing over. Looking down, Yang Kai suddenly smiled. These people were none other than his wives, led by Ru Meng, Zhu Qing, Su Yan, and the others. They looked at each other silently and turned their heads to look down. At this moment, the wedding procession had brought the bride to the main hall. Li Wu Yi's voice sounded. The master of ceremonies for today's wedding ceremony was the #1 person under the great emperors. He was also dressed in fiery red and was extremely festive. The first bow was to heaven and earth, the second bow was to the seniors, and then the couple bowed to each other. The ceremony was completed and they were sent to the bridal chamber. The entire Azure Sun Temple was in an uproar as the wedding banquet began. Many guests toasted each other and toasted each other. Hearing the sound of sobbing, Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Shan Qing Luo was actually sobbing softly. While crying, she was also looking towards him. The beguiling demon queen's beautiful eyes also seemed to contain a trace of emotion. Yang Kai was shocked and was about to ask when he saw the women around him looking at him like Shan Qing Luo. Xia Ning Chong also pursed her red lips, her face full of expectation. Kai Yang immediately understood what was going on. Stretching out his arms, he hugged all of them in his arms. How about we also get married? As soon as this remark came out, the women's eyes showed obvious signs of interest. They had been getting along like this before, so they didn't feel anything. But seeing others perform the 3 bows with their own eyes, they couldn't help but yearn. Although she was tempted, Ru Meng snorted and said, Don't give me that. Yang Kai was stunned. Ru Meng, you don't want to marry me? Ru Meng looked at him coldly. We sisters are naturally willing to marry you, but have you ever thought about what will happen to the others? What others? What others? Yang Kai was puzzled. Su Yan faintly said, Senior sister Ji Yao. Yang Kai suddenly blushed. Shan Qing Luo squinted and continued. That girl Mo Shao Qi. Yang Kai coughed softly. And Miss Rushi. Yang Kai scratched his head. Ru Meng poked his chest with a slender jade finger. Yang Kai, you're really amazing. Yang Kai was poked by her and stepped back, laughing dryly. It's fine if you talk about Ji Yao, but Shao Qi and Ruoshi have nothing. Good, Then we'll just talk about Ji Yao. Yu Ru Meng sneered softly, if you marry us, won't Ji Yao be sad? Do you have the confidence to get her involved? Yang Kai thought about it seriously, but he really didn't have the confidence. His relationship with Ji Yao was a bit secretive, but Ji Yao had never asked for anything. Su Yan said, let's wait for husband to persuade senior sister Ji Yao before we handle this matter. That may take a long time. Su Yan smiled. It's been so many years anyway, it doesn't matter. Yang Kai sighed, with you all, I'm satisfied in this life. His heartfelt sincerity seemed to be able to melt the hardest ice in the world, and the faces of all the women were filled with tenderness and sweetness. Yu Ru Meng was exasperated. Can't you all be a little more mature and have some sense of your own position? Don't let him. You bastard. Chapter 38-28. High Heaven Palace. On the main peak of High Heaven Peak, in a wing room, bodies were strewn all over the bed. Yang Kai struggled to pull his arms out of the bed, put on a set of clothes, and went to the window. Opening the window, he was greeted by a fresh breath of air. It had rained last night, so after the rain, High Heaven Peak was shrouded in clouds, and the distant pavilions were faintly discernible. The sound of footsteps came from behind, and a warm and tender body immediately pressed against him. Su Yan wrapped her arms around his waist and whispered, how long will you be in seclusion this time? It shouldn't be long, but I'm afraid I'll have to leave on the day I come out. Su Yan's body trembled slightly. Don't worry, I'll be back. Yang Kai turned around and took her into his arms. And we'll wait for you, Su Yan nodded. I'm really reluctant to part with you. Yang Kai kissed her forehead. Throughout his life, there had been many separations and reunions. He thought he had completely settled down and would no longer run around, but in the end, it was still like this. However, for the sake of the star boundary, he had to do this. After returning to High Heaven Palace from Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai went to ask Zhang Ruoxi about the World Tree, but Zhang Ruoxi had never heard of it. Although she had inherited a lot of her ancestors' memories, it was only an inheritance and not comprehensive. Perhaps Tian Xing himself knew about the World Tree, but Zhang Ruoxi's memories were fragmented, so she didn't know anything about it. Although she didn't know, it still pointed him in a direction. In the world outside Qianquan, there is a huge force that controls a place called Star City. As long as you have enough resources, you can buy anything you want. Going to Star City, you might be able to find information about the World Tree. The star boundary was now in a dilapidated state. Although countless creatures from the lower star fields had been transferred here to restore their vitality and store spiritual energy, no one could say for sure whether it would be effective or not. Even if it was effective, it would take at least 1,000 or 10,000 years. The giant divine spirit Ada was eyeing the star boundary covetously and could eat it at any time. Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that he would be absolutely obedient. Therefore, in addition to self-cultivation in the star boundary, he had to find a way to restore the vitality of the star boundary as soon as possible. The World Tree was the only clue he had now. In addition, he also wanted to jump out of the universe's shackles and see the outside world. A wounded great demonic god had almost destroyed the entire star boundary. If another powerful character were to appear next time, what could the star boundary use to resist? Only self-improvement was the best way out. How could they hope that those powerful existences would never come to the star boundary? This was obviously unrealistic. Outside of the universe, there was a higher level of martial arts and a stronger power. Regardless of whether it was his own desire or the situation, leaving the star boundary and heading to that more exciting world was imperative. Since he had made his decision, there was no need to hesitate. However, before that, he still had to deal with the matters that needed to be dealt with. The most important thing was to go into seclusion and digest what he had gained from the final battle. Yang Kai's current realm could be considered to have reached the limit of the Emperor realm. With the support of the universe's star boundary, he could reach the level of the great emperors. However, as the great demon god had said, the great emperors were not a higher realm. The realm above the emperor realm was the heaven-opening realm. A Dao seal was the condensation of a person's lifetime of cultivation, so if Yang Kai did not use his strength now, he would look no different from an ordinary person. Previously, when he urged his strength, His demonic qi was awe-inspiring, but now there was no such sign. All the demonic qi in his body, along with his divine sense, had been condensed by the Tao seal and turned into the purest power. The condensation of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements was based on the Tao seal. Yang Kai originally had no clue about it, but Zhang Ruoxi's words enlightened him. Other powers aside, among the 5 elements, Yang Kai already had the wood element, and the source of this wood element was the immortal tree. In the 3,000 worlds, the immortal tree was a supreme treasure. In the final battle, great demon gods saw Yang Kai refining the immortal tree and almost went crazy with jealousy. One could imagine how precious the immortal tree was. According to Zhang Ruoxi, the immortal tree was one of the best choices for condensing the wood element in the 3,000 worlds. There was almost no better choice than the immortal tree. Moreover, Yang Kai had already refined it, saving him the process of refining it. When Yang Kai learned of this, he could not help but be ecstatic. Previously, he had no choice but to refine the immortal tree. At that time, he had been beaten to a pulp by great demon god and had no other choice but to try his best. He had inadvertently succeeded in refining the immortal tree, but who knew it would bring him such benefits? This time, Yang Kai entered secluded retreat to digest the gains from the previous battle and to condense the wood element. Yang Kai had experience refining the 5 elements. When he was living on Shadowed Star in Hangluo Starfield, he had cultivated a secret technique called the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, which also required him to refine the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. At that time, he had a small piece of Sun's true gold the size of a baby's fist, but in order to refine the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, it had basically been consumed. The power of the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art was indeed extraordinary. As long as one had enough materials to refine it and improve one's control of the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, the power of this secret technique was almost limitless. However, after coming to the star boundary and coming into contact with higher realms of the martial Tao, Yang Kai gradually abandoned the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. Now, it seemed that he had made the wrong decision. If he had accumulated enough 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art before, it might have been easier for him to break through to the heaven-opening realm. But on second thought, when he condensed his Tao seal, all his strength would be melted into it, so no matter how much he had accumulated before, it would be useless. However, now it seemed that when the opportunity was right, this secret technique might become one of his trump cards. But before that, he needed to accumulate the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. It was all thanks to Zhang Ruoxi, otherwise, Yang Kai would have been confused about his future path. But now, at least, he had a clear direction. There was no specific choice when it came to condensing the yin, yang, and 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, but once one of the 5 elements was chosen, the next step would be to follow. For example, Yang Kai had chosen to condense the wood element tempering art first, so the next step would be to condense the fire element tempering art. Because the 5 elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other, and only wood gave birth to fire, it was not impossible to condense the other 5 elements tempering art, but it would yield twice the result with half the effort. If Yang Kai chose to condense the metal tempering art, it might even affect the stability of the Tao seal, because metal restrained wood. However, this was something that needed to be considered in the future. Yang Kai did not have any materials to condense the other 5 elements tempering art. Since he knew the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm, he would do his best to choose the best path of advancement and become the strongest person to open the heaven. With a rumble, the door closed, the dragon-suppressing stone fell, and many barriers were opened. Yang Kai walked into the secret room and isolated himself from the outside world. From today onwards, he would enter secluded cultivation. For the next 10 years, or even decades, or even centuries, this would be his retreat. The matters outside had been arranged properly. Although the great emperors and the 2 great elders of the dragon race were in secluded cultivation, and Taiyu was also recuperating, the star boundary was not without forces to guard it. Zhang Ruoxi was in a semi-secluded state and could be summoned at any time, while Yu Rumeng was in charge of the star boundary. With her around, as long as a master on the level of the great demon god did not come to the star boundary, there should be no problem. Moreover, the task of comforting Ade was also given to her. Before Duan Hongchen entered secluded cultivation, he deliberately left behind a lot of refined dead stars for Yang Kai. Yang Kai passed them all to Yu Rumeng, instructing her to send some food to Ade every once in a while, lest he forget his agreement with him due to starvation. After the world-destroying war, the entire star boundary suddenly fell silent. Many masters pursued their own paths to become stronger, and countless creatures began to reproduce in the star boundary. In a flash, 50 years passed. Chapter 38-29. Inside his secluded retreat, Xueqi slowly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. Decades of boring seclusion had not changed him much. Whether it was his appearance or temperament, they were the same as they were 50 years ago. However, the power contained in his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. The essence of the immortal tree had been completely condensed into his Tao seal. Looking inside, Xueqi could see that his Tao seal was now covered in a layer of green light, brimming with vitality and boundless vitality. The wood attribute power was rich and pure, something rarely seen in the world. Even though Xueqi had not seen other people condense wood attribute power, he knew that his current situation was incomparable to others. Zhang Ruoxi was right. The immortal tree was indeed one of the best choices for condensing wood attribute power. In the entire 3,000 worlds, it was almost impossible to find a better choice. This time's refinement gave Kai Yang the illusion that he had eaten a huge amount of food and become a fatty. However, there were also some drawbacks to this. Before this, Xueqi had a feeling that the power of the immortal tree was not infinite, and it was impossible for it to truly make him immortal. After refining the immortal tree, at most, he could shatter his body and resurrect himself a few times before the power of the immortal tree would be exhausted. However, these few chances were not to be underestimated. Even in the outside world, precious treasures that could bring someone back from the dead were extremely rare, almost only existing in legends. From this, one could see just how powerful the immortal tree was. But now, this chance to shatter his body and resurrect himself a few times was gone. Because the essence of the immortal tree had been refined into his Tao seal, it was no longer contained in his flesh and bones. In other words, if he were to be smashed to pieces by a master like Great Demon God again like last time, he would be powerless to reverse the situation. There were drawbacks, but there were also benefits. At the very least, he didn't need to worry about being seen through at a glance. Last time, half of his head had been shattered by the Great Demon God, but he had immediately recovered. The Great Demon God had immediately realized that he had refined the immortal tree. As a result, during the battle, he had torn off a large portion of his flesh and swallowed it whole, allowing the Great Demon God's injuries to be somewhat contained. If he was injured again in the future, he wouldn't have to expose this, and he would also avoid the fate of being coveted by others. He was one of the great emperors of the void in the star boundary and was almost invincible, but outside the universe, there were still heaven-opening realm masters. Xueqi naturally understood the principle that an ordinary man was innocent, and if he accidentally exposed that he had once refined the immortal tree, it was possible that he would be taken back as a human flesh heavenly treasure to be refined. And this time, after the Tao seal had condensed the essence of the immortal tree, although he had lost the opportunity to resurrect, his recovery ability had also been greatly enhanced. Coupled with his dragon race physique, ordinary injuries were nothing to him. His current realm was a bit strange. It was above the Emperor realm, but he hadn't yet reached the heaven-opening realm. He was only on the path to breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. Zhang Ruoxi hadn't mentioned how to define a cultivator at this level, and it was likely that the world outside the universe didn't have such a conclusion. However, Zhang Ruoxi had said that any 5 of the 7 source forces, yin and yang or 5 elements, could be called a half-step into the heaven-opening realm. The small worlds in these people's bodies had already taken shape, and only 2 more were left before they could split open the heavens and earth. The power they could display was definitely not something a person like him, who was just learning how to walk, could compare to. But in any case, the name of one's realm was just a title. The strength one could display was the foundation of a cultivator. Looking back now, the flowing time Great Emperor had most likely glimpsed the path to the heaven-opening realm. Perhaps he had already condensed 1, 2, or even more of the yin, yang, and 5 elements in his body. Otherwise, how could he have single-handedly killed his way into the demon territory and perished together with the great emperors? Wu Kuang, on the other hand, had been slightly weaker than the flowing time Great Emperor when he had been at his peak. He had vaguely sensed the shackles of the heaven-opening realm, but he had not been able to enter it. This did not mean that Wu Kuang was truly inferior to the flowing time Great Emperor. Perhaps it was because of the era or other reasons that he had not been able to do what the flowing time great emperor had done back then. However, Yang Kai only reminisced about the past. There was no need to delve too deeply into it. The key was to focus on himself. Waving his hand, Yang Kai opened the dragon-suppressing stone with a rumble. Bright light shone into the chamber that had been dark for several dozen years, and he stepped out. Sweeping the star boundary with his divine sense, Yang Kai imprinted everything in his mind. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He had thought that after 50 years, there would at least be some changes in the star boundary. After all, after the Great War, so many creatures had been transferred from the lower star territory to this place, and the many masters of the star boundary had worked together to create a suitable environment for these people to live in. But now, it seemed that not only did the star boundary show no signs of improvement, it had even deteriorated a little compared to before he entered seclusion. The huge cracks in the sky were like the maw of a ferocious beast that wanted to devour its prey. From time to time, a terrifying turbulent flow of energy would erupt, causing great damage to the environment of the star boundary. The vitality of the star boundary still existed, but it was not exuberant, and it was still slowly moving towards destruction. Yang Kai sighed slightly, becoming more and more determined to leave the star boundary. If he didn't go out and look for a way out, he could only wait for death here. A figure flashed and Yu Rumeng suddenly appeared in front of him and called out softly, "Husband!" Yang Kai smiled and reached out to take her into his arms, gently hugging her and smelling the fragrance of her hair. His depressed mood dissipated, leaving behind a warm peace. Yu Rumeng didn't speak and just quietly leaned against him, enjoying a moment of tenderness. "Where are they?" Yang Kai asked. "They are all in seclusion." "Thank you for your hard work." Everyone else could enter seclusion, but Yu Rumeng couldn't because she was the only high-end fighting force left in the star boundary that was still intact. She needed to be constantly vigilant against the invasion of foreign enemies, and pay attention to the changes in the star boundary. "Are you leaving?" Yu Rumeng's voice trembled slightly. Yang Kai nodded silently. Before entering seclusion, he had informed his women, so Yu Rumeng wasn't surprised at all. "Hubby, you must pay attention to your safety when you're outside. Perhaps we sisters will also head to the world outside the universe to look for you. If you're thinking of harboring your mistresses, you must hide them well. Otherwise, if you're discovered by us, we'll definitely fry those canaries." Yang Kai reached out and pinched her face. "With you around, how can those vulgar women outside enter my eyes?" "That's hard to say." Yu Rumeng curled her lips and wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's waist, hugging him tightly, and said reluctantly, "Aren't you going to say goodbye to them?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I will come back." Every time they parted, there would be a lot of sadness. Yang Kai was afraid that if he really saw them, he would be reluctant to leave. "You are really cruel." Yu Rumeng raised her finger and poked Yang Kai's chest. After a while, her figure floated back and she said with a smile, "Go, don't look back. If you dare to look back, I will cry in front of you." Yang Kai rubbed his nose and quickly said, "Take care of yourself and wait for me to come back." Turning around, he stepped forward, and after a few steps, his figure turned into a small black dot. An invisible divine sense spread out and swept across the entire star boundary. In the next moment, all over the star boundary, in the places where the great emperors were in seclusion, pairs of eyes opened, stared towards the direction of the sky, and cupped their hands together. In the high heaven palace, in the flowing time temple, Yang Xiao was lying on the steps in front of the temple, basking in the sun. Suddenly, as if he had seen something, he sat up straight and rubbed his eyes hard. Then, he was overjoyed and was about to fly out. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears, "Freeze!" His body suddenly froze in place. Yang Xiao turned his head with difficulty and saw Yang Xue standing not far behind him, forming a seal with one hand and a mysterious force spreading out from her body. "Little auntie, why did you stop me?" Yang Xiao blinked innocently. Yang Xue smiled sweetly. "Where do you want to go?" "I'm bored, so I'm going out for a stroll." Yang Xiao replied without hesitation. "Is that so?" Yang Xue looked up at the sky and her beautiful eyes flashed with understanding. "Why do I feel like you want to go find my big brother?" "Adoptive father?" Yang Xiao looked around and asked blankly. "Where is my adoptive father? Isn't he in seclusion? Did he come out?" "Stop pretending." Yang Xue coldly snorted. "You've been coming here to stare blankly for the past 10 years, So I knew you must be up to no good. It turns out you were planning something like this. I advise you to give up on it as soon as possible. Yang Xiao felt even more innocent. Little auntie, why don't I understand what you're saying? Yang Shui smiled. You don't understand, do you? Then it seems that I've been too lenient with you. I'd better find someone else to tell you something you can understand. Lu Yan's figure suddenly flashed behind him. The crystal-clear girl had long red hair, and a cluster of flames was quietly burning on her fingertips. From time to time, it turned into a small phoenix. Yang Zhao's expression changed. Looking at Lu Yan who was walking towards him step by step, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Big auntie, let's talk nicely. Let's not fight if we can. Do you want to find master? Lu Yan walked in front of Yang Xiao and looked at him with her big clear eyes. No. The small phoenix suddenly flew in front of him. Its scorching aura seemed to be able to burn even his divine soul. He quickly changed his words. Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to find my adoptive father. I want to go outside the universe and see what's wrong with that. Why are you treating me like this? I want to go too, Lu Yan said. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up as if he had found a confidant. Since Big Auntie wants to go, why don't we go together? Adoptive father just left. He shouldn't have gone far. We can catch up with him. We can't go. Lu Yan shook her head and moved slowly. Why? Yang Xiao stared at her. We'll be a burden to him. Yang Xiao sneered and said, Big Auntie, you think too much. You and I are not weak now. How can we be a burden to adoptive father? I don't ask for anything else. I can at least serve tea and water to adoptive father, right? Alas, adoptive father is suffering. He's going out alone this time. He doesn't even have someone to talk to. It's fine if he doesn't know, but now that he knows, how can I, as his son, turn a blind eye? I want to go. I want to be at adoptive father's beck and call. His face was full of righteousness and filial piety. Chapter 38:30. Xueqi walked out from behind and sighed. Young master, don't waste your time. The world outside the universe is really too dangerous. It won't be too late to make plans when you can cultivate to the same level as old master. Yang Zhao's face turned ashen. How long will that take? The more he cultivated, the more he realized how difficult it was to improve his strength. If he wanted to reach the level of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, it would be impossible without 1,000 years of accumulation. Yang Kai was born with a monkey's temperament and liked to move rather than be quiet. So how could he wait? I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Yang Shui coldly snorted, stretched out her jade white hand, and grabbed Yang Zhao's ear. As Yang Xiao begged for mercy in pain, he was dragged into the flowing time temple. The temple door slammed shut and all the barriers were activated. It was unknown when it would open again. Sir. In the void, Zhang Ruoxi smiled sweetly, just like when they first met. The passage of the flowing time great emperor had not left any mark on her. How's your family? Yang Kai asked. Thanks to Sir's blessings, they are all fine, Zhang Ruoxi replied. She walked out of the blood door and immediately threw herself into the life and death battle with great demon god. After that, she busied herself with Yang Kai until 50 years ago, when Yang Kai went into secluded retreat. Only then did she have time to reunite with her family. The Zhang family outside Maplewood City was not a big family. The strongest master in the family was only a third-order origin king, and they did not even have a Dao Source Realm master. Such strength could not play any role in the Battle of Two Worlds, so Yang Kai had taken them into the sealed world bead long ago, so they could be perfectly preserved. Today, the Zhang family had settled down in High Heaven Palace, and all the juniors of the family who were of suitable age had joined the High Heaven Palace. Over the past 50 years, Zhang Ruoxi had spent time with her family while healing. The Blood Gate had been opened and the Tianqing Palace was now under the control of the Luan Feng and the others. All the spiritual beasts in the world who had the ancient divine spirit bloodline could enter the Blood Gate and enter the Tianqing Palace to seek the glory of their ancestors. Zhang Ruoxi also finished dealing with all the matters at hand. This time, she and Yang Kai were the only ones who could go out of Chengkuan. The others either didn't have the strength or were still recuperating and couldn't move. That's good. Yang Kai nodded and said, Go to Ada and wait for me for a while. I still have something to deal with. I will come to you in a few months or 3 to 5 years. All right, Zhang Ruoxi nodded, turned around, and flew off. In the void, Yang Kai took a moment to determine the direction, then turned into a stream of light and sped away. The void was lonely, and the journey was long. Being alone, it was not boring to comprehend in peace. After a month, Yang Kai arrived at his destination. Even with his current strength, it took him a long time to fly, so one could imagine how far away this place was from the star boundary. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai saw a vast and boundless universe. Yang Kai gently nodded, deciding that this place was fine. He raised his hand and summoned the sealed world bead. With a thought, the small bead transformed into a behemoth that filled the void. On this trip to Xueqi, life or death was uncertain, and the road ahead was unknown. It was very likely that he would encounter some unimaginable dangers. In the third territory of the sealed world bead, there were still tens of millions of demon race. It was not suitable to take it with him. If he was in danger, those tens of millions of demon race would be buried with him. As such, before he left, Yang Kai still had to separate the third territory from the others. If it was before, he might not have had any clue, but now that his strength had increased greatly, and he had the experience of separating the second territory, this matter was not completely impossible. The small sealed world used to have 3 territories. The first territory was owned by the small sealed world itself. The second territory was formed by swallowing several cultivation stars in the lower star territory, and the third territory was formed by swallowing the demon race's territory. It could be considered the second demon race's territory. Before the second Battle of Worlds, Yang Kai went to the lower star territory and separated the second territory from the small sealed world, spending a lot of effort and energy. Now that he was repeating the same trick, Yang Kai thought it would not be too difficult, but when he really got started, he realized that something was wrong. The area of the third territory was too large. After all, it had swallowed the entire demon race's territory, so it was many times larger than the small sealed world's territory, causing the small sealed world to be unable to distinguish between its primary and secondary. Yang Kai had worked hard for several days, but he still did not succeed. He had expected this situation earlier, but he was not sure. Now that he saw that it was true, Yang Kai could only change his plans. With a thought, the embodiment stood in the void of the small sealed world, demonic chi tumbling all over its body as it formed a series of hand seals and spread its consciousness to every corner of the third territory. The sealed world bead was Yang Kai's artifact, and the embodiment was formed when a wisp of Yang Kai's consciousness entered the body of the stone mongoose. Although it now had its own thoughts, it could still be regarded as his doppelganger. If the main body could control the small sealed world, so could the embodiment. Using his consciousness to wrap the entire small sealed world in the third territory, and with Yang Kai's help, the entire world buzzed. Somewhere in the third territory, in a huge city, 2 figures flew up into the sky. They were Bai Liemo and Chang Tian. Previously, Zhang Wuhen made the decision to spare the remnants of the demon race, but the condition was that no one from the demon race would ever set foot in the star boundary again. Yu Ru Meng's relationship with Yang Kai was extraordinary, so she was not included, so she could stay in the High Heaven Palace. However, Bai Liemo and Chang Tian could only stay in the small sealed world. Over the past few decades, although Bai Liemo's injuries had not fully healed, they were much better. Chang Tian, on the other hand, looked much older, with faint signs of aging. At this moment, sensing the great changes in the world, they could not help but fly over to investigate. Seeing the embodiment, Bai Liemo hurriedly asked, "Has it started?" She and Chang Tian also knew about Yang Kai's plan, but they did not expect that it would take so long before Yang Kai started. The embodiment glanced at her with his deep eyes and gently nodded. "Is it going well?" Chang Tian asked, seemingly seeing some clues from the embodiment's state. The embodiment said, "If there is anything I need you to, I will let you know. Anytime." Chang Tian cupped his fists and no longer said anything, flying to the side with Bai Liemo to watch. The rumbling sound was endless, as if the whole world was being pulled by some kind of force. As a demon saint in the demon territory, Bai Liemo was extremely sensitive to the changes in the world. After a while, she turned her head in shock and looked in a certain direction. Over there, she clearly felt that the world was being separated. If the world was a pancake, Then at this moment, there was a huge force dividing this pancake into two, one big, one small. The big piece was the territory of the demon territory, while the small piece was the first territory of the small sealed world. The huge movement lasted for an unknown period of time. Although the embodiment's strength was not high, only at the level of a half-saint, as Xueqi's avatar, he could be regarded as the master of this small sealed world. There were many conveniences in this small sealed world, and he cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques, so he could replenish the strength he consumed at any time, no matter how long it took. After a full 2 months, the huge humming sound gradually disappeared. The embodiment swayed and fell from the sky as if he was drunk. Although he was not panting, his eyes were full of fatigue. Obviously, the casting of the technique this time had put him under a lot of pressure. In the void, Xueqi stretched out his hand and summoned a simple and unremarkable bead into his palm. He played with it gently as he looked up at the huge rolling monster in the sky, a trace of tiredness flashing in his eyes. The first territory and the third territory had been completely separated. It was not that the third territory was separated from the small sealed world, but that Xueqi had separated the original territory of the small sealed world from it. There was a difference between the two. If the former was successful, it would not have much impact on the small sealed world, and it would still have the ability to swallow and fuse with it. However, Xueqi had tried before and failed, so he could only choose the latter method. As a result, the sealed world bead returned to its original form as the sealed world bead, losing its ability to swallow and fuse with other things. The rolling monster was now in the demon territory, and even the embodiment was restricted in it. The rolling monster was inadvertently created by the embodiment when he used the sealed world bead to activate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. It had no thoughts, only an instinct to swallow. If the embodiment did not stay behind to guard it, who knew where it would run off to? If it were to wander in this vast universe, it would most likely attract the greed of other great masters. At that time, not only would the future of the demon territory be worrying, even the tens of millions of demon race living in it would be out of their control. In desperation, Xueqi could only let the embodiment stay behind to guard the demon territory. However, although this would restrict the embodiment, it also had huge benefits. The embodiment now controlled the new demon territory, and in this demon territory, it was the master. Even Bai Liemo and Chang Tian could not go against its will. This demon territory was new, and it was equivalent to splitting open the heavens and earth again. With the growth of this new world, the embodiment might be able to take the path that Wukong wanted to take before, and use another method to enter the heaven-opening realm. Wukong had previously used the ancestral territory as its core to swallow and fuse with the territory of the lower planes. It wanted to use this method to pry into the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm. After all, the opportunity to accompany the growth of a world was too rare. What's more, the embodiment was proficient in the battle techniques of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and its rolling had an instinctive devouring power. Previously, when it turned into the sealed world bead and was kept by Xueqi, it was not outstanding. Now that it was released, it was constantly devouring the power of the vast star field. It could be imagined that the growth period of this new demon territory would not be too long. It could even be said that in the long run, this new demon territory might grow into a world of a higher level than the original demon territory. It was just that. Xueqi had never seen such a rolling Xueqi world that was like a big-bellied fish. Did he accidentally create something? In the past, he did not know what the star field looked like. Later, when he looked at it from afar, he realized that the star field was not a sphere like he had imagined, but a half-moon-shaped world. Since there was a half-moon-shaped world like the star field in this Xueqi, then it was not so inconceivable that there would be a big-bellied fish like Xueqi, right? I have something to do recently. I have to go out for a few days. Chapter 38-31. In the void, the huge giant god spirit sat cross-legged, like a mountain, his big hand touching his belly, his face full of worry. His two sun-like eyes stared at the small figure in front of him, full of longing. Zhang Ruoxi's scalp tingled under his stare. Although she knew that the giant god spirit clan was naturally kind and did not like to fight, facing such a powerful existence that could kill her at any time, she did not have much sense of security. She came here to wait according to Xueqi's instructions. She waited for half a year, but until now, Xueqi still did not appear. The giant god spirit, on the other hand, woke up from a deep sleep with a hungry expression. She also knew that the giant god spirit clan would always look hungry unless they were eating or sleeping. This was their nature, and no one could change it. But such a big guy showed a hungry expression while touching his belly and staring at her. The invisible pressure made her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. In the distance, there seemed to be a figure coming. Xueqi was shocked and looked over. After a while she said with joy, "Sir is here." These words were said to the giant god spirit Ada. Ada did not react. He did not know what this so-called Sir was, but he still stared at her. But after a while, Ada suddenly showed a happy expression and turned his head in the direction Xueqi was looking. He obviously felt something too. In a flash, Xueqi appeared out of thin air not far from the giant god spirit. He glanced at Xueqi and nodded slightly, then turned to look at Ada and smiled. "Hungry?" Ada nodded repeatedly. "Hungry?" Xueqi said. "Open your mouth." Ada obeyed obediently. "Ah." He opened his mouth wide and a few refined chess pieces flew into his mouth. Only then did Ada close his mouth in satisfaction and start chewing. Xueqi shouted, "Ada, I'm going on a long trip. I don't know when I'll be back." Ada squinted his eyes and ate, enjoying the food, and responded vaguely. "We're friends, right?" Xueqi asked again. Ada didn't respond. When he swallowed the food in his mouth and looked at Xueqi again, he said, "We're friends." Friend. Ada nodded. "Since we're friends, you have to help me take care of my home when I go out. You can't eat my home. If you eat it, I'll be homeless." Hearing that, Ada couldn't help but frown, as if he was in a dilemma. Xueqi smiled and said, "If you really want to eat it, that's fine. But you have to wait for me to come back. When I'm not around, you can't eat it." Ada nodded happily. "I'll be waiting for you." Xueqi didn't say anything else. He casually threw a few more pieces over, and the sound of chess pieces clanging rang out again. Looking back at the half-moon-shaped world again, Xueqi took a deep breath and called out to Xueqi, "Let's go." Although he was very reluctant and wanted to go back and take a look, he still suppressed the desire in his heart. If everything went well, he could return home as soon as possible and save the star boundary. If things didn't go well, it wouldn't be too late to think of a way. There would always be a chance to meet again in the future. Although the giant god spirit Ada was eyeing the star boundary covetously, he wouldn't be in a hurry to make a move before the entire star boundary was destroyed. And this period would take at least 1,000 years. Xueqi didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find the world tree in such a long time. Moreover, there was another advantage for Ada to guard this place. At the very least, the strength of the giant god spirit clan could deter some small fries. Even if some great masters accidentally passed by here, with Ada guarding, they wouldn't easily come forward. In other words, Xueqi didn't have to worry about the safety of the star boundary. The two continued forward as a pair. Chapter 38-32. The sharp metal essence in Golden Antelope Blessed Land is basically a 5th grade material. But if you're lucky enough to find an evil spirit essence in it, it'll be a pleasant surprise. Evil spirit essence? What grade is it? Xueqi didn't ask what the evil spirit essence was. He didn't need to ask, as he could guess that the so-called evil spirit essence was the essence of the sharp metal essence, and it was definitely much higher than a 5th grade material. 7th grade. Xueqi couldn't help but whistle. Currently, he didn't have a systematic understanding of the quality of the materials used to condense yin and yang and 5 elements. He didn't know what grade of material was considered good in the eyes of the masters outside the universe, but it was undeniable that a 7th grade material wasn't low. It was definitely a good thing that people would fight over. "Has anyone found it in there?" Xueqi asked. Xueqi shook her head. "I don't know. Perhaps the ancestor knows, but I didn't obtain any of these memories." Xueqi gently nodded and thought of another question. What are the things that circulate outside the universe? Different planes, different worlds. The things that circulate are different. In the demon territory, there are demonic crystals, while in the star boundary, there are source crystals. Both of them are naturally formed and contain energy that can be absorbed by a cultivator to enhance their strength. If he guessed correctly, the things that circulate outside the universe should also be things that can enhance a cultivator's strength. Heaven-opening pill. Yang Kai frowned. Heaven-opening pill? Why does it sound like a kind of spirit pill? Zhang Ruoxi smiled slightly. It is indeed a spirit pill, and one that is extremely useful for heaven-opening realm cultivators. I've told Sir before that once a cultivator breaks through to the heaven-opening realm, their grade is basically fixed. However, it's not impossible to improve it, and the heaven-opening pill is one of them. If one can take a heaven-opening pill for a long time, it can generally raise one's grade by 1 or 2 grades. If one's grade increases, their strength will also increase. Yang Kai was puzzled. If the heaven-opening pill is useful for heaven-opening realm cultivators, then wouldn't it be useless for people like me? Of course it's useful. Zhang Ruoxi explained. Sir has now condensed the wood force of the 5 elements, so the heaven-splitting pill can also help Sir improve the grade of his wood force. But generally speaking, at your level, most transactions are barter. Yang Kai was enlightened. Materials for condensing the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements? Yes. Zhang Ruoxi nodded. These materials are exactly what a cultivator of this level needs, so if there's a chance, everyone will exchange what they need. Looks like if I have the chance in the future, I'll have to find a heaven-opening pill formula. Yang Kai fell into deep thought. He was also familiar with alchemy. If he had a heaven-opening pill recipe, he might be able to refine it himself. However, the required materials would definitely not be easy to find. Zhang Ruoxi smiled and said, Sir, you may not know this, but there are 2 types of heaven-opening pills. One is naturally formed, while the other is refined by an alchemist. Yang Kai was extremely surprised. Since it's a spirit pill, how can it be naturally formed? Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head and said, The heavens and earth have their own fortune. In this vast universe, a furnace called the clear sky furnace will occasionally appear. This furnace is not a physical object, just a projection, but it can absorb the power of the stars and refine it into the furnace. Over the years, the furnace will produce a heaven-opening pill. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. So there's such a miracle. Suddenly, he remembered that he had also been taught alchemy by the Heavenly Way. Since the Heavenly Way could teach him alchemy, why couldn't it produce spirit pills? Strictly speaking, it is precisely because of the heaven-opening pill that the experts outside of the universe gradually figured out the pill formulas for man-made spirit pills through these heaven-opening pills. There should be some differences between the 2, right? Sir is right. Although both are heaven-opening pills, they are indeed very different. The biggest difference is their effectiveness. Although artificially refined heaven-opening pills can raise a person's cultivation by 1 or 2 grades over a long period of time, that's almost the limit. There's no point in taking more. However, the heaven-opening pills produced by the heavens and earth are different. They contain the purest power of the stars and universe. Rumor has it that this kind of heaven-opening pill can raise a heaven-opening realm master's cultivation to the highest level, the 9th grade. Yang Kai felt a burst of excitement when he heard this and immediately looked around. Zhang Ruoxi curiously asked, What are you looking for, sir? Yang Kai replied, I'm looking for the clear sky furnace you mentioned. If we find it, wouldn't we be rich? Although he had directly used the immortal tree to condense the power of the wood attribute, it would be difficult to find a material of the same grade as the immortal tree. Even if there was such a good thing, he wouldn't be able to compete for it if he wasn't strong enough. Therefore, Yang Kai was mentally prepared that when he broke through to the heaven-opening realm in the future, he wouldn't be able to open the heaven-opening realm at the 9th grade. It would be difficult for him to even reach the 8th grade. At most, he would reach the 7th grade, or even the 6th grade or 5th grade. And if he wanted to improve his cultivation and strength, this kind of heaven-opening pill produced by the heavens and earth was indispensable. Zhang Ruoxi laughed. How could it be so easy to find such a thing? And even if the clear sky furnace really appears, it won't be our turn. I'm afraid that the people from the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands will immediately swarm over. At that time, it will definitely be a fierce battle. Yang Kai remained unmoved and frowned. I think I saw something. Zhang Ruoxi pouted. Sir likes to joke. Yang Kai pulled her arm and pointed in a certain direction. There really is something. I shouldn't be seeing things. As soon as he finished speaking, His face changed, so fast. Just now, when he was looking left and right, he vaguely saw something approaching him. But in the blink of an eye, the other party had closed half the distance. The whole process was extremely sudden, and there was no trace of movement at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ruoxi also saw the situation and her pretty face immediately changed. A thousand joints worm. Yang Kai didn't even have time to ask what the hell a thousand joints worm was. Just by looking at Zhang Ruoxi's expression, he knew that this guy wasn't to be trifled with. Looking at it, he saw a huge snow-white insect covered in holes. This insect stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers and looked extremely bloated, but its speed was strangely fast. As soon as Zhang Ruoxi's voice fell, the thousand joints worm had already broken through the distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers and arrived in front of them in an instant. A black hole-like mouth covered their heads and swallowed a large area of space. Let's go! Yang Kai grabbed Zhang Ruoxi's arm and used his space principles to leave this place in an instant. But then he was shocked to find that the space around him had been completely sealed and was shrouded in darkness. He suddenly lost the light in front of him. The next moment, the world spun. Even though Yang Kai was now one of the great emperors, he still felt a little dizzy. It was as if his whole body was falling endlessly. He was speechless. He had just come out of the star boundary with Zhang Ruoxi, so how did he run into such a monster? Only now did he have a deep understanding of the dangers of the outside world. Thinking of Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai was shocked again because his hand was empty. He was clearly holding Zhang Ruoxi's arm just now, but now there was nothing in his hand. Where is Ruoxi? Yang Kai hurriedly endured the discomfort in his soul and released his divine sense to search the surroundings. But where was Zhang Ruoxi? Forcing himself to calm down and recall what had just happened, Yang Kai instinctively felt that he should have been swallowed by the thousand-jointed worm, so he and Ruoxi should be in its stomach at this moment. Yang Kai flew into a rage. His ambition was to leave the star boundary, but he was swallowed by a worm before he had time to show it. How could he bear it? With a low roar, Yang Kai used his dragon transformation secret technique and transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon with the black dragon spear in his hand. A monstrous aura swept out, and the seal on his dragon bones glowed brightly as he gathered all his strength into the black dragon spear. The next moment, the feeling of the world being turned upside down suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai's vision blurred and he suddenly appeared in the void, still maintaining his spear posture. Yang Kai felt extremely uncomfortable after using all his strength to hit empty air. He waited until his strength was exhausted before he finally stopped and looked around in confusion. Where am I? Although he had just entered the outside world and didn't know much about the vast universe, Yang Kai was sure that this was definitely not where he was just now. Everything around him looked completely different from before. There was no Zhang Ruoxi, no thousand-jointed worm, everything just now seemed to be an illusion. Yang Kai grabbed his spear and looked around vigilantly, but it was quiet all around. There was no one else besides him. What the hell happened? There had never been a moment when he was as lost as he was now. After confirming that there was no danger around, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his dragon transformation and took out the space spirit bead. He tried to contact Zhang Ruoxi, but there was no response from the space spirit bead. Yang Kai was anxious. Encountering such a strange thing inexplicably is one thing, but at least I'm unscathed. Where did that girl Ruoxi go? Thinking back carefully, the moment he escaped, he seemed to have felt the power of space principles fluctuating. Combined with the unfamiliar environment in front of him, Yang Kai vaguely felt that he should have undergone a long-distance teleportation. He didn't know how far away he was from the star boundary, and he didn't even know where the star boundary was now. The last time he escaped from the demon territory, with the blessing of the world will, he was able to determine the location of the star boundary in the vast universe and return home smoothly. But at that time, the demon territory wasn't too far from the star boundary, and the two worlds were close together. Otherwise, great demon god wouldn't have set his sights on the star boundary. But now that he was far away, the world will was no longer effective, making it impossible for him to return to the star boundary. The thousand-jointed worm swallowed him and he rushed out, only to suddenly arrive in this place. What the hell is that worm? And where is Zhang Ruoxi now? With no clue at all, Yang Kai could only choose a direction at random and try to find praying in his heart that Ruoxi had escaped from the thousand-jointed worm's stomach. Otherwise, That kind of monster, even a heaven-opening realm master wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 38-33. In the void, Xueqi's brow furrowed tightly. It was not easy to tell the passage of time outside the universe, but it should have been half a year since the day he encountered the 10,000-joint worm. In the past 6 months, he had been searching for Zhang Ruoxi nearby. From time to time, he would cast the space spirit bead, but unfortunately, he found nothing. There was no news of Ruoxi at all. After wandering around for half a year, Xueqi had really seen all kinds of dangers outside the universe. He didn't know how many terrifying existences like the 10,000-joint worms were in this vast universe. He had encountered quite a few in this half a year, but not all of them were 10,000-joint worms. There were other monsters. Basically, they were extremely large in size, no less inferior to the 10,000-joint worm and the giant god spirit. However, although these existences had terrifying auras, they seemed to be somewhat lacking in intelligence, whether it was the giant god spirit or the 10,000-joint worm. Xueqi saw them from afar, and as long as he avoided them in time, he would be safe. In the past 6 months of wandering, he even found a world outside the universe. It was a world similar to the star boundary, but before he could get close, he felt several hostile intents from that world locking onto him. That world also had masters at the level of great emperors. Although Xueqi was now one of the great emperors, it was extremely unwise to rashly break into someone else's world, so after noticing the hostility, Xueqi took a detour and left. Come to think of it, Ruoxi should know more about the world outside of this universe than he does. Moreover, her strength wasn't low either. As long as she can escape from the stomach of that 1,000-jointed worm, there shouldn't be any problem. But after this separation, who knew when they would meet again? The universe was so big, and the chances of 2 people meeting again were too small. After another month, Xueqi had to accept the reality at hand. He gave up the intention to continue searching for Zhang Ruoxi and set a direction and moved forward. Now that he had jumped out of the shackles of the universe and came to the world outside the universe, it was time to complete his unfinished business and search for clues about the world tree. Perhaps by the time he found the world tree and returned to the star boundary, Zhang Ruoxi would already be waiting for him there. With such hope in his heart, Xueqi continued forward. Exploring alone and roaming alone gave him a sense of familiarity that he hadn't felt in a long time. When he first entered the star territory from Tongxian realm, and when he entered the star boundary from Tongxian realm's territory, which time had he not been alone? Although the world outside the universe was dangerous, as long as one bravely moved forward, they would be able to open up a path. His state of mind suddenly became clear, and he couldn't help but be filled with anticipation for the road ahead. One day, while flying through the void, Xueqi's expression suddenly changed as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but at that moment, he seemed to have heard a faint call from that direction. At this moment, he calmed down and listened carefully, but there was no sign of it. Xueqi naturally maintained his vigilance at all times due to the dangers of the void. The soul-warming lotus also closely guarded his mind, preventing it from being invaded by external forces. Frowning slightly, Xueqi felt a little strange, but since there was no abnormality, he relaxed and continued moving forward. After walking for a short distance, that faintly discernible call once again entered his ears. Xueqi immediately stopped and his face became solemn. The first time, he could say that it was an illusion, but the second time, it couldn't be justified. This meant that it wasn't an illusion, and there really was something there. After pondering for a moment, Xueqi turned around and rushed towards the source of the voice. The soul-warming lotus didn't show any abnormalities, and Xueqi didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, so that voice should be harmless. His current understanding of the outside universe was limited to what he had learned from Zhang Ruoxi at the beginning. If there really was someone on the other side, perhaps he could find them and ask around. However, before that, he had to make sure that there was no danger there. In any case, it was better than running around in the void like a headless fly. Moving through the void without any resistance, Xueqi could increase his speed to infinity as long as he wanted to. But in order to guard against some possible dangers, he still maintained a controlled speed. And in the past 6 months, Xueqi had also discovered that the world outside the void was very clean, unlike the star field in the lower star territory where there were many asteroids. Thinking about it carefully, It should have something to do with the giant god spirit clan. The giant god spirit clan had an innate divine technique that allowed them to smell the aura of dying worlds in advance, and then go there to wait for food. Once the world died, they would be swallowed whole. The dead worlds had all been eaten by the giant god spirits, so how could there still be a sea of asteroids in this universe? They must have been eaten by the giant god spirits long ago. Thinking about it this way, the giant god spirit seemed to be cleaning up the universe's trash. He didn't know how long he had been flying forward, but the further he went, the more obvious the call became. Xueqi could feel that he was still some distance away from his destination, but it shouldn't be too far. Finally, one day, a shining point of light suddenly appeared in a large nebula in front of him. Xueqi's mind shook, and he secretly thought that he had finally arrived. When he fixed his eyes on it, he couldn't help but be startled. It was too far away, so he couldn't see it clearly, but Xueqi vaguely felt that this thing seemed to have seen it somewhere before. He sped up and hurried over. A few days later, Xueqi's expression became strange. In front of him, a huge oval-shaped light curtain stood quietly in the void. Above the light curtain, a strange light constantly flashed, and from the oval-shaped light curtain, extremely clear fluctuations of the law of space were transmitted. A realm gate? Xueqi raised his eyebrows. Before, when he was far away, he felt that this thing was a little familiar, but now that he looked closer, it was indeed very familiar. In the demon territory, the continents were divided, and each continent was connected to each other by a realm gate. The oval-shaped light curtain in front of him was exactly the same as a realm gate. The only difference was the scale. Compared to the realm gate in the demon territory, the difference was simply like the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. There was no comparison at all. Big. Incomparably huge. Xueqi estimated that even the giant god spirit and the 10,000-jointed insect could easily pass through this realm gate, so one could imagine how huge this realm gate was. For such a realm gate to suddenly appear in the void, Xueqi couldn't ignore it even if he didn't want to, especially when the faint call came from this realm gate. Although he didn't know what this realm gate was called in the world outside of the universe, it was just a different name, and its function was nothing more than to shuttle between two places. After a few more days, Xueqi finally arrived at this realm gate. Standing at a place thousands of miles away from the realm gate, he felt the vastness of this thing, and realized how small he was. Xueqi sighed. The world outside of the universe was really strange. He could feel that this realm gate was not artificially refined, but naturally formed. From it, there was a very clear fluctuation of the law of space, and there was not much danger. As long as one was strong enough, anyone could easily pass through this realm gate. Then the question was, where was the other end of this realm gate? What was on the other side calling out to him? Around this huge realm gate, Xueqi flew for more than 10 hours before he barely circled around it. Standing in the same place, he scratched his head. To enter or not, Xueqi was really a little difficult to decide. If he didn't enter, he would have already arrived here, and he had been wandering in the void for more than half a year. Other than encountering a few huge and terrifying monsters, he only found a world of the universe, and he had not come into contact with anything outside of the universe. If he went in, he didn't know if there was any danger on the other side, and if there was an ambush on the other side, he might encounter some unexpected disaster as soon as he went out. But he didn't hesitate for long, and Xueqi made up his mind. Enter. Along the way, there were many dangers, and he had escaped death several times. If he was afraid because he suspected that the road ahead was difficult, how could he travel outside of the universe? It was better to go back to the star boundary early to retire, and his strength was not low now. Even if he really encountered some danger, he might have the power to resist. Since he had made up his mind, he would no longer hesitate. His figure swayed, and he plunged into the realm gate in front of him. Like a stone thrown into the sea, the realm gate remained calm, and only a small ripple appeared at the place where Xueqi entered, and then it returned to normal. Xueqi, who had entered the realm gate, felt the world spinning, and a great pressure fell from all directions, as if there was an infinite force attacking at the same time. Xueqi hurriedly used his qi to resist, and he was shocked. The pressure was something that only the great emperors could resist. In other words, this realm gate alone was something that only those who had condensed a Dao seal were qualified to pass through. As if thousands of years had passed, and as if in an instant, the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. When Xueqi came back to his senses, He was still in a void, and when he turned his head to look around, he was even more confused. What the hell? After being swallowed by the 1,000-segment worm, he inexplicably ran out like this, and after passing through a realm gate, it was still the same. If it weren't for the fact that there was no sign of the realm gate around him, Xueqi would have thought that he was still in place. But after coming here, the call from the unseen world became clearer. Without hesitation, Xueqi's figure swayed, and he rushed in that direction. Chapter 38-34. Arriving in front of the door, Xueqi glanced at the two stone lions squatting on the left and right. He faintly felt that these seemingly ordinary stone lions weren't as simple as they seemed. If they were really ordinary creatures, how could they appear in this void? Just as he was feeling curious, a voice suddenly came from behind the door. "Which little friend has come? This old master has failed to welcome you from afar. Please come in for a chat." The voice was gentle, like a spring breeze, causing Xueqi to feel a warm feeling all over his body. Even though this voice had come abruptly, it did not disturb him in the slightest and instead made him feel that it was natural. However, Xueqi was a bit surprised. After all, there was only a single door in front of him, and although there were two stone lions squatting at the door, there was no room, so where was the person who had spoken? Peeking behind the door, there was nothing behind it. Hearing the old voice, Xueqi knew that the person who had spoken was not young. Pondering for a moment, he felt that it was best to take things as they came, so he cupped his fists and asked, "Where is Senior? How can Junior enter?" The old voice laughed. "Just push the door open." Xueqi nodded and pushed the door open. Reaching out, Xueqi placed his hand on the door and gently pushed. The door opened, but the scene of the void on the other side of the door did not appear. The moment the door opened, a colorful light flashed before his eyes, followed by a huge suction force. Xueqi had no time to react before he was sucked inside. When he came back to his senses, he was standing on a giant reef, the sound of waves ringing in his ears. Looking up, he saw a blue sky and white clouds, and looking down, he saw waves crashing against the shore. Xueqi blinked and couldn't help calling out, "Little universe!" Heaven-opening realm cultivators could create a world within their bodies that existed between reality and illusion. This world was the so-called Little Universe, and those who could create little universes were all heaven-opening realm masters. From the side came a laugh. "Little friend's eyesight is quite good. This is this old master's little universe." Xueqi turned his head towards the source of the voice and saw an old man with white hair and a beard standing not far from him. He had a kind smile on his face. The old man was slightly plump, and the wrinkles on his face were all traces of the flowing time great emperor. The old man was wearing a long black robe. There was not a speck of dust on his body. He gave off the feeling of an enlightened master. He held a round bowl in one hand and bent the fingers of his other hand. He tapped rhythmically on the bulb. What was strange was that every time he knocked, no sound came out, but Xueqi was able to feel something with each of his knocks. Recalling the call that had guided him all the way here, Xueqi suddenly understood. "Is it old Sir calling for me?" The old man smiled. "That's right. Where are you from, little friend?" Xueqi said, "My hometown is a barren place. I don't know what to call it." Although the old man in front of him seemed harmless, he was still a genuine heaven-opening cultivator. If he really wanted to fight with him, Xueqi probably wouldn't have any strength to resist, especially since this was his little universe. Xueqi hadn't expected that the first person he saw outside of this little universe would be a heaven-opening cultivator. One had to be on guard against others, and it was best not to expose the name of the star boundary. The old man didn't mind, smiling slightly. "So it's like that." Unexpectedly, he didn't ask any more questions. "Why did old Sir call for me?" Xueqi was puzzled. If it weren't for that mysterious pull, he wouldn't have found this place. The old man smiled. "This old master didn't call for you alone. I was just receiving newcomers who had jumped out of their little universes." As he spoke, he pointed to the side. Xueqi looked over and discovered that it wasn't just him and the old man in this little universe. There were other people on the surrounding reefs. His heart trembled. When he had entered just now, He hadn't sensed anything, and he had clearly looked around, but he hadn't seen anyone else at all. It seemed that if this old man hadn't been willing, he probably wouldn't have been able to see anyone else. There were 4 figures, 3 men and 1 woman. One was a tall and sturdy man, one was a dignified woman, one was a young child, and one seemed to be a demonic beast with 2 horns on his forehead. It was unknown what bloodline he had. They each sat on a nearby reef, looking at Xueqi together. Xueqi's gaze swept over them. Apart from the young child who smiled at Xueqi, the others were expressionless. Xueqi didn't know what cultivation realms these 4 were at, but since they had appeared here, it meant that each of them was a powerhouse on the level of great emperors in their own little universes. They had all condensed their own Tao seals, or they wouldn't have the qualifications to wander about outside of this little universe. Seeing this scene, combined with what the old man had just said, Xueqi was stunned and asked, "Were these people also summoned by old sir?" The old man smiled and nodded. "There are many dangers in this little universe. For newcomers like you, it is not a good place. If you rashly wander about, it is very likely that you will encounter some unpredictable dangers. This old man is here to disperse the spiritual aura, and those who perceive it will come here to meet this old man, just like little friend and the others." "Why is old sir doing this?" Xueqi was puzzled. If this old man said that it was to protect you newcomers, would you believe it? Xueqi slowly shook his head. After cultivating for so many years, Xueqi didn't dare to say that he had seen through human nature, but no one would do such a laborious thing without any benefits. The old man laughed. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe it, but this is indeed one of the reasons." "That is to say, there are other reasons?" Xueqi asked. "The other reason is that the force behind this old man needs to absorb new blood. Outside of this little universe, there are countless forces, big and small, and many forces will do this. They will receive some newcomers who jump out of the little universe and bring them back to replenish their strength. This method is not rare, and it is not only my force that does this. Little friend, you are just fated to hear this old man's call and come here." Xueqi frowned slightly and asked, "May I ask what the force behind old sir is?" The old man said, "You will know in the future. It is useless to say more now." "What if I don't want to join old sir's force?" Xueqi asked. As soon as this was said, Xueqi clearly felt the 4 people on the reef looking over. The old man said, "That is up to you. This old man is only responsible for receiving newcomers. When you return, someone will explain everything to you. At that time, it is up to you whether you want to join or not. If you want to join, you can stay. If you don't want to, no one will force you." Xueqi nodded. He had encountered this situation once before when he entered the ancestral territory. In the ancestral territory, many forces were also stationed in the same place, absorbing newcomers to replenish their strength. However, in comparison, the old man's method was undoubtedly better. As long as one was curious, they should be attracted by the spirit dispersing machine. Xueqi had no ties outside of this little universe, and now that he had separated from Xueqi, he didn't even know where to go. It just so happened that he wanted to find a place with many people to inquire about some information. Since the old man in front of him had already said so, Xueqi naturally wouldn't ask for a rebuff. Xueqi didn't fully believe the old man's words, but at least for now, his own safety was not a concern. "Old sir, Junior has another question." Xueqi cupped his fists. "Go ahead." Junior jumped out of the universe with another friend and entered this vast universe. However, halfway through, we suddenly encountered a monster called the Thousand Knots Worm. After being swallowed by it, we inexplicably arrived at another place. At this point, the old man smiled and said, "Rest assured, your friend should be safe." "Please enlighten me, old sir." The Thousand Joints insect is a very strange existence outside of this little universe. Its birth is unpredictable, but it is harmless. When you look at it from a distance, do you see many holes in its body? Yes. Those holes are connected to random corners of this vast universe. You were swallowed by the thousand-jointed worm and came out of one of those holes. Then you went to a completely different place from before. Your friend suffered the same fate as you, but we don't know where she is now. Is that so? Xueqi was stunned. However, he instinctively felt that the old man in front of him should not be wrong. Now that he thought about it, from the moment he was swallowed by the thousand joints insect to the moment he escaped, There was an extremely obvious fluctuation of space principles when he escaped, as if he had undergone a long-distance teleportation, which was faintly consistent with the old man's explanation. But this way, it was certain that Zhang Ruoxi was not in danger, so Yang Kai was relieved. It was just that he didn't know where she had been teleported to. Many thanks, old sir. Junior still wants to ask. Little friend, you must be tired after coming from afar. You should rest first. The old man looked at Yang Kai with a smile, and as he spoke, he gently tapped the round bowl a few times with his finger. The doubts in Yang Kai's heart suddenly subsided, as if it was a question he shouldn't have asked. He immediately showed a look of shame and said, Senior is right. Then I won't disturb Senior's casting. Then, he respectfully retreated. The old man nodded, closed his eyes, and continued to cast the spirit-dispersing art. Looking around, Kai Yang jumped onto an unoccupied reef, sat down cross-legged, and began to circulate his secret art. In the next moment, an incomparably pure spirit chi flowed into his body through his pores, shaking his spirit. Although this was the old man's mini-universe world, which existed between reality and illusion, it was still a world of its own. The spirit energy here was also real spirit energy, which could be absorbed to enhance one's strength. Moreover, the spirit energy in this mini-universe world was so rich and pure that it was unmatched anywhere in the star boundary. Quietly opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw that the other four were eagerly devouring the spirit energy, so he simply let go of his scruples and greedily absorbed it. However, he still divided a part of his mind to check his body. When the old man said those last words, he clearly felt that he was powerless to resist his words. In other words, at that time, he was absolutely obedient to the old man, so he felt ashamed. But then the soul-warming lotus took effect and helped him recover. Chapter 38-35. The fact that the soul-warming lotus was acting like this meant that the old man had definitely cast a spell on him just now. It was just that the old man's cultivation was too high. His technique was too brilliant, or perhaps it was the effect of the round bowl that prevented Yang Kai from seeing through it. If it weren't for the soul-warming lotus's protection, Yang Kai didn't know what would have happened to him. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The old man kept saying that no one would force him to join the force behind him in the future if he didn't want to. But judging from his current actions, if he really didn't want to join, it wouldn't end well for him. But since he was already here, it was impossible for him to back out. Besides, Yang Kai was also willing to go to a crowded place to inquire about information. Now that he had just entered this world, his understanding of this place was limited to what he had talked about with Zhang Ruoxi. Everything else was still a mystery to him. If he could follow the old man into a force, he could carefully inquire about it and slowly plan his next move. On the other hand, Yang Kai was looking forward to Zhang Ruoxi being lured here. After all, Ruoxi was swallowed by the 10,000-jointed insect with him. If she was lucky, she might appear somewhere not far away and be drawn here by the old man's spiritual opportunity. If that was the case, they could reunite. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was no longer worried and simply relaxed his mind to absorb the surrounding world energy. The nearby 3 people and 1 monster beast were also doing the same. Although Yang Kai didn't know which small world they came from, it was obvious that everyone came from different places. This could be seen from the way they dressed. Many details were slightly different, but no matter which small world they came from, it was obvious that they had never stayed in a place with such a good cultivation environment. All of them were cultivating eagerly. After what happened before, Yang Kai even suspected that the old man had used some kind of secret technique on these 4 people to make them obey him. The old man maintained the same posture. He held the alms bowl in one hand and gently clasped it with the other. The invisible spiritual vigor continued to spread from this small universe into the universe, attracting newcomers to come over. This method was a bit like fishing. If the person who felt the spiritual opportunity wasn't so curious or had a strong sense of danger, they wouldn't come here. Time passed quickly. Although the small world was also a small world, it was still between reality and illusion. It wasn't as magical as a real small world. There was no sun, moon, stars, and the scenery around it was unchanged. This was probably related to the old man's state of mind. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, Kai Yang estimated it to be at least a year. The old man smiled and said, I don't know which little friend has graced us with his presence, but this old man didn't go out to greet you. Please come in. Her words were exactly the same as when Xueqi had first arrived. Hearing this, Xueqi immediately knew that a newcomer had arrived. He couldn't help but look shocked as he secretly looked forward to it, wondering if it was Zhang Ruaxi's. The voice was that of a woman, and it didn't sound very old. The old man smiled. It's not that this old man is sneaking around. This old man is here. It's just that this young lady hasn't seen him yet. Please come in. The woman outside the door smiled. Do you think I'll come in just because you say so? This young lady won't go in. After a pause, she asked, Are you behind this door? The tone of her question made one imagine her looking at the door. Yes. The old man nodded. Then come out and talk. This young lady will wait for you outside the door. The old man laughed. Young lady is quite vigilant. Humph. One must always be on guard against others. I don't even know who you are, so how can I enter so easily? That's not unreasonable, the old man smiled faintly. As he spoke, he suddenly formed a hand seal. However, this old man still wants to invite this young lady inside for a chat. As soon as these words fell, a cry of alarm immediately came from outside the door, accompanied by the woman's cursing, Thief, you dare! After that, a layer of ripples appeared around the old man, and a graceful figure appeared out of thin air. It was the woman who refused to enter the door before. Who knew what method the old man used to capture her? Xueqi understood. Looking at the situation, as long as one was drawn in by the old man's spirit essence, whether they were willing or not, they would have to enter the door and enter this small world. Those who were willing would be safe, while those who were unwilling would be directly captured. This old man had a harmless smile on his face, but he was actually quite overbearing. This kind of guy was the most ruthless. Xueqi couldn't help becoming vigilant. The woman's temper seemed to be extremely fiery. After being captured, a water curtain immediately appeared around her body, and with a raise of her hand, the endless water curtain turned into a white silk that flew towards the old man. A strong wind blew, mixed with the sound of waves. Xueqi raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but praise in his heart. That white silk was not a real white silk, but was clearly refined from a big river. The power of this pull was the power of a river, and boundless water vapor wantonly spread out. Presumptuous! Several angry shouts sounded in unison, and the four people who had been sitting on the reef and meditating since Xueqi came in rushed out together. The burly man waved his fist, the dignified woman drew her sword, the young child took out a slingbow-like treasure and buckled it with a stone, and the two-horned monster roared and turned into a tiger-like body. Kai Yang stared blankly. However, he quickly reacted and jumped down from the reef as well. Then, he sent a palm strike towards the woman. The woman's expression changed. She obviously didn't expect to be besieged by so many people as soon as she came in. Although she was also a powerhouse at the level of the great emperors and had condensed her own Tao seal, which one of the people present didn't? They could only fight to a draw in a one-on-one battle, let alone 1 against 5. The white silk she pulled out immediately turned into a water curtain that wrapped around her body. With a series of explosions, the water curtain collapsed, and the woman was sent flying, her face pale and bloodless. She was a powerhouse at the level of the great emperors, but at this moment, she sat on the ground with tears in her eyes and covered her butt with her hands, looking extremely wronged. You bully me. She looked like a child who had lost a fight. Xueqi wanted to laugh, but he was too embarrassed to do so. You have the advantage in numbers. The woman sat on the ground and didn't get up. She glared hatefully at Xueqi and the others, and finally fixed her eyes on the old man. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. The old man smiled wholeheartedly. Miss wants to fight me one-on-one? Yes, just you and me, don't let them interfere. The woman stretched out her finger and pointed at Xueqi and the others one by one. The old man slowly shook his head. You are no match for this old man. How do you know if we haven't fought? The woman looked unconvinced. Then do you want to try? The old man played with her with great interest. Of course I want to try. The woman gritted her teeth and shouted. When she said the first word, there was nothing unusual, but when she said the last word, she had already rushed in front of the old man. She was as agile as a raccoon, Her slender jade-like palm turned into a crystal clear, fluctuating with a mysterious force as it slammed down on the old man. The old man's smile didn't fade as he quietly looked at her. He didn't move, only spitting out a single word, "Condense." The woman suddenly stiffened in front of the old man, unable to move. It seemed that only at this moment did she realize the huge gap between her and this old man, and she couldn't help but pale, her long eyelashes trembling. "Do you want to try again?" the old man asked. The woman blinked and obediently said, "I don't dare." "If you don't dare, then stop." The old man waved his hand. As soon as these words came out, the woman immediately regained her freedom. Her body, which had been on the offensive, suddenly rushed forward and half knelt on the ground, cupped her fists, and said, "This little girl is new and inexperienced and thought there was no opponent in this world. But today I have seen Senior and learned that there is always someone better than me. I ask Senior to accept this little girl as a disciple, and this disciple will be respectful and filial to Master in the future." Her movements were clean and neat, without the slightest hesitation, and her words were also extremely smooth, as if she had said them countless times, but her expression was incomparably sincere. All of the people present, including the old man, were caught unprepared by the woman. Xueqi was also stunned, wondering who this woman was. She was shouting and shouting so loudly just now, so how did she become a disciple in the blink of an eye? This change in attitude was a bit too fast. On the contrary, the burly man and the monster race man both showed looks of regret after realizing this. The dignified woman was also a little moved, but the childish child didn't seem to care. As if someone had cast a spell on them, everyone present was silent, and only the sound of waves hitting the table could be heard. Suddenly, the old man laughed and stretched out his hand to support the woman's arm. "It's rare for you to be so considerate. This old man is very pleased, but the matter of apprenticeship is not urgent for the time being. This is the first time this old man has seen you, so I don't know much about your character. After a little observation in the future, if you are to my liking, this old man may accept you as a disciple." The woman was overjoyed. "This disciple thanks Master." "What is your name?" The woman replied with a smile. "This disciple's name is Asunde. Where are you from?" Asun shook her head. "This disciple doesn't know. The world this disciple came from is already broken, and this disciple is the only living person in that place." As she spoke, her face was full of sadness. Chapter 38-36. The old man didn't waste any time and called out to everyone. He stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. A door immediately appeared in front of him. Xueqi took a closer look and saw that it was none other than the one he had seen in the void before. With a creak, the old man pushed the door open, and everyone walked out in a single file. The place they stopped at was the place they entered from before. At this moment, the door warped and transformed into the shape of a large ship. 2 ropes that flowed with light extended from the bow of the ship, and the ropes were wrapped around 2 stone lions. Surprisingly, the stone lions were the 2 that were squatting on the left and right of the door. When Xueqi saw this, he immediately knew that his guess was right. The 2 stone lions were indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, how could there be such a transformation? At this moment, the figures of the 2 stone lions expanded explosively, and an extremely ferocious aura emanated from their bodies. They shook their heads and wagged their tails in an awe-inspiring manner. The newcomers on the ship were dumbstruck. It wasn't that the transformation of the stone lions was miraculous, but the aura emanating from the 2 stone lions wasn't inferior to theirs, and it even faintly surpassed theirs. In other words, the strength of these 2 stone lions was extremely likely to be higher than theirs. They were all overlords of their own worlds, great emperors that had condensed Tao seals, and they were all supreme in their own worlds. Now that they were outside this world and saw that the 2 strange beasts pulling the ship were more formidable than them, there was no need to mention how bitter the feeling in their hearts was. The old man observed everyone's expressions and took in their shock, and he smiled wholeheartedly. "Wow, Master, what are these 2 things? They seem so powerful." Asun stood at the bow of the ship and looked down, and she didn't conceal her surprise as she exclaimed. The old man didn't deliberately correct the way she addressed him, or it could be said that he didn't care. He said with a smile, "These 2 little things were originally 2 stone embryos of my Qiqiao land. Later on, they obtained some opportunities and gained intelligence. I thought they weren't bad, so I used them to watch the door and pull the ship. Qiqiao land? Yang Kai raised his brows. Senior, may I ask if the Qiqiao land you mentioned earlier is the place we're going to this time? He hadn't communicated with the old man during the year he was in the small world, so he didn't know where the old man was from. Now that he heard him mention it, he naturally paid attention. Yes. The old man nodded. Is the Qiqiao land one of the 72 blessed lands? The burly man suddenly revealed a look of shock. You know about the 72 blessed lands? The old man glanced at the burly man with a smile. The other party replied respectfully. This junior comes from the Black River realm. There was once a powerful senior who went back there and left behind a few words. Thus, this junior knows that there are 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands outside of this universe. The burly man shook his head. I don't know. Did he leave any keepsake for you to find? The old man asked again. The burly man took out something from his chest and respectfully handed it over. This is the token that the senior left behind. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw that it was a piece of jade. It didn't look like the jade he had seen before, and he didn't know what kind of jade it was. Inside the jade, there was a small fish swimming around as if it was alive. Although he couldn't see what the fish in the jade was, he could faintly feel that it contained a mysterious power. He knew that this should be the token that the Black River Realm's great master left behind for his juniors. His heart trembled, and he felt cold all over. It wasn't because of the token, but because of the burly man's unreserved attitude towards the old man. Previously, he had been plotted against by the old man, and only managed to escape with the protection of the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai wondered if the old man had done something to the others. But guesses were just guesses, and Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with the affairs of others. When Ah Sun was captured and was about to harm the old man, the burly man and the others actually acted together to protect her. Yang Kai was somewhat certain of his guess. If the old man hadn't done something to them, how could these 4 great emperors from different Xueqi worlds have such a reaction? Even if they wanted to please the old man, they wouldn't have acted together. At this moment, this jade was definitely an extremely precious item on the burly man's body. With this jade as a guide, he could definitely find the whereabouts of the senior in his world and go to him. At that time, he would naturally be taken care of, and there would be no need to compromise under someone else's wing. But such a precious item, the burly man actually took it out after the old man casually asked, and he didn't guard against the old man at all. This was very clear. The few people beside him didn't have any unusual reaction, and instead felt that this was how it should be. After the burly man took out the jade, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He reached out and took it, carefully examining it. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. Since it's a reward from senior, you should keep it carefully. Maybe it will be useful in the future. The burly man gently nodded and put away the jade piece. He even turned his head and glared at the others. It wasn't that he didn't know the value of his jade piece, but that he had been influenced by the old man's secret technique and trusted him. Yang Kai couldn't see how much this trust was for the time being. However, he could finally be sure that everyone who entered the small universe had been cast by the old man. He just didn't know if Ah Sun, who was the last to enter, had been plotted against. I know you have a lot of questions. Let's go, we'll talk on the way. As the old man spoke, he gently raised his hand, and the 2 stone lions pulling the boat immediately raised their heads and roared before galloping forward. In an instant, the big boat sped forward like a bolt of lightning. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. These 2 stone lions looked a little stupid, but he didn't expect them to be so fast. No wonder they were taken in by the old man as coolies. After the boat had sailed for a while, the old man smiled and said, Just now, someone asked if the Qiqiao land has 72 blessed lands. Turning to the burly man, he shook his head and said, The Qiqiao land is not one of the 72 blessed lands. Master, what are the 72 blessed lands? Ah Sun blinked her big eyes, a look of curiosity on her face. Not only her, but the dignified woman, the young child, and the monster raceman all showed puzzled expressions. Obviously, they had never heard of it before. Yang Kai followed the crowd and looked at the old man blankly. It seemed that because they were going back, the old man's mood was quite good. He explained, in this vast universe, there are countless blessed lands, but they can also be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The stronger forces occupy better territories. The weaker ones occupy less. You all come from different small worlds, but no matter where you are, this principle is the same. Amongst these territories, the best ones can be divided into 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly abodes. Those who occupy these treasured lands are all great powers whose might shakes the world. Sun suddenly understood. This disciple understands. The old man continued, if the Qiqiao land is one of the 72 blessed lands, then it is not the Qiqiao land, but the Qiqiao blessed lands. Do you understand? These words were directed at the burly man. The burly man nodded. Thank you, Senior, for your explanation. There is no need for that. It is not a secret. As long as you stay outside of this universe for a few years, you will naturally know. Yang Kai deduced. Then according to what Senior said, the forces that occupy the blessed lands must have the words blessed lands behind their names. That's basically the case, but not all of them. The old man shook his head. For example, the 10,000 Devil Heavens occupies one of the blessed lands, but it is only called the 10,000 Devil Heavens, not the 10,000 Devil Paradise. Yang Kai blinked his eyes. 10,000 Devil Heavens. Just from the name alone, it was obvious that it was the gathering place of the demon race. Emotion couldn't have come from that place, right? To be able to occupy a blessed land in this vast universe, this 10,000 Devil Heavens must be something. If they knew that Mo Shang had died in the star boundary, would they avenge him? But then again, Mo Shang's physical body was destroyed, and he had spent several tens of thousands of years to gather the spiritual energy of the star boundary. If the forces behind him knew about his situation, how could they ignore it? Yang Kai immediately relaxed. Even if Mo Shang really came from the 10,000 Devil Heavens, the 10,000 Devil Heavens wouldn't know about his situation. The old man continued, however, although my 7 openings land can't compare to those blessed lands, it's still quite good in the 3,000 worlds. The master of my 7 openings land is the 7 openings heavenly lord, who is proficient in alchemy. His spirit pills are so famous that even those blessed lands sometimes ask for 7 openings lands alchemy. So amazing? Sun was shocked. The old man smiled slightly. You will know in the future. Today, this old master only told you a little more because you asked. Yang Kai really wanted to ask about the heaven-splitting pill. According to Zhang Ruoxi, this thing was a hard currency outside the universe, equivalent to source crystals in the star boundary. Since the 7 openings heavenly lord was proficient in alchemy, he should also know how to refine the heaven-splitting pill. When he talked about the heaven-splitting pill with Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai was still thinking about getting his hands on its recipe, but he didn't expect to get his hands on it so quickly. However, based on the situation outside the universe, the heaven-splitting pill's recipe was definitely one of the top secrets of a great force, so it wouldn't be easy to find out. What's more, Yang Kai wasn't too clear on what kind of force this Qiqiao land was. Just from the way this old man acted, it was clear that this Qiqiao land wasn't a famous righteous sect. Everything this old man had said before seemed like he was trying to flatter himself. After that, whether it was the dignified woman, the young child, or the monster race, all of them asked about the things they wanted to know. Like Yang Kai, they had just jumped out of their respective small worlds when they were drawn in by the old man's spirit opportunity, so they had no idea what was going on here. Yang Kai had Zhang Ruoxi to answer his questions, so although he didn't know much, he was at least better than the others. Of course, the burly man was an exception. A senior from his Black River realm had once returned and should have left behind some information about the universe. The journey was long, but the old man answered every question, benefiting everyone on board. Chapter 38-37. Along the way, they passed through several territory gates. The so-called territory gates were the world gates Yang Kai had passed through before, but with a different name. Their function was nothing more than to quickly travel between 2 places. The world outside the universe was too big. If there weren't these domain gates that existed all over the universe, it would be extremely difficult for even those peerless experts to go from one place to another. The amount of time it would take was absolutely unbearable for anyone. However, with these territory gates it was a different story. Although it still took some time to travel, overall, it greatly increased the efficiency of travel. Yang Kai, who had experienced the convenience of space arrays, was deeply moved by this. The reason why these territory gates were called territory gates was because the world outside the world gate was divided into various large and small territory. Within these territories, large and small forces were intertwined, and because of this, the world outside the world gate was quite interesting. The journey was lonely, and apart from the old man explaining some things about the world gate to everyone also had some interactions with each other, so the atmosphere was quite harmonious. This was especially true for Ah Sun, who was the most lively of all. After just a few days, she was already calling the dignified woman big sister and little sister. In less than a month's time, Ah Sun, who was looking around from the bow of the ship, suddenly seemed to notice something and said, "Master, there's something over there." In this vast universe, the scenery was indeed beautiful, but after seeing so much of it, it had become dull. So now that there was something unusual in front of them, it naturally attracted Ah Sun's attention. Yang Kai and the others, who were leaning against the side of the ship, heard this and ran to the other side to take a look. At a glance, they saw a large mass of clouds swirling in the void, but what was inside was a blur, as if there was some kind of barrier blocking it. Even with their cultivations, they could not see through it. The old man smiled and said, "We're here." Ah Sun excitedly asked, "Is that the Qiqiao land?" The old man nodded yes. When everyone heard this, they all revealed looks of anticipation. Even Yang Kai was no exception. Although he felt that this old man and this so-called Qiqiao land were not good people, this was the first force he had come into contact with outside of the universe after coming out from Star Boundary, so he was naturally curious about it. More importantly, according to this old man, the master of Qiqiao land, Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch, was an alchemy grandmaster. Perhaps the heaven-opening pill formula still had to depend on the other party. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the two stone lions pulling the boat suddenly changed direction and galloped towards the cloud. After a few more hours, they finally arrived. The old man stood at the bow of the ship and casually pointed with his finger. A golden light shot out from his fingertip, and in the next moment, the thick cloud suddenly parted, revealing a passage in the middle. The stone lion didn't stop moving. It pulled the big boat and charged into it. The clouds behind it closed up again. After passing through a vast expanse of white, everyone regained their vision. They were now high up in the sky. Looking up, they could see white clouds and blue sky. Looking down, they could see green water and green mountains. It was a wonderful beyond the universe. On top of that, the world energy aura here was extremely rich. Compared to the cultivation environment they had come into contact with in the old man's miniature universe, it was not inferior at all. In fact, it was even slightly superior. After all, that was just the old man's miniature universe, something that existed between reality and illusion. However, this was the real world, so it was normal for there to be some differences. Yang Kai silently sensed the world energy here, and felt that the world energy here was much more complete and dense than in the Star Boundary. He sighed in his heart. Such a good environment could not be found in the Star Boundary. Cultivating in such an environment, as long as one had a little aptitude, they should have no problem reaching the Emperor realm. "Master, what's over there?" The most curious of them all, Ah Sun pointed in a certain direction and asked. The old man said, "You will know in the future." Ah Sun nodded and did not ask any more questions. After interacting with the old man for more than a month, she knew that if the old man was willing to answer, he would answer, and if he did not want to, no one could force him. However, Yang Kai casually glanced in the direction she pointed and found that there was a fiery red color all over the mountains and plains. Moreover, it looked like a large orchard with fruit trees planted there. He could vaguely see many busy figures in the orchard. This orchard was so large that he could not see the end of it at a glance. Yang Kai estimated that this orchard occupied a third of this world's territory. Yang Kai could not help feeling a little curious. He did not know what kind of spirit fruit these were, but there were actually so many of them. Moreover, these spirit fruits definitely required a lot of nutrients to grow. So where did these nutrients come from? In addition to the vast orchard, there were also some scattered buildings on the ground below. Overall, this place had beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the scenery was extraordinary. The ship descended and soon arrived in front of a huge palace. In front of the palace, a group of people had already been waiting respectfully, led by a young man in blue robes with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had an extraordinary bearing. When the ship landed, the young man immediately shouted, "Welcome back, Venerable." The group of people behind him also shouted in unison, and their momentum was extraordinary. In the flowing brilliance, the ship turned into a door and then disappeared. Everyone landed on the ground, and the two stone lions pulling the ship also rose into the air. Soon, they landed on the left and right sides of the palace and turned into two stone mountains in the shape of stone lions, motionless. Behind the old man, Xueqi and the others looked around curiously. The young man in the lead came forward, glanced at Xueqi and the others, and said with a smile, "Venerable, you found quite a few new people this time." The old man also smiled, "Our luck is not bad. You can arrange these people as you see fit." The young man responded respectfully. The old man asked, "Is the heavenly monarch here?" The young man said, "Half a year ago, the heavenly monarch received a message from someone and went out. He hasn't returned yet." The old man nodded. "Then when the heavenly monarch returns, remember to inform me." "Yes." After giving the order, the old man turned to Xueqi and the others, and said, "You all follow him, there will be arrangements." Saying so, he walked towards the palace. The young man took the lead, and the group of people respectfully said, "Farewell, Venerable." "Master, what kind of venerable are you?" Ah Sun asked curiously. "Master?" The young man turned to look at Ah Sunday. Ah Sun pointed in the direction the old man left, and the young man's face immediately sank. "Where did this little girl come from? If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll pull out your tongue." As he shouted, a powerful aura swept out in all directions. Ah Sun's pretty face changed, and she staggered back a few steps. Fortunately, Xueqi reached out to support her, so she didn't fall to the ground, but her face was very ugly. Xueqi and the others also had ugly expressions. They weren't angry, but the young man's aura was too strong, and they couldn't bear it. He wasn't at the heaven-opening realm. Xueqi had fought against Great Demon God, so he could tell at a glance that this young man hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm, but he shouldn't be far from it. He was probably the half-step heaven-opening realm Zhongrua she had mentioned before, which meant that he had condensed 5 of the 5 elements in his body. The young man looked at Ah Sun coldly. "Venerable is the earth protector of my fire spirit land. Where did you come from, wild girl? How dare you talk nonsense like this?" Ah Sun's face flushed red, and she was suppressed by the other party's aura, unable to say a word, tears welling up in her eyes. The young man coldly snorted, "Since you're new here and don't know the rules, I'll let you off for now. If you dare to do this again, I won't let you off so easily, understood?" Ah Sun nodded aggrievedly. The young man then swept his gaze over Xueqi and the others, clasping his hands behind his back. "The same goes for all of you. This king doesn't care where you came from, what your identity is, or what status you have. Since you've come to this fire spirit land, you must abide by the rules here. If you abide by the rules, everything will be fine, but if you don't, there won't be a good end." The monster race man heard this and cupped his fists. "Dare I ask this, master, what are the rules of the fire spirit land?" The young man proudly declared, "This king's words are the rules." The monster race man nodded. "Understood." Seeing the monster race man so tactful, the young man's expression relaxed slightly. "This king doesn't know if Venerable Master has told you anything before, but it doesn't matter if he hasn't. Now, I'll tell you, this is the fire spirit land of my 7 openings land. Here, Venerable Master is the heavens and the earth. You are not allowed to disobey him in the slightest, understood?" Everyone nodded. "It's good that you understand." The young man continued, "However, Venerable Master is busy with many things, so this king is in charge of disciplining you all. This king is the consul disciple of the fire spirit land. My surname is Du, and my name is Ru Feng. In the future, if you have any questions, you can ask this king. If you need to know, this king will tell you. If you don't need to know, it's useless to ask. Today is the first time you've come to the fire spirit land, so this king won't say much to you. Stay here for a while and you'll understand everything here. All right, bring all of you over first. You have 3 days to rest, and after 3 days, someone will tell you what to do." After that, the young man waved his hand, and a middle-aged woman with a cold expression immediately walked out from behind him. She called out to Yang Kai and the others, "Follow me." After that, she flew into the sky. Yang Kai and the others looked at each other and could only follow. From beginning to end, except for the monster race man, no one else dared to ask anything. As for the old man's words at the beginning, those who wanted to stay could stay, and those who wanted to leave could leave, were simply empty words. He brought Yang Kai and the others to this place and entered the palace without showing himself again. Du Ruffing also did not ask Yang Kai and the others if they wanted to stay, and only unilaterally announced some things. However, although Du Ruffing did not say much, Yang Kai understood something. This was the fire spirit land of the Seven Openings land. In other words, besides this fire spirit land, there should be other places. The Seven Openings land faintly coincided with the 5 elements of yin and yang. Yang Kai could not help but wonder if this Seven Openings land was made up of 7 spirit lands. If so, then this place would be somewhat interesting. If you want to condense a small universe, you need to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Then do you know why the Qiqiao land is called the Qiqiao land? Without waiting for anyone to answer, Zhou Zheng explained. Because the Qiqiao land is made up of 7 spiritual lands. Right now, you are in the fire spiritual land. In addition, there is the yin spiritual land, the yang spiritual land, the metal spiritual land, the wood spiritual land, the water spiritual land, and the earth spiritual land. Looking at the entire world outside of the universe, an existence like the Qiqiao land is unique. No other faction can gather all of these powers in one place. The dignified woman's expression changed when she heard this. Steward Chow, are you saying that the Qiqiao land can satisfy all of our needs to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements? Zhou Zheng smiled and said, "That's right. This way, you won't have to wander around outside and look for resources to condense your power. In other words, as long as you stay in the Qiqiao land long enough, you will have the opportunity to reach the heaven-opening realm. And this opportunity is convenient for the disciples of other factions. Don't you think this is your good fortune?" The Yao man was pleasantly surprised. "Really?" Zhou Zheng smiled and said, "Why would I lie to you? You can go back and ask others. This isn't a secret." "Then it really is our good fortune." The Yao man was overjoyed. Ah Sun blinked and asked, "Then is Steward Chow also at the heaven-opening realm now?" Zhou Zheng couldn't help coughing. "Not yet, but that's because I've been too lazy in my cultivation. If I work hard, reaching the heaven-opening realm won't be a problem. You can't slack off in your cultivation in the future, or you'll end up like me. Alright, let's not talk too much. In any case, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Come with me." He turned and led the way. Yang Kai and the others followed closely behind him. After entering the village, they saw houses on both sides. Each house had traces of restrictions. Some of the doors were closed, while others were open. There were people standing in front of the doors, coldly looking at Yang Kai and the others. The owners of these houses were both from the human race and the Yao race. Their auras were all at the level of the Emperor realm, but they varied in strength. Not long after, a sweet voice came from the side. "Steward Chow, are there new people?" Zhou Zheng turned around and smiled. "That's right, the Venerable has returned. He brought a few new people with him." Yang Kai and the others followed the voice and saw a graceful figure leaning against the door frame of one of the houses. The woman had a lazy expression, and her hair was slightly messy, as if she had just woken up. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and smiled. "Then we won't have to work so hard in the future." She then turned to Kai Yong and the others and said, "Elder sister will live here." In the future, if you have anything you don't understand, feel free to come and find me. Elder sister loves to teach new people. While speaking, she giggled. Her voice was pleasant to the ears and seemed to have infinite charm. No one knew how to answer, so they pretended not to hear it. They walked forward until they reached one of the houses with closed doors. Zhou Zheng stopped and turned to look at Yang Kai and the others. He pointed at the burly man and said, You'll be staying here in the future. He casually threw a jade token to him and said, "This is the restriction token of this house. You can refine it yourself. You have 3 days to rest. After 3 days, I'll tell you what to do. You don't have to think about anything during these 3 days. Just rest well." The burly man nodded in response. He held the jade token in his hand and activated his power to refine it. Zhou Zhang continued to lead the others forward. When they reached the third ownerless house, it was Yang Kai's turn. Just like the previous two, Zhou Zhang gave him a restriction token and told him to refine it himself. Then, he led the rest of the people away. It was not difficult to refine the restriction token. No one knew if this house had been occupied before. Anyway, there were no traces of the previous owner refining it. Yang Kai only spent an incense stick's worth of time to completely refine it. He gently waved the jade token in front of the house, opening the restriction and pushing the door open. There was no unpleasant smell and the facilities inside the house were very simple. It covered an area of only a few dozen meters and was divided into 2 floors. The lower floor had tables and chairs, which seemed to be a place to entertain guests. Walking up the stairs to the second floor, there was only a bed and a mattress, which should be a place to rest. There was a spirit array arranged inside the house. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the world's aura was being driven by the spirit array and was constantly gathering inside the house, making the small house extremely rich in aura. If such a place were placed in the star boundary, it would be a cultivation treasure land that everyone would fight for, but in the fire spirit land of the 7 openings, it was just a servant's residence. It was hard to imagine what kind of place the stewards, head disciples, and even the earth protectors lived in. After opening the restriction and isolating the house, Yang Kai comprehended the various functions of the restriction token while thinking about his current situation. It was his first time entering the world outside the universe and being led into the 7 openings was a good thing, but to become a servant right after entering made him somewhat speechless. He still remembered that when he first entered the martial Dao and joined High Heaven Pavilion, because his cultivation progress was not satisfactory, he was reduced to sweeping the floor. The current situation was very similar to back then. The only difference was that the strength he possessed now was not something he could compare to at that time. The current him already had the capital to resist. However, this was their territory after all, and there was a heaven-opening realm master overseeing it. When there was no threat to his life, Yang Kai did not want to cause trouble, so he decided to take one step at a time. Moreover, the fortune Zhou Zhang mentioned before was nothing more than boasting in Yang Kai's eyes. Others might not know the mysteries of breaking through to the heaven-opening realm, but Yang Kai did. In order to break through to the heaven-opening realm, one needed to condense the power of the yin and yang 5 elements. This was not wrong. Zhang Ruoxi had also told him so. Moreover, he had already condensed the power of the wood element, and it was the peak of the wood element. However, Zhou Zhang did not mention the most important thing, the difference in grade. Perhaps the 7 openings lands gathering of the yin and yang 5 elements was enough to meet the requirements of a cultivator breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. But the grade would definitely not be too high. Otherwise, wouldn't there be as many heaven-opening realm masters in the 7 openings land? And from the information Yang Kai currently had, there should not be too many heaven-opening realm masters in the 7 openings land. Otherwise, they would not have occupied such a small piece of land and would instead be competing for the 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves. Chapter 38-39. Among these heaven-opening cultivators, the 7 openings Heavenly Lord was definitely one of them. The earth protectors like the old man who had led them here should all be heaven-opening cultivators as well. As for the others, Yang Kai had no way of knowing. However, to have at least 8 heaven-opening cultivators, even if the 7 openings heavenly lands could not compare to the blessed lands, they would not be too bad outside of this world. When he first entered, Yang Kai had a rough understanding of the 7 openings heavenly lands from what he had seen and heard. Now that he was a worker of the 7 openings heavenly lands, he did not know what kind of fate he would face in 3 days. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai walked out of his room and headed towards a house on his left. When he first arrived, there was someone living in that house. Yang Kai remembered that it was a young man. Now that he had nothing to do, he might as well gather some information. He had to figure out what the odd job workers were supposed to do. However, from Zhou Zheng's attitude today, even if it was a bit of manual labor, it would not be too difficult. The worker houses here were not densely built. Each house was over 100 feet away from each other. In a few steps, Yang Kai arrived in front of the house. The house's restrictions had already been activated, and the door was tightly shut. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. The young man he had seen before stood at the entrance, looking at Yang Kai indifferently. "What is it?" Yang Kai clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, friend. This little brother is new here and knows nothing about the situation here, so I want to scram." The young man did not wait for Yang Kai to finish before slamming the door shut. Yang Kai rubbed his nose, speechless. However, since the other party was unwilling to speak, there was nothing he could do about it. After thinking for a moment, he headed to the next house. The owner of the second house was rather hospitable. He was a short old man. He welcomed Yang Kai into the house, and the host and guest sat down. Yang Kai said what he had not finished. The old man looked at him with a smile, examining him from head to toe. "Little friend, which world do you come from?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know where I came from, so I don't know how to address you." The old man said, "Then does little friend have any treasures to give this old man?" Yang Kai blinked, almost thinking that he had misheard. He asked in shock, "Sir, what did you say?" The old man smiled. "This old man is willing to answer what you want to ask, but you can't expect me to tell you for nothing. It would be best if you can give me something as a reward." Only then did Kai Yang understand that these people were looking for him for benefits. He had a lot of treasures on him, such as the blue dragon spear, the sealed world bead, and so on. Even in this world, many people would fight over them. But he couldn't just give them away. As for the others, they probably wouldn't be interested in them. What's more, he was just asking a question, yet this old man was asking him for a reward. This was really unacceptable to Yang Kai. Smiling gently, he got up, cupped his fists, and walked out of the door. The old man didn't ask him to stay. After failing twice, Yang Kai also gave up on inquiring. Anyway, he would see the results in 3 days. Returning to his residence, Yang Kai took out the space spirit bead and tried to contact Zhang Ruoxi again, but to no avail. He could only sit down and meditate. Now that he had condensed the power of the wood attribute, the next thing he needed to do was condense the power of the fire attribute. He didn't know if it was fate or coincidence, but this time, he was lured into the 7 Openings land and into the Fire Spirit land. Seeing that this guy was making more and more noise, he reached out and grabbed the golden rooster's neck, and said in a low voice, "Stop crying, or I'll kill you and stew you." Golden Rooster's cries suddenly stopped, and its eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Kai looked at it from head to toe, and said with evil intentions, "I've never seen a chicken like you in my life. I'm sure it'll be very juicy if I stew you. Then you're dead meat." A coquettish voice suddenly sounded out. Yang Kai looked up and saw a graceful figure walking towards them. It was the woman who was talking to Zhou Zhang yesterday. He didn't take a good look at her yesterday, but looking at her now, she seemed to be in her early 20s. Her expression was still as lazy as yesterday, and her eyes were still drowsy, as if she had overworked herself. She was even yawning as she walked over, and her small red lips made one's imagination run wild. Yang Kai smiled at her. "Is this your chicken?" The woman covered her mouth and laughed. "I wouldn't dare say that." She frowned. "Why aren't you letting go? If others find out that you're holding on to General Si Chen, you won't have a good ending." General Si Chen? Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at the golden rooster that he was choking. It didn't dare to move, and he was stunned. This fellow actually had such a domineering name? The woman said angrily, "General Si Chen is the Venerable One's pet." Yang Kai finally understood that this golden rooster's background wasn't small. In this fire spirit land, the Venerable One was the sky and the earth. Even if his pet was just a golden rooster, it wasn't something that anyone could provoke. With a dry laugh, he let go of his hand. General Si Chen immediately hid behind the woman, but it's fat but couldn't hide. It stuck its head out and started crying out at Yang Kai. He didn't understand, but he was probably scolding him. I'm just joking, don't be so agitated. Yang Kai shrugged. General Si Chen ignored him, and he didn't know if it was because he had someone to rely on, but it started crying out even more fiercely. All right. General, please calm down. I'll treat you to something to eat. The woman smiled, and with a flip of her hand, a fiery red worm that looked like it was carved out of fire jade appeared in her palm. The worm was about 3 to 4 inches long, and it looked like a silkworm. However, its body emitted a scorching hot aura. The worm was a living creature, but the woman had placed some restrictions on it, and it couldn't move at all. As for General Si Chen, who was still fuming at Kai Yang, when he saw this long worm, he immediately regained his spirit. Stretching out his head, he pecked at the long worm and swallowed it into his stomach, revealing a look of satisfaction. The woman stroked General Si Chen's head and stroked its golden feathers. She smiled. General loves to eat this jade flame silkworm. If there's a chance in the future, remember to bring it back for him. Where can I find it? Yang Kai asked. In the orchard. Although it's hard to find, there are still some. Oh, I forgot, you're new here, and don't know anything about this place. I was just about to ask. It was rare for someone like her to come knocking on his door. Yang Kai naturally wanted to ask her some questions. This woman was different from the 2 people he asked yesterday. She seemed to be very friendly, otherwise, she wouldn't have come over to remind him about General Si Chen. If you have nothing else to say, please come in for a chat. Shall we talk inside? The woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile that wasn't a smile. Yang Kai replied, I'm new here and don't know anything. I would like to ask you to enlighten me. All right, I'm bored anyway. The woman nodded. She looked down at the golden rooster and said, General, please go ahead. I have something to say to him. General Si Chen made a few noises. Chapter 38-40. After obtaining this assurance and seeing Yang Kai sincerely admit his mistake, Si Chen Great General walked away with his head held high. Yang Kai invited the lady into the house and sat down. There was nothing much to entertain, but the lady didn't seem to care. After exchanging names, he found out that she was called Dai Yu. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai went straight to the point. Lady Dai Yu, what do the servants do every day? Dai Yu reclined on the chair, her slender figure outlined by her close-fitting clothes. She chuckled, he's a servant. What else can he do? Naturally, it's the servant's job. To be more specific, they have to take care of the fire spirit fruit tree. Where's the fruit tree? Dai Yu pointed in a direction. There's an orchard there. Everyone in the servant house works there. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Is the fire spirit fruit used to refine the heaven-opening pill? Dai Yu glanced at him with some surprise. It seems that you are not completely ignorant. Yang Kai said, when I came back with the Venerable, I heard him mention it. Dai Yu nodded, you're better than me. When I first came here, I didn't know anything. She seemed to have recalled something, and there was a look of reminiscence in her eyes. However, she didn't want to say too much, so she changed the topic. You're right. The fire spirit fruit is one of the ingredients to refine the heaven-opening pill. Other than that, there are 6 other types of spirit fruits planted in the 7 openings land. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That means that the other 6 spirit lands are similar to the fire spirit land? They all have their own orchards and servant houses? Yes. Dai Yu nodded. If not, how could there be so many ingredients for the Heavenly Lord to refine the elixir? The heaven-opening pill refined by the Heavenly Lord is the 7 openings land's biggest reliance. Yang Kai's heart burned with excitement as he listened. He had come into contact with all kinds of information about the heaven-opening pill since arriving in this world, which would definitely be of great benefit to his plan to obtain the heaven-opening pill's pill recipe. Originally, he was a little reluctant to work as a servant, but now that he learned that he would have to take care of the fire spirit fruit tree, he was actually looking forward to it. He wondered what the fire spirit fruit tree looked like. If it's convenient for Miss Dai Yu, can you tell me more about the details of taking care of the fire spirit fruit tree? Dai Yu looked up at him and chuckled. You're quite attentive. You haven't even gone to work yet and you're already inquiring about this. Yang Kai smiled. There's no harm in knowing more. Yu chuckled. Then what do I get in return? These words sounded familiar. Yang Kai looked at her. What do you want? He patted his chest and said, when I first came to this world, I didn't have anything. Other than this body, I don't have anything else. If you like it, how about I accompany you for 3 days? Yu covered her mouth and giggled. No need for that. She shook her shoulders and said, my shoulders are a little sore. In a flash, Yang Kai appeared behind her and placed his 2 hands on top of her, gently massaging her. Yu smiled happily. Young man, you're very smart. Not bad, not bad. She praised him while instructing Yang Kai how much strength he should use. Yang Kai obeyed obediently, quietly pushing his Saint Chi and sending it out from his fingertips. Yu immediately showed a look of satisfaction before slowly closing her eyes, her demeanor becoming even more relaxed. After a long while, Yu suddenly spoke without opening her eyes. There are many things to pay attention to when taking care of the fire spirit fruit tree. How often to water it, how much to water it, how often to apply fertilizer, and how often to extract the power of the ley lines. Since you called me big sister, I'll take care of you in the future. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me when I'm free. Then I'll have to thank big sister. Stinky brat. Your mouth is as sweet as honey. Yu curled her lips. We're odd job workers. We come out every day when we hear the rooster. We have 3 days of rest every month. There's a market for odd job workers in the center of Qiqiao land. There's a lot of good stuff there. When we're free, big sister will take you there to broaden your horizons. Okay, call me when the time comes. Yang Kai nodded. After asking a few more questions about the 7 refinements earth and the fire spirit fruit tree, Yu patted the back of Yang Kai's hand and said, good, that's all for today. You've only just arrived, so in any case, be careful in whatever you do in the future. Don't let anyone catch you. Yang Kai withdrew his hand. Okay, let's go. I'm so tired. Yu didn't even look back. She just waved her hand and pushed open the door to leave gracefully. As soon as Yu left, someone walked in. He looked back at Yu's back as he walked in. Yang Kai smiled. Miss Asun? What's the matter? You know that person? Asun asked curiously. We just met. Asun was suspicious. You just met and you talked for so long. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Miss, are you spying on me? No, I just found out some information. Since everyone just arrived, I thought I'd tell you. Yang Kai snapped his fingers. I happen to know something too. Asun's eyes turned. Then let's share information? Sure. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Yang Kai didn't stay idle in the house. He went out for a walk. However, there was nothing special in the village where the odd job workers lived. He didn't find anything special. He wanted to go to the orchard to take a look, but when he got there, he found that the orchard was covered by a restriction. Without a token, he couldn't enter. In the end, he could only give up. He met many people who came from different worlds, but they were just acquaintances. They couldn't be considered friends for the time being. Every time Asun inquired about something, she would run over to share it with Kai Yang. She was truly a warm-hearted person. The other people who had come with the 2 of them had all closed their doors and not come out. Who knew what kind of taboo this was? On the morning of the 3rd day, the golden rooster announced dawn. Yang Kai pushed open the door and went out. Outside the house, figures turned into streaks of light and rushed in the direction of the orchard. Yang Kai hurried to follow. He didn't fly far when Asun called out to him from behind. Yang Kai slowed down slightly and waited for her to catch up. Then, he walked side by side with her. They chatted along the way. Asun seemed to be a little nervous. Perhaps it was because she was going to face a new environment, but the little girl's mood was fluctuating. Yang Kai casually comforted her. About an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination. Outside the light curtain, several figures were waiting. Except for the housekeeper of the chores room, Zhou Zhang, The rest were the newcomers who were received by the Venerable together with Yang Kai and the others. Seeing that Yang Kai and Ah Sun were late, Zhou Zheng's expression was a little uneasy. "Come earlier next time." Yang Kai and Ah Sun nodded repeatedly. Zhou Zheng turned around and shook the token in his hand. A gap was opened in the barrier, and the group of people rushed in. As soon as they entered the fire spirit orchard, they felt a hot aura rushing toward them. Between heaven and earth, there was an extremely rich fire aura, which made them feel a burning sensation. They had no choice but to urge their strength to resist. Yang Kai showed a look of realization. Before, he was wondering why it was called the Fire Spirit Land. Why was it so ordinary and nothing special? Now that he entered the orchard, he realized that there was nothing special in other places. The special part was in this orchard. Such an environment was in line with the name Fire Spirit Land. Chapter 38:41. However, this degree of scorching heat seemed to be a bit too strong. They had to circulate their strength to resist the discomfort. No wonder the people in the handyman's room basically hid in their rooms every time they came back to rest. Yang Kai had thought that they were indifferent, but now it seemed that this was not the case. They were simply too tired in this orchard and really needed to rest and conserve their energy. Because these people were newcomers, they knew nothing about the orchard. Zhou Zhang led everyone into the orchard and first explained the various details of taking care of the fire spirit fruit trees to everyone. Yang Kai and Ah Sun had inquired about some information before, and what they learned was not much different from what Zhou Zhang had told them, and it was even more detailed. Looking at the expressions of the others, it was obvious that they had also done this work before, so there was nothing suspicious about it. Zhou Zhang even took them to observe how some other people took care of the fruit trees and pointed out some details that needed to be paid attention to. After wandering around for half a day, Zhou Zhang led them into the depths of the orchard and assigned them to different places. Yang Kai was given 3 mu of land with a total of 30 fire spirit fruit trees. Before leaving, Zhou Zhang gave him a restriction token and instructed him to take good care of them before leading the others away. Standing in this small orchard, Yang Kai took a deep breath and felt his stomach and lungs burning. He was full of energy. From now on, he would be living here for a month. Being a handyman for others was naturally not a good thing, but what interested Yang Kai was the fire spirit fruit trees. If there was a chance, maybe he could get some into his own medicine garden. It would be more convenient for him to refine the heaven-opening pill in the future. The fruit trees were 3 feet tall and had fluffy canopies. Some fist-sized red fruits were hanging on the branches. Yang Kai first put his hands behind his back and slowly walked around his 3 mu of land to inspect. Dayu had said that each fruit in this fire spirit orchard was limited, and it would be a big deal if one was missing. Naturally, he had to count them carefully. It didn't take long for him to complete the task. The number of pills matched what was recorded in the token. There wasn't one more or one less. Standing under a fruit tree, he glanced left and right. After confirming that there was no one around, he reached out and pulled down a branch. There were 3 fire spirit fruits hanging on the branch. He leaned forward and sniffed them. A sweet aroma rushed into his mind, making him feel refreshed. This was the taste of the fire spirit fruit. He wondered what it would taste like if it was refined into a heaven-opening pill. Yang Kai smacked his lips and suddenly felt a little greedy. However, according to Dai Yu, the fire spirit fruit would only ripen once every few decades. The fruit in front of him was about to ripen, so it would probably ripen in the next few years. As for him, he was only given 3 mu of land because he was not familiar with it. The other elders had at least a few hundred mu of land, or even more. There were at least 1,000 people living in the Fire Spirit Land's servant house. Counting it this way, the area that this orchard took up was not small. And this was only the Fire Spirit Land. The Qiqiao Land had 6 other spirit lands. Gently letting go of the branch in his hand, Yang Kai sat cross-legged under the fruit tree. He held the jade token that Zhou Zhang had given him before he left and silently refined it. This jade token was the key to taking care of the fruit tree. The entire fire spirit orchard was covered in all kinds of large formations, all of which were controlled by the token. Without the token, nothing could be done. Every time he entered or left the orchard, he would need to use this token. To the servants of the Qiqiao land, this token was more precious than their lives. If it was lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. While he was refining the token, he suddenly heard the rustling of footsteps. Yang Kai opened his eyes and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. "It's you." The other person also opened his eyes wide and looked around. He said in surprise, "This land is yours?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and stood up with a smile. "Why are you here?" The person turned around and pointed with a smile. "Next to you is my land." Yang Kai also smiled. "What a coincidence. We were neighbors in the servant house and now we're also neighbors here. It seems like fate has brought us together." The person who had come was none other than the old man who lived next door to Yang Kai. When Yang Kai had asked him for information, this old man had opened his mouth and asked for benefits. Yang Kai had ignored him and left. They hadn't had much interaction over the past few days, but who would have thought that they would be neighbors in the orchard? The old man looked over Yang Kai with a strange expression. He shook his head and sighed. Yang Kai said with a sullen expression, "What is the meaning of this old man? It looks like you don't know yet. You're in big trouble." The old man pointed at Yang Kai with a distressed expression. Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "Old man, you and I don't know each other. We've only met once before, but now you've come to my place to frighten me. Do you think that a newcomer like me is easy to bully? Or did I offend you?" The old man shook his head. "You didn't offend me. Even if you offended this old man, what can this old man do to you? We're all servants in the servant house. No one is better than the other." He sighed again. "You didn't offend this old man. Did you offend someone else?" Yang Kai was speechless. "I've only been here for 3 days. Who could I have offended?" The old man asked curiously. "Then why were you assigned to this land? There are so many places in the orchard. Why this one?" Yang Kai frowned. "Is there something wrong with this land?" "Something's wrong. Something's wrong." The old man stood in place with his hands behind his back. He looked around and lowered his voice. "To tell you the truth, this land has changed 3 people in the past 10 years. You're the 4th. Yang Kai frowned. "Why change people? The trees are dead." The old man pointed in a direction. "Haven't you seen them? Those fruit trees over there are newly planted saplings." Yang Kai nodded. "I've seen them. There are indeed a few saplings over there." Yang Kai had noticed when he was patrolling. There were 3 fire spirit fruit trees over there that were clearly different from the others. They seemed to have been planted only a few years ago. Now that he heard the old man's words, he understood that the previous trees had died. If 3 die, I'll destroy 3. In any case, if something happens to my land, I won't have a good ending. At that time, it won't be bad to have someone accompany me." Finished speaking. He turned around and left. "Stop right there!" the old man roared. Yang Kai turned around and looked at the old man with a smile. "Does old sir have any other orders?" You. The old man pointed his finger at Yang Kai, so angry that his beard trembled. "I've never seen someone as shameless and unreasonable as you. This old man is furious." Yang Kai smiled and said, "The world is hard, I have no choice." Chapter 38-42. The old man sorrowfully said, "You also know the hardships of the world. Why bother to make things difficult for this old man?" Yang Kai turned his head to look around and drew a large circle with his hand. "Even if this old man doesn't have 70 to 80 mu of land, it should have at least 50 to 60 mu of land, right?" Suddenly changing the topic, the old man didn't know what Yang Kai's intentions were, so he didn't dare to rashly answer. He only looked at him with vigilance. "If you can easily take care of 50 to 60 mu of land, what's the big deal about my 3 mu of land? This is just a small matter for this old man. If this old man isn't willing to help, then don't blame me if something really happens." The old man glared at him. "You still want this old man to help you take care of those 3 mu of land?" Yang Kai grinned. "Of course not. As long as this old man can teach me for a while and let me get the hang of it, I won't dare to bother you in the future. He paused for a moment, then said, Don't worry, I learn very quickly. I'm afraid it won't take me more than a few days. The old man's expression was helpless. Teaching you is nothing, but remember what you said. If you dare to pester me again, don't blame this old man for being impolite. I don't dare, I don't dare. The old man was still angry for a while. Then he raised his hand and said, Let's go. Old man, slow down a bit. Xueqi hurried to help him. The old man flicked his sleeve and coldly snorted. Don't try to curry favor. I already knew you weren't a good person, so this old man didn't bother to kindly remind you. Xueqi laughed. Old man, said yourself that you are kind and generous. Seeing this little one in trouble, how could you not come to remind me? In any case, saying good words didn't cost him anything, so he didn't lose anything. Along the way, he smiled and accompanied them, and in a short time, they returned to the 3 mu of land. Although the old man had no choice but to agree to teach Kai Yang step by step, since he had already agreed, he didn't dare to fool around. The main reason was because he was afraid of Kai Yang's hooligan attitude. If one day a tree were to die on this plot of land, then Kai Yang might really run over to his territory and cause trouble for him. Even if it was for his own sake, the old man had to teach him carefully. Standing in front of a fire spirit fruit tree, the old man said with a solemn expression, Although we are the odd job workers of the fire spirit land, it is not that easy to do a good job as odd job workers. There are many things to pay attention to, especially when it comes to taking care of this fruit tree. Without 3 to 5 years of immersion, it is difficult to grasp the proper measure. Let me tell you first, I will only teach you for a month. How much you can learn in this month is up to you. After a month, don't bother me again. That's enough. Xueqi nodded seriously. The old man sneered. Obviously, he felt that Xueqi was too arrogant, but since Xueqi agreed, he was happy to see it. He pointed to a fruit tree in front of him and said, Take a look and see how this fruit tree needs to be taken care of. Xueqi examined him up and down, his divine sense drifting in and out of focus. After a long time he finally said, I don't know. The old man said, Put your hand on it and feel it carefully. Xueqi obeyed and put his hand on the trunk, carefully inspecting it. After a while, he tilted his head and asked, Do I need to apply fertilizer? The old man rolled his eyes. This is a healthy fruit tree. You don't need to do anything. Xueqi said angrily, Since it is healthy, why are you asking me how to take care of it? The old man stroked his beard with an unfathomable expression. This old master just wants you to remember the condition of a healthy fruit tree. With this as a benchmark, compare it to other fruit trees and you will know what to do. Xueqi thought about it and had to admit that the old man's words made sense. Although he was teasing him, he could only endure it. After all, his attitude towards the old man just now was not very good. I will remember, Xueqi nodded. Then go to the next one. The old man beckoned. After a while, in front of another fruit tree, Xueqi fell for a long time before he said with some uncertainty, Compared to the previous fruit tree, this one is lacking in water. Is it going to be watered? The old man glanced at him and nodded, Not bad. Xueqi grinned, Elder taught me well. Watering. Let me see how to do it. He took out his token and activated it, connecting it to the array of the entire orchard. After a while, a cloud of mist gathered above the fruit tree. It's too little, keep it up. The old man shouted from the side. This place is full of fire spiritual power and the environment is hot. If you gather too little water vapor, it will directly evaporate and you won't be able to water it. Xueqi did not say a word and increased his strength. The cloud above the fruit tree became thicker and thicker. It's almost done. The old man nodded. When Xueqi heard this, he immediately stretched out his hand and the cloud immediately covered the fruit tree. It was visible to the naked eye that the whole fruit tree seemed to be nourished a lot. Xueqi was proud. How is it? It's so. The old man naturally would not praise him and led him forward. Taking care of the fruit tree was a meticulous and laborious job, especially for a newcomer like Xueqi. A little carelessness could ruin things. He checked the fruit tree one by one, watering it when necessary, fertilizing it when necessary, and increasing the amount of fire spiritual power when necessary. The 3 seedlings were the most important. Seedlings were the most difficult to take care of, but under the guidance of the old man, Xueqi did a good job. Seeing him like this, the old man seemed to be quite satisfied and his attitude softened slightly. 30 fruit trees were quickly taken care of, but Xueqi was still a little unsatisfied. It was not that he liked to do this kind of thing, but he would need to refine the heaven-opening pill in the future. As an alchemist, if he did not understand the characteristics of the materials used to refine pills, he would naturally not be able to refine pills. Taking care of the fire spirit fruit tree today would lay a solid foundation for his future alchemy, so Xueqi was quite happy. "Let's go to your place," Xueqi called out. The old man was puzzled. "Why are you going to this old man's place?" Xueqi rubbed his palms together. "To help you take care of the fruit trees." The old man turned pale with fright. "Forget it, I appreciate your kindness. What are you talking about? Let's go." Xueqi did not wait for him to finish speaking and directly dragged him away. Half a day later, the old man followed behind Xueqi with a bitter expression. Xueqi shuttled back and forth in the old man's herb garden, using other people's fruit trees to practice. Every time he made a mistake, the old man would tremble with fear. "Old man, there are worms on the tree. Is this the blue flame silkworm?" Suddenly, Kai Yang poked his head into a hole in the tree trunk. Seeing this hole, he suddenly remembered that he had promised General Si Chen 5 blue flame silkworms. "Are there worms?" Hearing this, the old man's spirit shook. He pushed Xueqi aside and eagerly said, let me see, let me see." He studied the small hole for a while and beamed with joy. "There really are worms." Xueqi tilted his head and looked at him, frowning. "Why do you look so happy? What do you know?" The old man was too lazy to explain to him. He reached out and took out a green box, then took out a stick of incense. He lit the incense and gently waved it in front of the wormhole. Looking at the old man's posture, he should be catching worms. Moreover, he even had all the tools and was very skilled. It was obvious that this was not his first time doing this. After the incense was lit, there was a burnt smell. Xueqi did not know what it was made of, but it was very strange. Xueqi wanted to ask for an explanation, but was afraid of disturbing the old man, so he simply closed his mouth and silently observed. The old man had been here for God knows how many years. Since he cared so much about the blue flame silkworm, he must have his reasons. Moreover, Dayu had said before that if he caught a blue flame silkworm in the orchard, he must remember to keep it. From this, it could be seen that the blue flame silkworm was something good. It had to be said that the old man was very good at catching worms. Not long after the incense was lit, a small red head popped out of the wormhole. Xueqi had seen the blue flame silkworm before and immediately recognized that it was the thing that Dayu gave General Si Chen. The blue flame silkworm was only a worm after all. Attracted by the smell of the incense, it crawled out of the wormhole and was immediately put into the box by the old man. After extinguishing the incense, the old man held the box and smiled happily. Xueqi finally had the time to ask, "Old man, what is the use of this blue flame silkworm?" The old man glanced at him and shook his head. I can't say. Do you believe that I will uproot this tree of yours?" Xueqi reached out and grabbed the fire spirit fruit tree in front of him. "You!" The old man was at a loss for words. He stared at Xueqi's hand and said, "Let go of me first. Tell me after I let go." Okay. When Xueqi stopped, the old man explained, "This worm is useless to me, but you know General Si Chen, right? He likes to eat this blue flame silkworm the most." "I know, so what? Is a chicken worth all of you trying to curry favor with it?" Xueqi looked at the old man with disdain. The old man's beard trembled. General Si Chen is not an ordinary chicken. He is the Venerable One's pet. In this fire spirit land, he is the biggest chicken after the Venerable One. So what? If you feed him worms, do you think that he will put in a good word for you and help you get rid of your status as a servant? That's not to the extent. The old man laughed dryly, but it's not wrong to have a good relationship with General Si Chen. That's it? Xueqi looked at him suspiciously. What else could it be? Xueqi looked at him seriously for a while, then reached out and grabbed the fire spirit fruit tree. "Do you believe that I will uproot this tree of yours?" "Stop it!" the old man shouted, his beard trembling. Xueqi was unmoved, and he slowly increased the strength of his hand. I'm scared of you. The old man wanted to slap Yang Kai to death, but he resisted the urge to vomit blood and explained, General has heaven-opening pills on him. If he is in a good mood, he might give it to us. Otherwise, why do you think we are helping him catch worms? That chicken has heaven-opening pills on him? Yang Kai had a look of disbelief. Can you be a little quieter? The old man looked around. I already said that General Si Chan is not an ordinary chicken. If you continue to speak without thinking and someone else hears you, you will not have a good ending. Quieter, quieter. Yang Kai followed the old man's advice and immediately lowered his voice, looking a little sneaky. Has anyone gotten heaven-opening pills from that General Si Chen? He had seen Dai Yu feed it last time, but he didn't see it give him any heaven-opening pills. Chapter 38-43. If not, do you think this old man would be willing to work so hard to catch insects? The old man said disdainfully. Yang Kai rubbed his chin. So that's how it is. As an odd job worker, he was given 3 heaven-opening pills every year. Although Yang Kai didn't know what 3 heaven-opening pills were worth, from Dai Yu's tone and attitude, 3 was too little. But now if he could make General Si Chen happy, he could easily get a heaven-opening pill. Who wouldn't go crazy over such a good thing? No wonder this old man was so happy when he heard that there were insects on the trees. His eyes couldn't help but look at the box in the old man's hand. What are you trying to do? The old man hugged his treasure box and glared at Yang Kai. The main reason was that he had been threatened by Yang Kai too many times today. He already knew that this youth in front of him wasn't a good person, so when he saw Yang Kai's eyes, he could guess what he was planning. Old man. Yang Kai patted the old man's shoulder. You don't know, but 2 days ago, I promised General Si Chen that I would catch 5 blue flame silkworms for him in a month. But you know the situation on my side. There are a total of 30 fruit trees. How can there be so many insects to catch? You see, Scram. If you don't give me insects, then you should at least give me a set of tools to catch insects. I think that incense is quite special. And this box, it should be specially made. The old man didn't say anything, which made Yang Kai even more certain that his guess was correct. Old man, you don't want me to pester you day and night for this matter, right? The old man sneered. You really think you have this old man in your grasp? Yang Kai said, how would I dare? You are an old senior and I am a newcomer. How would I dare to be rude to you? It's just that I really don't have any tools to catch insects and I don't know where to get them. We are all outside, so if I can help, I'll help. The old man's face was calm and unmoved. Yang Kai continued, at most, I'll buy you a new set in the future. That should be fine, right? This is the only set I have with me. I don't have much. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I couldn't. The old man's expression softened slightly. Then lend it to me first. Yang Kai giggled and pointed at the box in his hand. Lend me this bug too. If I really get the heaven-opening pill, I'll give it to you. The old man's expression changed. Really? Yang Kai put his arm around his shoulder affectionately. We're all neighbors. We'll see each other all the time. We'll have plenty of time to get along in the future. What good would it do me to lie to you? It's mainly because I promised General Si Chan that it would be troublesome if I couldn't complete the mission after a month. At least you have some sincerity. The old man muttered, if that's the case, I don't mind lending it to you. But let me say this first. If General Si Chen doesn't give me the heaven-opening pill, then there's nothing I can do. Of course. The old man nodded. But I have to remind you that catching 5 blue flame silkworms in a month is a bit difficult. I'm afraid our orchards won't be enough. 5 blue flame silkworms is difficult. Yang Kai was stunned. There aren't many blue flame silkworms to begin with. Also, these things are useful to the fire spirit fruit tree, so we can't catch all of them. Yang Kai chuckled. Anyway, we'll work hard this month. When we get General Si Chen's reward, I'll complete the mission and give you the heaven-opening pill. Deal. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab the box. The old man didn't refuse and allowed him to grab it. Yang Kai spread his hands. There's also that incense. The old man passed the incense over. Yang Kai played with it as he asked, where can I get this? It seems like I'll have to prepare a set in the future. The old man said, "You're new here, so of course you don't know. But you'll be able to buy it at the city square later." Xueqi nodded. Dayu had said before that she would bring him to the city square to broaden his horizons when she was free in the future. Now, it seemed like he had to go to the city square. With this new item, Xueqi was even more excited. He checked the trees one by one, looking for blue flame silkworms. But just as the old man said, there weren't many blue flame silkworms and they were useful to the fire spirit fruit tree. He couldn't catch all of them, so he had to leave some behind. Even though he didn't catch any worms, Xueqi was much more adept at taking care of the fruit trees. The days passed peacefully. Xueqi constantly walked back and forth between his own land and the old man's territory. He worked under the old man's guidance and played chess with the old man when he had nothing to do. The old man's chess skills were pretty good. Xueqi lost every game, but he wasn't discouraged. Since he couldn't cultivate for the time being, he just took it as a way to pass the time. After more than 10 days of getting along, their relationship became closer. Under the fruit tree, next to the hut, on the stone table, the black and white twins were entangled. Xueqi sat on the stone bench and stared ahead. "Old Fong, it's your turn." After more than 10 days of getting along, Xueqi learned that the old man's surname was Fong, but he didn't know his full name. The old man didn't say anything. Anyway, Xueqi just called him Old Fong, and Old Fong didn't care too much. Old Fong smiled and picked up a chess piece. "Brat, you play chess like you want to kill someone. You're too murderous." With a casual move, the encirclement Xueqi had painstakingly set up fell apart in an instant, allowing the black dragon to open a bloody path. Xueqi couldn't help but stare. Just as he was thinking hard, he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air, followed by a figure landing beside him. Old Fong immediately got up and respectfully saluted. "Steward Chow." The person who came was Zhou Zheng. Xueqi also stood up and saluted. "Greetings, Steward Chow." Zhou Zheng glanced at the two and frowned. "What are you doing here instead of taking care of the fruit trees in your own place?" Xueqi replied. "I've finished taking care of them. I have nothing to do, so I'm looking for something to do with Old Fong to pass the time." "Finished taking care of them?" Zhou Zheng smiled. "Where does a newbie like you get such confidence?" Xueqi said, "Although I'm a newbie, Old Fong has taught me a lot recently. I'm already familiar with how to take care of the fruit trees. Steward Chow, if you're worried, I can accompany you to check them out." "That won't be necessary. I'm just patrolling the orchard, so I don't have the time to check them one by one. However, I have to remind you that a few fruit trees died in your plot of land. You'd better be careful." "If anything happens, no one can save you. Thank you, Steward Chow, for your reminder." Xueqi thanked him verbally, but he was disgusted inside. If he really had good intentions, why didn't he say so in the beginning? Why did he assign him to such a plot of land? However, this guy was all smiles, so he couldn't say anything. Moreover, he was a steward, and he was just a servant. If he really got into a conflict with him, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Zhou Jing nodded and said, "Be careful. The fire spirit fruit will ripen in 3 years. If we can complete the mission given by the Venerable One, everyone will benefit." He pointed at the chessboard and said, "Don't do this kind of thing in the future. It's fine if I see it, but if the chief steward sees it, you'll be skinned alive." "Yes." Old Fong nodded respectfully. Zhou Zhang didn't say anything else and soared into the sky. It seemed like he was going to patrol other places. Once he was far away, Old Fong sighed and said, "Just find a chance to send something over. It seems like you've really offended him." Xueqi asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" Old Fong said, "This isn't the first time he saw me playing chess with someone else. He didn't say anything before this, but he pointed it out today. Why do you think he did that?" Xueqi was annoyed and amused at the same time. "I'm new here. What do I have to give him? This guy is really stingy." He didn't know how a son was doing. She probably didn't give anything to him either. Old Fong pointed at him and said, "You know, you can't catch the wolf without risking the child. We're all working under him after all. Yang Kai didn't want to talk about this anymore, so he changed the topic and he said something about a chief steward. Who's that? Every spiritual land's orchard has a steward, just like him. However, above them, there's a chief steward who reports directly to the Lord of Heaven. The chief steward is the Lord of Heaven's people. Even the Venerable One has to show him some respect. Yang Kai said, Oh. Speaking of which, what's the problem with your plot of land? Have you checked it out? Old Feng asked again. There's no problem. Yang Kai frowned. I've checked it more than 10 times. What's the problem? Furthermore, you've seen the situation of the fruit trees. If there's really a problem, the fruit trees will be able to detect it immediately. Old Feng sighed. Actually, Steward Chow has also checked it out personally, but he didn't find anything. I don't know why the trees died. I think you're on your own now. Good luck. Yang Kai said, Let's not talk about this first. What's more important now is the 5 blue flame silkworms. What do you think will happen to me if I don't fulfill General Si Chen's request? It won't end well. Could it have forgotten about it long ago? After all, it's just a chicken. General Si might forget about other things, but he definitely won't forget about the blue flame silkworms. Then I'll be in trouble. Yang Kai frowned. Ever since he caught the first blue flame silkworm, he hadn't caught a second one. Although Old Feng's fruit trees still had blue flame silkworms, they couldn't be caught. Old Feng said that those silkworms had to be left behind. If they were caught, it would definitely affect the fruit trees. Affecting the fruit trees was a matter of life and death. Yang Kai guessed that if he tried to catch the silkworms, this old man would definitely fight him to the death. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said in a low voice, What do you think if I go to someone else's orchard to catch the silkworms? Old Feng laughed coldly. No matter who it is, they won't agree to it. Yang Kai patted his shoulder. So, Old Feng, I'll need your help. Old Feng was shocked. What help? Yang Kai hooked his finger and gestured for him to come closer. Then they whispered in each other's ears. Old Feng's face darkened as he listened. He didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish and scolded, Scram! I can't believe you came up with such a good idea. If this gets exposed, both of us will be finished. Are you exaggerating? Yang Kai was stunned. I'm just asking you to lure the silkworms away. Chapter 38-44. Be careful, don't be too eager for quick success. The blue flame silkworm is easily frightened. If it hides back, we won't be able to catch it again. In front of a fruit tree, Old Feng nervously watched Yang Kai's movements and secretly transmitted his voice to him. Yang Kai held the treasure box in one hand and the incense in the other. His expression was solemn, as if he was in a life-and-death battle. He impatiently replied, I know, you've already said it so many times. Can you stop? Old Feng smacked his lips and remained silent. The incense dispersed and a small red head slowly poked out from the hole in the tree. Attracted by the incense, the silkworm's figure slowly appeared. It wasn't until half of his body had crawled out that Yang Kai waved the treasure box in his hand and collected the long worm into it, closing it with a bang before letting out a hearty laugh. Success! Old Feng looked at him. This is only the second condition. Why are you so happy? Don't forget, you promised him 5 conditions. Yang Kai's laughter suddenly stopped and his mouth twitched. Then what do we do? Old Feng scoffed. You're asking this old man, who should I ask? There's no more time. 1 month. So fast. Yang Kai was stunned. Just as they were talking, the crisp sound of a bell entered their ears. Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask, Old Feng said, We can go now. The next 3 days are for rest. Don't go. Yang Kai grabbed him and said sneakily, Let's wait for a while, wait for them to leave first. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a strong repulsive force coming from all around him. He could not resist at all. His vision blurred and when he regained his senses, he was already outside the orchard. Yang Kai was stunned. Perhaps it was because he was caught, but Old Feng explained, Once the time is up, no one can stay in there. You're on your own now. After he finished speaking, He turned around and ran towards the servant room. Kai scratched his head and watched as the figures turned into streaks of light and left. He could only helplessly follow. His 1 month of life as an odd job worker was rather uneventful. The only thing missing was the 5 jade flame silkworms that he had promised General Si Chen. He only had 2 on hand. She wondered what Golden Rooster's reaction would be when he found out, however. Since things had already come to this point, there was no point in thinking too much about it. He could only counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth whirp. In the orchard, he had to constantly use his strength to resist the scorching heat. It was really tiring, and the others were probably not much better. When Kai returned to the village where the handyman house was located, he saw that all the doors were closed. Everyone was probably resting. He returned to his residence, opened the restriction, and sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. He did not speak for the entire night. Early in the morning of the second day, the sound of a golden rooster crowing could be heard. Even the restriction could not block out this sound. Knowing that he had 3 days to rest, Kai was too lazy to pay attention to it. Who would have thought that a moment later, a knocking sound could be heard from outside the door? Who is it? Kai opened his eyes and shouted. There was no reply from outside the door. The knocking sound was still rhythmic. He helplessly got up and opened the door. What entered his eyes was a dazzling golden light. When he looked carefully, he saw a golden rooster that was half the height of a human standing outside the door. It was majestic and had an extraordinary aura. After staring at each other for a while, Kai closed the door with a bang. After 3 breaths of time, it was as if a volcano had erupted. Not only that, General Si Chen's crowing could be heard from outside the house. Kai knew that the situation was bad. He knew that if he didn't do anything, he would alarm Zhou Zheng. This guy was already looking for trouble with him, so if he was caught by him at this time, he would definitely not have a good ending. He had no choice but to open the door again. With a face full of surprise, he said, "So it's General Si Chen. What a rare guest." General Si Chen seemed to be very angry. He extended his beak and pecked at him. Kai dodged and asked curiously, "What is General Si Chen doing?" General Si Chen's fat buttocks blocked the door. He flapped his wings and cried out. Kai cursed in his heart. This idiot's memory was not bad. He could still remember the agreement from a month ago. He had only rested for 1 night when he came back, and now he was here. Seeing that General Si Chen was making more and more noise, there were already many servants who opened their doors and looked over. Kai had no choice but to take out the box and say, "General Si Chen wants the blue flame silkworm, right? I've caught one for you. It's right here. Please calm down." Once the box was taken out, General Si Chen immediately calmed down. He stared at the box without letting go. Kai could not help but curse. If General Si Chen liked eating insects so much, why didn't he go to the orchard to catch one himself? General Si Chen watched as Kai took out a blue flame silkworm from the box. In the next moment, General Si Chen extended his head and pecked the blue flame silkworm, disappearing without a trace. "Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you." Kai smiled wholeheartedly. He was thinking about what to say after he finished feeding the other blue flame silkworm. This golden pheasant did not seem to be easy to fool. He had promised to feed it 5 times, but now there were only 2 left. He did not know if it would be willing to accept. Should he just drag it into the room and kill it? Once this thought came to his mind, Kai immediately dispelled it. There were so many people who saw this golden pheasant and came looking for him. If something happened, he would not be able to clear his name. After delaying for a while, the second blue flame silkworm was fed. Kai scratched his chin and probed. General Si Chen may not know, but this blue flame silkworm is of the fire attribute and has a strong temperament. If you eat too many at once, I'm afraid it will not be good for your body. Why don't you go back and rest for a while before eating the remaining 3 silkworms? General Si Chen ignored him. He tilted his head and stared at Kai with one eye. The chicken's eye was filled with a human-like ridicule. Kai immediately became angry. He felt that he was being looked down upon by a chicken. Before he could say anything else, he suddenly heard a pleasant voice from outside the door. Kai, you left your things with me." As soon as he finished speaking, an object flew towards him. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. He was overjoyed when he saw what it was. In his hand was a box used to catch insects. With a sweep of his divine sense, there were exactly 3 blue flame silkworms inside. He raised his head and nodded to express his gratitude. He shook the box in his hand and said, "General C, do you still want to eat?" Ooh. Yang Kai did not waste any more words with him. It was more important to get rid of this god of pestilence. He quickly took out the 3 blue flame silkworms and fed them to General C Chen. He then let out a sigh of relief. "General, 5 blue flame silkworms, no more, no less. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." General C Chen started to ooh at him again. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "General, what do you mean by this? We had an agreement a month ago. Are you going back on your word?" Dai Yu, who was leaning against the door, covered her mouth and laughed. "General C Chen is a man of his word. How could he go back on his word? Little brat, why aren't you reaching out your hand? General C Chen has a reward for you." "A reward?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He immediately regained his senses and hurriedly extended his hand in front of General C Chen. General C Chen opened his mouth and a ball of golden light floated out. That ball of golden light landed on Yang Kai's palm. When the light dissipated, a spirit pill emitting a 7-colored glow appeared in front of him. Heaven-opening pill? Although Yang Kai had never seen a heaven-opening pill before, from his conversation with Old Fong, he could tell that the spirit pill in his hand was definitely a heaven-opening pill. He had long heard that General C Chen would bestow a heaven-opening pill if he was in a good mood. He never thought that he would really be able to obtain one. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly cupped his hands. "Thank you, General C Chen." General C Chen had already turned around and strode out of the door, swaying his butt. "General C Chen, take care. Come and play when you're free." Dai Yu smiled and called out. After Jin Ji left, Yang Kai grinned and shook the heaven-opening pill in his hand. "My luck is pretty good." Dai Yu rolled her eyes and said, "Every newcomer will be given a heaven-opening pill the first time they feed the blue flame silkworm to the general." Yang Kai was stunned. "Is it always?" Dai Yu shrugged. "In all these years, I've never seen an exception." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he gritted his teeth and cursed. That old fox. No wonder Old Fong was so straightforward when he asked to borrow the bug-catching tools. It seemed that he knew about this matter and made him think that Old Fong had a good character. It turned out that he had been eyeing the heaven-opening pill for a long time. Speaking of that old fox had arrived. Old Fong rushed into the room in a flash. He smiled and nodded at Dai Yu. "Miss Dai Yu's here." "Old Fong." Dai Yu nodded. "I've come to find this brat for something." Old Fong pointed at Yang Kai and walked in front of him, reaching out his hand. "Brat, take it out. Don't say you don't have anything." Seeing the bright smile on Old Fong's face, as if he had made a fortune, Yang Kai wished he could take out the black dragon spear and stab him to death. "Hurry up. What are you waiting for?" Old Fong urged, looking like a creditor. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and placed the heaven-opening pill in his hand. Old Fong immediately smiled and carefully put away the heaven-opening pill. Then he reached out his hand again. "Where's my stuff? Give it back to me. Lend it to me for a while longer." Yang Kai turned his head. "Don't give me that. If I lend it to you, how will this old man catch bugs? Hand it over, or this old man will fight you to the death. Go ahead and try." Yang Kai glanced at him. Old Fong turned to look at Dai Yu. "Miss Dai Yu, please be reasonable." This brat borrowed something and didn't return it. His character is simply too bad. Dai Yu smiled. "When did you two become so close?" Old Fong rolled his eyes. "Who's close to him?" "It's his orchard that's next to this old man's. You don't know, but this old man has been ordered around by him like a laborer for the past month. Don't even mention how much I've suffered." Dai Yu's expression changed when she heard this. "Next to your orchard? Could it be that piece of land?" Old Fong nodded. "Yes, it's that piece of land." Dai Yu frowned and pondered for a while before saying to Yang Kai, "Return it to him. Big sister will take you to buy a new set later." Yang Kai was quite unhappy. He hadn't even warmed up the heaven-opening pill and now it belonged to someone else. He didn't even have time to carefully study it. Although they had made an agreement, Old Fong had set a trap for him. Chapter 38:45. However, Dai Yu had already spoken, so he had to return it. Reluctantly, he returned the box and the remaining half of the incense stick and left happily. Glancing over at Yang Kai, Dai Yu chuckled and said, "Good, don't be depressed. Although I don't know what kind of agreement you reached with Old Man Fong, since it's an agreement, it must be fulfilled. You feel like you've suffered a loss because you know too little about this place. Learn from your mistakes and be careful in the future." Yang Kai nodded. In fact, he wasn't that angry. Although Elder Fong didn't tell him some things, he did teach him a lot in this month. Many thanks to Miss Dai Yu for helping me out. Yang Kai cupped his hands in thanks. If Dai Yu hadn't sent 3 blue flame silkworms, he didn't know what Golden Rooster would have done to him. Dai Yu looked at him with a smile. "You don't call me sister anymore?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "When did you call me sister?" Dai Yu pursed her lips. "Didn't you call me sister before?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes and changed the topic. "Miss, you know that I can't catch 5 blue flame silkworms, so you came here on purpose, right?" Dai Yu nodded. "You're a newcomer and don't even have the tools to catch insects. How can you catch 5 blue flame silkworms? And I was there that day. Now that I know, I can't just ignore it. I was worried that you didn't have enough. Fortunately, you caught 2 already. It was a close call. In any case, I will remember your kindness today and repay you in the future. You'd better get through the difficulties in front of you first." Dai Yu frowned. "What difficulties?" "There's something wrong with your land." Dai Yu looked at him. "Didn't Elder Fong tell you?" "He did. He said that 3 trees died and 3 people changed in the past 10 years. I'm the 4th. Yang Kai touched his chin. "But I also checked carefully. There's nothing wrong with the land. I can't see anything wrong with the fruit tree." "Just because you can't see it doesn't mean there's no problem. The person before you also investigated it, but from the time when the problem was discovered to the time when the fruit tree died, it was only a month. If you really find something, you must be careful." "I'll keep that in mind." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Well, it's rare for you to rest. Do you want to go to the market?" Dai Yu looked at him with a smile. "Let's go." Yang Kai was suddenly energized. "I still need to buy a set of bug-catching equipment." "Then follow me." Dai Yu waved her hand and led the way. Yang Kai closed the door and followed him. The 2 of them sped all the way up into the sky. Yang Kai was surprised. "Then the market is not in the Fire Spirit Land?" Dai Yu shook her head and chuckled. Qiqiao Land's market is targeted at all spiritual lands, so not only are there people from the Fire Spiritual Land, there are also people from other spiritual lands. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Then is it okay for us to just walk out like this? Will there be anyone stopping them or something?" Although we can leave the Fire Spirit Land, the entire Qiqiao Land is covered by a great formation. Without orders and a method of entry and exit, we can't leave. So don't think too much about it. She suddenly lowered her voice and said, "Don't think too much about it. Otherwise, it won't end well if we are caught." Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully and nodded. "I understand." Just as Dai Yu said, there were no obstacles in leaving the Fire Spirit Land and it was easy. After leaving the Fire Spirit Land, under Dai Yu's guidance, the 2 of them headed straight for a place covered in clouds. In just half an hour, they arrived in front of the clouds. Dai Yu sent a voice transmission, "Follow me closely, don't get lost." She took the lead and rushed into the clouds, Yang Kai following closely behind. There were also some shops, but they were built randomly. They were not beautiful, but they were slightly larger than the stalls set up everywhere. Only a few of the shops were built with a solemn atmosphere. Those must be the shops of the Qiqiao lands that Dai Yu mentioned. Shuttling through the crowd, Yang Kai was almost dazzled. The people coming and going here came from different Qian Kuan worlds. The things they brought were basically unique to their respective Qian Kuan worlds. Yang Kai did not recognize most of the things in the stalls. However, after walking for a while, Yang Kai found that although this place was lively, there were not many transactions. Even if there were transactions, they were basically bartering. Thinking about it carefully, he understood. As a handyman, it was not easy to earn 3 heaven-opening pills a year. Each heaven-opening pill was an extremely precious treasure to a handyman. If they could barter, they would naturally not spend heaven-opening pills to buy them. Yang Kai suddenly thought of a problem and asked, "Little Dai, what do I have to pay to buy those insect-catching tools?" "Heaven-opening pills? What did you call me?" Dai Yu turned to look at him. Yang Kai giggled. "Little Yu?" Dai Yu glanced at him and nodded. Those tools were refined by the Qiqiao lands. They only accept heaven-opening pills. "I don't have heaven-opening pills." Yang Kai spread his hands. "I'll lend them to you." Dai Yu smiled. Since she had brought Yang Kai here, how could she not have considered this problem? "How can I accept that?" Yang Kai rubbed his hands. 9 times out, 13 returns. Dai Yu smiled slyly. Yang Kai nodded happily. "Fine, then I'll take it as you lending it to me." He then frowned, "But if we do that, how can the newcomers buy the insect-catching tools? What if the insects on the fruit trees need to be caught?" Dai Yu led the way as she said, "Ask others to help, just like how you asked Elder Fong. No one would refuse such a good thing." Yang Kai understood. If others helped catch the insects, then the blue flame silkworm would belong to them and they could feed it to General Si Chen. Who knows, they might be able to get an heaven-opening pill. Naturally, no one would refuse. They could even make an agreement with a newcomer like Elder Fong, letting the newcomer feed General Si Chen and get the heaven-opening pill as a reward. Thinking about it this way, it was not easy for a newcomer to gain a foothold in this place. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of a shop. Although this shop was not built to be very grand, it was more impressive than the others. Needless to say, this shop was opened by the Qiqiao land itself. The shop was bustling with activity, all the disciples of the Qiqiao land wearing 7-colored robes. There was a world of difference between them and the other workers. When they entered the shop, there was no warm greeting. There was only a young man sitting behind the counter with his head lowered, casually asking, "What do you want?" Dai Yu stepped forward with a smile. "Brother, I want to buy a pure wood box and 2 boxes of 100 refined incense." Hearing her sweet voice, the young man raised his head and smiled. 30 heaven-opening pills. As he spoke, he looked her up and down, his gaze lingering on her full breasts. Dai Yu frowned. "Brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? Previously, only 25 pills were enough." The young man leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, "The price has increased." "When did this happen?" "The price didn't increase when I came 3 months ago." The young man said, "This month." "Miss, do you not have enough heaven-opening pills?" "No problem. Do you want me to give you some?" "Not only that, I can give you 1 heaven-opening pill every month." "Brother, I appreciate your kindness." Dai Yu slowly shook her head and waved her hand, placing 30 heaven-opening pills on the counter. Chapter 38-46. The young man glanced at the opening heaven pills on the table and chuckled. 30 opening heaven pills is equivalent to 10 years of service. That's not a short time. Have you thought it through? Dai Yu pursed her red lips and said, "Thank you for your concern, brother. I can still afford 30 opening heaven pills." "That's fine too." The young man nodded and waved his hand, putting away the opening heaven pills in front of him. Then he threw out a box and 2 boxes of incense before lowering his head and continuing with his work. Dai Yu put away her things and politely said her goodbyes before leading Yang Kai away. The young man's voice came from behind. "Miss, you can think about it slowly when you go back. If you've made up your mind, you can come find me here at any time. Every month when the market opens, I will be here." Dai Yu didn't stop and ignored him, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Following behind her, Xueqi couldn't help but look back at the shop and sigh slightly. He had been here for a month and had been hanging out with old Fong in the orchard, so he didn't know much about what it was like to be a servant. Today he finally learned a little. He wasn't a child. That young man from Qiqiao land wanted to give Dai Yu something for no reason, and even said he could give her one opening heaven pill every month. Xueqi could naturally see what he was thinking. One opening heaven pill every month, in other words, 12 opening heaven pills every year. Compared to working hard as a servant, this was 4 times the income. As long as Dai Yu nodded and paid a little more, she wouldn't have to work as hard as before. It could even be said that by relying on the big tree of Qiqiao land, she would have a chance to get rid of her servant status. The only thing that Xueqi was glad about was that the young man didn't use force. He didn't know if it was because of the rules of the sect or some other reason. Otherwise Dai Yu wouldn't have been able to resist. But then again, even if Dai Yu really agreed, Xueqi wouldn't say anything. First, the two weren't very familiar with each other, so it wasn't Xueqi's place to tell her what to do. Second, if she really could find a way out for herself, Xueqi would only be happy for her. 1,000 years of life as a servant hadn't changed. How long would it take for her to make a name for herself? Dai Yu suddenly tilted her head and asked, "You've just entered the world outside of Chengkuan. Do you know the power system here?" Xueqi said, "There are 9 grades of heaven opening." Dai Yu smiled, "So you know. Then there's no need to waste your breath. There are many materials in this market for condensing the 5 elements of yin and yang. It can be said that these are the most common items in the market. You can take a look around. Maybe they will be useful in the future." Really? Xueqi's spirit was shaken, and he immediately looked around. Soon, he found something that caught his attention, and hurriedly walked in that direction. When they arrived in front of a stall, the stall owner immediately greeted them warmly. "Little brother, do you want to buy something? Feel free to look around and pick whatever you like. My items here are the best in quality and cheap. I guarantee that you won't be disappointed." There weren't many things in the stall. There were only a few medicinal herbs that Xueqi didn't recognize, a few strangely shaped oars, and a long sword. What attracted Xueqi's attention was a fist-sized crystal that was completely red and pure. From this crystal, Xueqi could feel scorching fire spirit energy. Little brother has good eyesight. This fire spirit crystal can be considered the best thing I have. It took me a lot of effort to obtain it. If little brother buys it, you will definitely be able to condense the power of the 5 elements and reach heaven opening. As for how to distinguish the grades of materials, he had no idea. Even if Dai Yu hadn't said anything, he would have asked. Yes, if you use a first-grade material to condense the power of the heaven-opening realm, the heaven-opening realm you reach will only be a first-grade material. Xueqi frowned. Will anyone buy something like that? If it's someone with a background, they naturally won't bother to buy it, but workers like me don't have that many choices. Over the years, I've seen quite a few workers reach the heaven-opening realm and break free of their status as workers. But those heaven-opening realm cultivators are only at the 1st or 2nd grade. Even if they temporarily break free of their status as workers, so what? They'll stop there for the rest of their lives. There are workers reaching the heaven-opening realm. Xueqi was stunned. If that was the case, then his previous estimate had been wrong. He had thought that there would be at least 8 heaven-opening realm cultivators guarding the 7 openings realm, but now it seemed there were more than 8. Perhaps there were even 80. Of course, it was hard to say what kind of strength these 1st-grade and 2nd-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators could display, but they were still a bit stronger than those in the Emperor realm. 1st-grade materials cost 150 heaven-opening pills. Then what about 2nd-grade materials? Xueqi asked. Generally, the difference in value between a 1st-grade material and a 1st-grade material is 10 times. 10 times? Xueqi was shocked. If that was the case, 2nd-grade materials would cost 1,500, 3rd-grade materials would cost 15,000, 4th-grade materials would cost over 100,000, 5th-grade materials would cost over $1 million, and 6th-grade materials would cost over $1 million. As for 6th-grade materials, Xueqi suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Heaven Opening Realm is divided into 9 grades, and these 9 grades are divided into 3 levels. High-grade Heaven Opening, mid-grade heaven opening, and low-grade heaven opening. High-grade heaven opening is the 7th, 8th, and 9th grade heaven opening. Mid-grade heaven opening is the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade heaven opening, and low-grade heaven opening is the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade heaven opening. Among them, the 4th and 7th grade are two huge watersheds. Xueqi nodded seriously. I understand. He suddenly lowered his voice. Then do you know what grade heaven monarchs and venerables are at? Dayu slowly shook her head. I'm not too sure, but I once heard someone say that heaven monarchs are at the 4th or 5th grade heaven opening. Venerables are probably a bit weaker than heaven monarchs. Xueqi made a sound of acknowledgement. The two chatted as they walked. Xueqi also stopped in front of the stalls from time to check the prices of the materials used to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. He found that it was just as Dayu said. The difference in price between each grade was calculated by 10 times. Moreover, looking at the entire market square, the materials sold by the workers' stalls were all at the 1st or 2nd grade. There were no materials above the 3rd grade at all. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. The odd-job workers of the Qiqiao lands all came from different universe worlds. After entering the universe worlds, they were enslaved. Even if they had good things on hand, they wouldn't be able to keep them. That Zhou Zheng even accepted gifts, but because Kai Yang didn't give him anything, he was given a piece of land with a dead tree. Only these 1st or 2nd grade materials could be preserved by the workers. You've already condensed the power of the wood element? Dayu suddenly asked. Xueqi didn't deny it and nodded yes. There was nothing to deny. In any case, the power of the immortal tree was completely contained in the seal. Others couldn't tell what grade of material he used to condense it. It wasn't strange that Dayu could tell. He was too interested in fire attribute materials along the way. Dayu said, if that's the case, next time you go to the orchard, you can try to use the power of the wood element to nourish the fruit trees. Wood breeds fire? Xueqi raised his eyebrows. Dayu chuckled, exactly. But remember to control your strength. Going too far is as bad as falling short. I understand. I'll be more careful. They walked in front of a shop. This could be considered the tallest building in the market square. It was actually divided into 3 floors. Among the scattered buildings in the market square, it looked like a crane among chickens. Go in and broaden your horizons. Dayu smiled. Chapter 3847. What is this place selling? Xueqi looked up and saw 3 words written on a signboard in front of the shop. Kai Tian Hall. After entering the shop, Xueqi understood what kind of business this Kai Tian Hall was doing. It was a place that sold yin yang and 5 elements materials, but the scale and layout of this place couldn't be compared to the messy stalls outside. Following Dayu around the 1st floor, Xueqi was dazzled. This floor was filled with counters, and inside the counters were transparent containers containing yin-yang and 5 elements materials. There was a wide variety of materials. However, the prices were still a bit higher than the ones outside. Even so, there were still people who made deals here from time to time with the Qiqiao disciples wearing 7 colored robes. They're all 1st grade materials? Xueqi quietly asked. Along the way, he had a rough idea of the grades of these materials. After walking around, he found that all the materials on this floor were 1st grade materials. Dayu nodded. The 1st floor is 1st grade materials, the 2nd floor is 2nd grade materials, and the 3rd floor is 3rd grade materials. Xueqi's eyes lit up. There are 3rd grade materials for sale here? According to his previous calculations, 3rd grade materials required more than 15,000 Kai Tian pills. This number was no less than an astronomical figure for a worker. Based on the wages of a worker, it would take at least 5,000 years to save up that much. However, which worker would not eat or drink for such a long time and not use a single Kai Tian pill? No worker could really work here for 5,000 years. Do you want to take a look? Dayu smiled at him. Xueqi said, since we're already here, we naturally have to take a look. Then let's go. Dayu called out and led Xueqi up the stairs. He didn't stop at the 2nd floor and went straight to the 3rd floor. The area of the third floor was much smaller than the first floor, and there weren't many materials on display. Qiqiao Land probably knew that it was extremely difficult for the workers to purchase grade 3 materials, so there was no point in having too many materials on display. Thus, they casually displayed a few to give the workers something to look forward to. Only then would they have more motivation to work. Yang Kai couldn't help but suspect that the materials on the third floor were like the carrots in front of the donkey cart. Take a look yourself. Dayu smiled. As long as you don't touch anything, no one will care. Yang Kai nodded and walked around with his hands behind his back. There were also Qiqiao disciples on the third floor, but as Dayu said, as long as he didn't touch anything, they wouldn't say anything. Yang Kai looked at each counter, carefully memorizing the characteristics of the third-grade materials. His pace was neither fast nor slow. For someone who used the immortal tree to condense the wood attribute of the 5 elements, the third-grade materials here were naturally nothing to him. Although he had just entered the world outside the universe, Yang Kai had set himself on a very high pedestal from the very beginning. Even if it was for the sake of the immortal tree, he had to find other materials that were compatible with the immortal tree before condensing enough energy to break through to splitting the heavens. Otherwise, wouldn't a good start be wasted? He came here mainly to look for novelty. The third floor wasn't large, so it didn't take long for Yang Kai to finish looking around. He looked up and saw Dayu standing in front of a counter, so he walked over. Following her gaze, he saw a strange object filled with the power of the metal element that was constantly twisting and changing its shape. Dayu's eyes were also filled with desire. Yang Kai's heart stirred and he whispered, "You want to buy this?" Dayu turned to look at him and smiled. "Are you done?" Yang Kai nodded. Finished looking, there's nothing much to look at. As soon as these words were spoken, Kai Yang felt a sharp gaze land on him. Raising his head, he saw a disciple who was guarding the third floor of the Qiqiao lands looking at him with ridicule. He guessed that his words just now were a bit boastful. After all, to any odd job worker, the price of the things here was sky high. Those who had the ability to purchase them were few and far between. His words sounded a bit like sour grapes because he couldn't eat them. But to Yang Kai, there really wasn't anything to look at besides novelty. "How many opening heaven pills does this thing sell for?" Yang Kai asked. 16,000. Dayu replied. She had clearly already inquired about this price, and this price was a bit higher than what Yang Kai had calculated. But there was nothing he could do about it. In the entire Qiqiao land, this was the only place open to workers where they could buy third-grade materials. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is, so this bit of higher price was still acceptable. "Is it enough?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Dayu smiled. "How can it be enough? It's not even 30%. Yang Kai frowned, "But this is only a third-grade material." Dayu brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled. "I know what you want to say. When I first came to the outside world, I had the same idea as you. I wanted to find better materials to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Even if I couldn't reach the upper level, I wanted to reach the middle level. But sometimes thinking and reality are two different things. If I can really reach the third level, it's actually not bad. At that time, I can slowly take the opening heaven pills to increase my grade. If I'm lucky, I have a chance to reach the 5th level. In this vast universe, a 5th level opening heaven pill is already considered a powerhouse." Yang Kai nodded. That's true. He didn't know if there was a 5th level opening heaven pill in the entire Qiqiao land. Even if there was, it was probably only a heavenly monarch. Those earth protectors probably weren't at the 5th level. He couldn't help but sigh. How many people's sharp edges had been smoothed out by the endless flowing time great emperor? 1,000 years later, if his situation hadn't changed, would he still be as optimistic as he was now? Yang Kai didn't know. "When I've earned enough, I'll buy it for you." Dayu covered her mouth and smiled. "Then I'll thank you in advance." She obviously didn't take his words seriously. She had been here for 1,000 years and knew better than anyone how difficult it was for a servant to earn 16,000 opening heaven pills. However, Dayu was so interested in the metal element material that Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder if she had already condensed the power of the earth element. Otherwise, why would she be like this? As the two were talking, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Then, a majestic figure appeared at the top of the stairs. The huge figure walked over, causing the entire opening heaven palace to shake. The person glanced around and his bell-like eyes lit up. He walked over with a smile and said cheerfully, "Little Dai, you really are here." Dai Yu's face darkened when she heard the voice. She turned her head and looked over, speechless. Yang Kai also looked over and couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. The person was at least 20 feet tall. He arrived in front of Dai Yu in a few steps and looked at her with a big smile. Dai Yu's tall figure was like a child in front of him. Even Yang Kai himself had to look up at this guy. The person in front of him looked like a bear standing on its hind legs, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Black Bear was originally full of smiles, but when he saw Yang Kai standing next to Dai Yu, his face immediately turned cold. Stretching out his big palm, he pointed at Yang Kai and asked, "Xiao Dai, who is this little brat?" However, before Dai Yu could reply, the 7 Openings disciple on the 3rd floor scolded, "If you dare to make any more noise, throw him out immediately." The bear immediately lowered his body and bowed to the 7 Openings disciple. "Brother, please calm down. This little brother was a bit agitated and was a bit loud. Please forgive him." The 7 Openings disciple coldly snorted and didn't say anything more. The bear glared fiercely at Yang Kai before turning to Dai Yu and saying, "Little Dai, you're here to look at the stainless golden dew again? You come here once a month to look at it. Why don't we buy it together? You have a lot of opening heaven pills and I also have some. If we sell some things, we should be able to gather enough. When the time comes, we can buy it and you can take your time looking at it." "No need." Dai Yu frowned and called to Yang Kai. "Let's go, there's nothing else to look at here." With that she led the way. Yang Kai wanted to follow but was pulled back by the bear. Seeing the bear chasing Dai Yu down the stairs, Yang Kai sniffed and followed with his hands behind his back. After leaving the opening heaven hall, Dai Yu walked into the crowd with the bear following her like a shadow. Although he was tall and sturdy, his movements were extremely nimble. From time to time, he would pass by Dai Yu's left and right, squeezing through the crowd and saying something to her. Unfortunately, Dai Yu didn't respond and didn't want to talk to him at all. Even if Yang Kai was blind, he could see that this bear-like guy was interested in Dai Yu, but this wasn't surprising. Dai Yu's figure and appearance were top-notch, so it was only natural that she would attract the attention and adoration of some men. Back at the place where they had bought the box and incense, the 7 Possibilities land disciple had taken a fancy to Dai Yu. Unfortunately, Dai Yu didn't seem to care about him. But he didn't care and just kept smiling and talking, trying his best to please her. Kai Yang also admired this guy. His skin was as thick as the dragon scales on his body. Dai Yu suddenly stopped and looked back at Yang Kai. "I'll go back first. Do you want to continue strolling around here?" Yang Kai was startled at first, but he soon understood Dai Yu's intention and smiled. "All right, thank you, Miss Dai Yu. It's a small matter." Dai Yu smiled and soared into the sky. The bear stood in place and rubbed his chin, glancing at Yang Kai for a moment before quickly chasing after Dai Yu, shouting, "Xiao Dai, wait for me." Watching the two leave, Yang Kai smiled and sighed at Dai Yu's thoughtfulness. She said that not because she was in a hurry to get rid of him, but because she was afraid that if he continued to follow that bear, he would cause trouble. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of trouble, in this place, it was better to avoid trouble. That bear didn't seem to be a reasonable guy. Wandering around the city by himself had broadened his horizons, but he didn't gain much. Chapter 38:48. Seeing that it was getting late and he was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a figure waving at him from a small tea shop. Yang Kai smiled and walked over. "Ah Sun, you're here too?" Ah Sun cheerfully said, "Yes, I heard there was a market here, so I came to take a look. I was going to call you, but you weren't in the house." When he came over, he didn't expect that Ah Sun would think of this. In comparison, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Ah Sun wasn't the only one in the tea shop. The newcomers who came with Venerable Hu Di were basically all present. It seemed they had made an agreement. But what made Xueqi feel strange was, where did these people get the money to drink tea here? It should be known that although this tea shop was simple, it was still opened by the odd job workers. They couldn't drink tea for free. In other words, if they wanted to sit here and drink tea, they had to pay a heaven-opening pill. Turning his head to look, Xueqi saw a list of prices for various spirit teas. The cheapest pot of tea cost 1 heaven-opening pill, and the most expensive one cost 10. Everyone was new here and was poor. Xueqi was lucky that Great General Si Chan had given him a heaven-opening pill, but it was snatched away by Old Fong before he could hold it. Where did they get a heaven-opening pill? Moreover, looking at their seats, it was obvious that the burly man from the Black River realm was sitting in the main seat. In other words, today's tea was on him. "You're all here," Xueqi greeted with a smile. Everyone had spent some time together in Venerable Hu Di's small universe. Although they weren't very familiar with each other, they weren't strangers. They had also reported each other's names. The dignified woman, Xueqi, the man from the demon race, Shi Haotsong, and the childish child, Thousand Feather Boy, all stood up to return the greeting. Only the robust man, Fong Tai, who sat on the seat of the host, didn't move and just nodded slightly. Xueqi was a little curious. Fong Tai wasn't such an arrogant person before, so why did he seem to have changed a lot in just a month? However, he did not have a deep relationship with these people. The only one he had more contact with was Ah Sunday. As the saying goes, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. It was impossible to tell what kind of person they were without spending a lot of time with them. He didn't mind it too much. He just smiled and said, "How come you have time to come here to drink tea? Is the spirit tea here free?" Xueqi pursed his lips and smiled. How could it be free? This pot of tea costs a heaven-opening pill. He turned to look at Brother Yong and said, "However, since Brother Fong insists on inviting us, it would be impolite for us to refuse. Would Brother Yong like to sit down and have a taste? This spirit tea is a bit expensive, but it's still good stuff." Fong Tai also said, "Brother Yong, since you're here, let's go together. It just so happens that we have something to discuss." "Thank you very much." Xueqi cupped his hands and sat down. Ah Sun raised her hand and poured a cup of tea for Xueqi. Xueqi took a sip and savored it carefully. He found that it was indeed quite good. After drinking it in a few mouthfuls, he immediately had a lingering aftertaste. However, there wasn't much tea left in this pot, and they had all drunk some before. After pouring this last cup, there was almost nothing left. Xueqi said, "What do you all want to discuss by coming here together?" Fong Tai said, "We've been here for a month now, so we have some understanding of the situation here. Since Brother Yong was able to find this market city alone, you must have inquired about it from others. You should know how difficult it is for newcomers like us to establish a foothold here.